morning, everybody, and welcome to the first World Championship qualifier of the America Chart here on the 2023 Road to World season. My name is Boulevard. Joining me once again is the immaculate Skarzig. How you doing today, buddy?
Fantastic, Boulevard. So happy to be here. So excited to see what these players have cooked up. We just had a balance patch very recently. The metas continue to develop, and I want to see how NA is going to perform compared to the other regions that have already happened.
Yeah, we've already seen some big regional discrepancies between APAC and EMEA as far as like deck selection goes. But before we get into that, we kind of have to walk you through what we're doing today. A little bit of housekeeping, show you what we're working with. So this is what we are doing. 64 players. We have whittled it down to a single elimination bracket with best of threes. Players are playing standard Riot Lock. That means they're bringing 3 different decks, no duplicated champions, region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. Not that we really expect that to come up, right, Skarzig? Then the players ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin. Players can't use a deck after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts for 65 minutes at maximum.
Should be plenty of time to complete that best of 3. The bans are going to be incredibly important, and the rewards that these players are going for here in the championship qualifier. First place going to take home $5,000, second place $2,500, third and fourth $750, and 5th through 8th going to get $250. Not too bad, but I think they're mostly worried about these Runeterra points to continue their climb towards the other parts of our World Championship circuit.
Yeah, if you don't know how Runeterra points works, it's up on the official website. Basically, second place at this event more or less should be going through to the World Championship as well. Obviously, there are some caveats to that. You can get overtaken on points, but if you can get second in a tournament like this, you would hope that you can pick up some Runeterra points elsewhere. But of course, what everyone is really looking forward to is that first place direct qualification into the World Championship to join last seasonal's champion, Floppy Mudkip, who has also already secured that invite. The only America's player to do so far.
Yeah, Floppy Mudkip, we already know. For those of you who have followed the scene for a long time, he's a monstrous player, is always at the forefront of the metagame. So to see him qualified for Worlds is almost a given, and I want to see the next player take that step here today.
And it might be another teammate of Floppy's, right? Skarzig, when we look at the last couple of events, you have the previous Runeterra Open, won by Card Gamer, a member of Red Pup Games. Before that was Floppy Mudkip, a member of Red Pup Games. And before that, oh yeah, it was Floppy Mudkip again. And who got second place at the last Runeterra Open? Oh, that's right. It was Floppy Mudkip again. Now, I don't know if he's in the top 64 of this event. We'll figure that out when we take a look at the bracket. But if he is, you have to imagine he might have looked at that second place as a blip on the radar and said, no, I'm coming back for the win. I don't care if I'm already Worlds qualified. I want to do it again.
Yeah. The players love to pad their records. It's not just about getting qualified once and then sitting back on your laurels. They want to widen the gap. They still want to get this high level, intense practice. These are the best players in the world, whittled down to top 64. Like you said, Boulevard, we've got 1/4 of the bracket here, and I'm sure our viewers at home can see some very notable names here.
Yeah, I know immediately off the bat, I recognize Vengevine actually as a rather high profile ladder player. Of course, Dr. Chekhov 42, another member of Red Pup Games. So we know that at least Floppy's team is present here just in the first quarter of the top 64 bracket.
And of course, Ichiran Ramen down there in the corner. He is real. Aikido as well coming up on this next part of the bracket. Stolen Conch and Rattling Bones, 2 massive heavy hitters going to be going up against it here in round number 1. And Shilu going up against Tai Guy. These are names that we've seen time and time again. Filthy Gamerweeb also making his appearance here.
Also, I want to shout out Rattling Bones. Bones hasn't really been at the forefront of conversations for a very long time, but every season that he does want to play, usually ending at least top 20, top 30 in ladder. He's gotten a couple of seasonal top cuts before, but has never really gone for a deep run.
Yeah, we've got Donut against Emotional as well. Drissoth, top of the ladder right now on NA, if that's still holding true. And Elder Senior from last Worlds, if y'all remember that. So these names, if you're going up against this qualifier, you're already playing world-class talent. In the next quarter of the bracket, we've got P-Tash coming through, a player who consistently does well, has a few top 4s for seasonal tournaments, recently won a fun charity tournament, looking to lock it in and let everybody know he's real. The All-Star, the People's Champion 4LW also showing up on this part of the bracket.
And I want to talk about 4LW for a second here, because Brazil has not been as dominant as we're kind of used to them being over the last couple of months. You know, Red Pup Games, that America's team, has really come out on top, and I'm seeing some very big name BR heavy hitters in the top 64, and I'm thinking, Skarzig, that this might just be the event where that region reclaims dominance over the Americas.
Yeah, BR is known for their steadfast backing of their players and their willingness to innovate on the metagame. With the recent advent of the standard format and the balance patch, they maybe haven't had that luxury of that deep card pool to kind of iterate on the metagame. So we'll see if just clean play can make them work. Majin Bay also popping out to my eyes as we round out this bracket boulevard.
Grandpa Roji as well, you know, sort of the people's champion, very much, you know, never could make it into a seasonal top cut, but then all of a sudden he's in the top 16 of the World Championship. Immediately after that, actually does get into the top cut of a seasonal. And Talia Malphite, his signature deck, it's not in a terrible spot. It was putting up some good numbers. It's really whittled down over the last couple of weeks since the balance patch, since the Bandle Gunners meta has really taken over. But we did still see a Talia Malphite in the top cut of EMEA, I believe it was.
And that's a deck that really shines in a tournament format where you can manipulate your matchups just a little bit better and set yourself up for success. And Grandpa Roji, he demonstrated this in spades during Worlds, that he understands his role in the matchup. When he's on Talia Malphite, he'll just immediately go aggressive. You think that this is a slower Talia late game Malphite build, and suddenly we've got the Rock Bear beatdown. Rock Bear Shepherd showed up heavy in the World Championships, and it's just been a staple card ever since.
And it's going to show up heavy today, right? I mean, last week, Nasus popped up out of nowhere with this Rock Shepherd, Vaults of Helia list, like all these different sort of meme tier cards. And it's not the first time we've seen this happen. I think the most famous example of a bunch of meme cards put together in a pile was Twisted Fate Fizz. You know, we had Herbal Fish was a meme. You know, we had Stress Testing. That was another meme. Like, it was just so Mind Meld. So I am really curious to see how the impact of Nasus comes in, because it really took over ladder, but when you look at the stats from APAC and EMEA's top 64, left a little bit wanting in terms of presence.
The Nasus deck, it's so bizarre because it is a list that, to my mind, was just kind of exploiting a pocket in the metagame. Oh, there's not a lot of Shadow Isles, not a lot of Vengeance to deal with the Nasus. Some decks maybe being a little bit more dirtily. The Shadow Isles early game package got buffed recently, so they can hold down that early game. And as long as they hit that vaults on curve, a lot of lists that aren't incredibly aggressive do struggle to close out before it's too late.
Yeah, and when you're looking at sort of the meta around it, there's a lot of Demacia, right? Let me tell you, Demacia's landmark interaction, not great, Skarzig. It's borderline non-existent. It's really just like the Piltover and Zon Aftershock decks you have to worry about, which are, you know, they're still present, but we'll kind of see how it goes. But even if Nasus doesn't show up in spades, I think that point you made about Vengeance being a non-factor in the meta, that has shifted, right? As we've seen Nasus come back, we've suddenly seen a meteoric rise in Vengeance to deal with it. So even if we're not seeing the Nasus deck specifically, the effects of that deck will certainly be felt.
And that would be so unfortunate to have the tech for the meta, and then it shifts one more time, takes that sharp left turn right before the big tournament comes up, and then you've got tech for a matchup that's actually completely evaporated. Vengeance, still a great card, mind you. You know, if somebody gets a big threat in play, especially a lot of these mid-range decks, you know, you're thinking about saving Vengeance for your opponent's big win condition, but sometimes if you can just, you know, clear a 4-4 or a 5-5 at the right moment and break your opponent's tempo, their stranglehold on the board, then it's just cruising to your late game as the Shadow Isles deck, and you'll just win it.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the other decks that we've seen, you know, take up like top 3, top 5 spots in these other top 64s are weak to Vengeance. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at our first featured matchup of the day here. As we get a look at the lineups, we have seasonal champion 4LW up against Always Be Gaming Dresbo.
This is a titanic match. I'm super excited for it. When we look across the decks, we've got the Nasus showing up, and then we've got the Fork, the Samira Fizz, and the Karma set. What do you think about this band lineup, Boulevard?
I am very unfamiliar with sort of the matchup tables of the Alawi Swain. It's a very fringe deck, a very Latam deck, so we're really not seeing it too much in, like, when we look at the United States meta or like the America's Open tournaments, as BR has kind of retreated back into their own localized tournaments. So I know it did very well in the European top 64, but I'm really not sure where the bans are going to go. I mean, it's really easy to just look at a Samira deck and go, that's the ban, right?
You have to respect it, I think. Samira Fizz especially. When we look at the Pantheon build, it has the same residual weaknesses that Pantheon has had. Again, like Dresbo's packing that Vengeance potentially in the Nasus deck. But when the stats begin to scale, you're getting out of range of the Quietus and the Soul Harvest. It might be too difficult to trust that your deck is going to give you the cards you need at any given time. Meanwhile, we've got this Bandle Seraphine list, so that's where things get too wild. We've seen this from time to time where players get spooked by a deck that they don't have a proper read on and they don't want to take the chance. They're going to stick to the list that they already have a reckoning of, something they tested against. I personally, and you probably already know this, Boulevard, the Bilgewater, Noxus, mid-rangey control, I love it to death. Alawi Swing was putting up big numbers. It was like 2 weeks ago is when it started to kind of show up on everyone's radar. And this, because of the Alawi package, also has that potential to hit a strong onboard curve that these Swain decks haven't been known for previously. So it opens up additional angles for this style of deck to explore in the metagame. But I also want to call attention to Dresbo's lineup, running the Azir in this Nasus deck, just to have a little bit more early mid-game development potential.
Well, there's a great point I want to make about this Nasus. So there's 3 different kinds of Nasus we're seeing, right? We're seeing Mono, we're seeing Vigar, and we're seeing Azir. The Mono, it's very straightforward. You're not doing anything fancy. The Vigar is actually to buff up your Dessen Ada, that is the top end of your Vaults of Helia, for a more impactful board wipe. And what you're getting out of Azir is actually Glory's Call. You know, you are playing 2 Ascended Champions, so paying 2 mana to manifest a card from the Emperor's deck that costs 9 or less can be a huge swing point. We know how powerful that deck can be. We've seen Sundisk before, right, Skarzik? We know. It's nice that we get to skip the movies, though, and go straight to the Emperor's deck. We're like pirating the Emperor's deck at this point. Maria Menounos is going to be so disappointed in us.
The Glory's Call was recently buffed. This was a card that Ruben Zhu himself had a lot of faith in, felt that it was a very impactful list. And even if you low roll off the Glory's Call, almost all of those Emperor's deck cards do draw another card. So you can fish for one more thing that can save you in a tight spot. So when we explore both sides of this lineup, the ban could be literally anything, and you could make a solid case for that being the proper ban for these matchups.
It's so hard when you're looking at something like Bandle City Seraphine on the other side, right? Because you can come in, like you mentioned, with this expected, okay, yeah, here's all my stats, these are how the matchups go. You don't have any stats on how you fare into Bandle City Nar Kennen Seraphine, right? That's not the standard Seraphine build that we've been seeing over the course of the meta. In fact, we really don't have one. Jack Seraphine came out of the gate swinging, but has taken a hard fall off since a couple of the nerfs. And now it sort of feels like everyone knows that there is a Seraphine deck, but no one can really agree on what it is. And that different flavor can really impact the matchups.
And you got to remember too, usually when you're playing Seraphine, you're back into the back alley bar styles of deck, and with Vaults of Helia running around, maybe you're getting caught in the crossfire of a lot more landmark interaction, a lot more aftershocks in general. And then, of course, just raw aggro that are trying to just beat down on these value decks. Karma Set got toned down a little bit, and it's opened up the floodgates for these greedier ideas to flourish, Boulevard. I myself have been getting away with, and I do say getting away with, Aurelion Sol lately, just because of the greed. So I know that the hunger is certainly there for players to just go almost infinite.
That's fair. And there is, we got to look at the deck list here, me and Skarzik did. You guys don't, but we do. Trust me. We'll transcribe the important information. But there's a tech card I want to shout out in the Nasus deck specifically, and that is one of Terror of the Tides as the top end for the Vaults of Helia. I had a previous seasonal champion DM me about this a couple days ago to explain it to me. And it's essentially, with a level 2 Nasus in play and a Terror of the Tides, your opponent will not have any fearsome blockers. it's near impossible.
This is a card I've advocated for in Deep. If you're like putting that one Shipwreck Hoarder in your deck, no, put in Terror of the Tides. I've had this card get randomly generated off of things before, and it completely blows you out of the water. I think this is probably the card that has gotten more wins without being in the main deck than any other card in the game, I swear to you. And already jumping into game number 1, we've got Dresbo on the Nasus, 4LW on this back alley bar Seraphine. It's infinite scaling versus infinite value.
And I gotta say, infinite scaling looks like it's got the better part of these early hands. Only one Aftershock in the deck for 4LW, so that Vaults of Helia pretty likely to come down and be impactful. We've also got that Rock Bear Shepherd that we talked about, you know, really hyper accelerating into this mid-range, hefty mid-game.
And when you look across at Bandle City, right, they specialize in generating a lot of small units, blocking down. That fearsome weakness is incredibly pronounced, and they're just providing fodder for Nasus to scale.
And there's so much sort of like residual fearsome, right? Like that Camovoran Dragon. This card has never seen play before, but now, as a 4/4 fearsome, it's one of the much scarier cards of the format. And, you know, we mentioned lack of Aftershock on the side of 4LW, feeling like they are forced to prank the Vaults of Helia so that Dresbo does not get an immediate advantage off of this Rock Bear Shepherd.
Oh, it's just rebalancing here live on the stream boulevard. Vaults of Helia delayed 1 turn is actually massive. It stops the scaling and the summoning when you get to the Rekindler to get that second Nasus. Might buy 4LW that clutch window of opportunity to safely play the back alley bar.
And it's going to be that back alley bar really is the crux of this matchup. Can 4LW find a position where they can get it down kind of safely? You know, we see, I mentioned there was no Aftershock in hand. I do want to point out there is a Piltover Tellstones as well as a Bandle City Tellstone. So Aftershock is available, but it's going to come at a bit of a cost, right? Dresbo might be aware of that, might not even be planning on playing out the Vaults of Helia for quite some time since they already have 2 Nasus in hand with a Rock Bear that's about to pop out.
That could be valid. Dresbo might be analyzing this matchup and saying, I'm going to play a standard Slay Nasus idea. And if I can play my Nasus as, you know, maybe play one down to the 5/5 just to bait something out. You're looking for Hex Obliterator or something of the like. 4LW has to respect Rite of Negation. Dresbo might even underplay this turn just to save the mana, right? Have that open for round 7 to have Nasus and Rite of Negation threatening, but the Rock Bear Shepherd is hatched. The Camovoran Dragon also going to swing through. No fearsome blockers. Nice chunk of damage on the Nexus.
And that's the first of very many times we are going to say that today, Skarzik. No fearsome blockers. And look at this, 4LW going for the development. Again, no fearsome blockers. And you have to think that even if Dresbo does take the turn off, quote unquote, to run out this Vault of Helia, looking at their hand, they didn't have any other plays. They're not really losing any tempo here because their other play was do nothing. And then once that's done, once that Aftershock is gone, here comes Nasus, and Bandle City as a supplementary region to Piltover and Zon does not deal with large units very well.
Mm-hmm. And there's the snap Aftershock to clear that Vaults of Helia, and this is after it was pranked, forcing Dresbo to spend all 5 mana on that. 4LW did pick up that Crowd Pleaser from the Conchologist, has a buff now to get an emergency fearsome blocker, hopefully. Just a small bit of chip coming from the Augmented Clockling, this elusive unit that can't be blocked. And then one more turn before 4LW starts to play these back-to-back back alley bars. And the Barkeeps do have 3 attacks, so this is where I think the stabilization might begin. Nasus, only a 4/4 pup.
And this is so scary for 4LW. The Nasus comes down as a 4/4, and when you look at your hand, you still don't even have a way to deal with that. You've got 2 damage. Actually, hold on. If you run out a unit, and no, you're not going to have mana for like darkness with the dark
assembly line
plus the amount of pings. Ooh.
Hextech Anomaly is the ultimate greed where you think the game is going to go incredibly long, but the assembly line, oh my god, what a hero.
Oh, Piercing Dark is not
because we have the Chump Wump and we have the Dark Bulb Acolyte, potential for a lot of fearsome blockers here in the hand. 4LW is going to take this silver bullet, keep it in his pocket for later.
It's so important that Eventually, this anomaly finds a Hex Bliterator, though, right, Skarsig? You need to be able to get this Nasus completely removed from the game because we know that these new builds very heavy into Rekindlers. We even see that one in Dresbo's hand. So Dresbo throwing out the first Nasus almost as a bait and saying, yeah, I might actually just trade this for your Chump Lump if it means none of my other units are getting traded off so that I'm not growing. You can effectively trade with me, and then that's going to grow the Nasus. Here comes a Rekindler. That one's Terror of the Tides!
This is going to be so massive for blowing out 4LW. You think you were safe, you think you have the fearsome blockers, and it doesn't matter. Even if he had taken assembly line to get some 3/3s down, Terror of the Tides will negate this in 2 turns when Dresbo gets the attack token back. The question now, Boulevard, is do we greed? Do we just go for the siphoning strike, take out this 4/4, try to swing through with a lot of damage this turn?
I think the answer is yes, because 4LW does not main deck Hex Bliterator. There is a chance that it was gotten off of the Reggie, but I think that it's a line that is still... So the one thing that I am a little worried about is I don't know if you lose 2 Nasus if that doesn't work out. I think Siphoning Strike still shuffles into the deck, but I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, and that's such a big risk, right? Knowing that there is a randomly generated potential removal spell.
And Dresbo just going to swing here. The Nasus scales based on the earlier trades in combat, is not going to trade down against the Chump Lump, recognizes that 4LW wants to put another spell on the stack to make sure that this damage goes through, and this activates Dresbo's Rekindler. There is a couple very aggressive lines, right, with Scrying Sands, open attack, trying to just push through damage, but it's not lethal. I think that Dresbo is very much afraid of the back alley bar.
I want to see Dresbo do what they can to try and get some additional mana out of 4LW. I don't really care what card I'm getting out of their hand. I just want to make sure they don't get to play a back alley bar this turn, because that is a lost condition for Dresbo. If they feel like if 4LW's in a safe enough position to run out bar after bar, that's going to be an issue very, very quickly.
And now with Dresbo putting the Scrying Sands after committing to combat, was hoping 4LW would spend a little bit more mana, one more card, trying to fish out the kill on the Nasus. But now Dresbo gets to have his cake and eat it too. If you kill the Nasus, I get Rekindler. If you don't, it's in play, it's scaling. Siphoning Strike hits true when 4LW taps down. We've got a 5/5 Dragon and a 9/5 Nasus. This is horrifying.
Absolutely, and if 4LW does develop second back alley bar next turn, I think Dresbo's going to feel kind of safe to just run out this Terror of the Tides, and then it doesn't matter that Nasus isn't giving that -1 aura. Terror of the Tides is going to clean it up, and we might see a quick lethal.
The value just was not enough. There was no Seraphine, no Kennen, maybe trying to get some stuns. The Anomaly has Ruination. I don't know if it's possible for it to morph into the same spell twice in a row.
That was Harrowing right there, so it could still turn into Ruination, but instead we get the Kale spell. I believe that's Divine Judgment. Not gonna be useful here.
It's just a little AoE buff. Not the right card.
Could be useful next turn, but even then, we mentioned Terror is gonna -2, so even that wouldn't be enough, but
if you're
I don't
4LW,
think you can play second bar.
Do you have to pass?
Scar? That might be the line, and I mean, Tiny Spear is basically a pass, right? Oh, never mind. Yeah. We're immediately dropping a bar. We're just making hand space first.
Trying to double discount, trying to find something.
Oh no!
My god!
The Purify!
It is the time! No!
There is still a Quicksand in Dresbo's hand, as well as this other kill spell, so they can still take out a bunch of fearsome blockers, but there is that attack buff, that crowd pleaser in 4LW's hand, as well as the Bandle City Tellstone to get things back up. I don't think Dresbo's looking at lethal next turn without a mighty top deck.
I'm trying to recall what's in the Bandle Tellstones. They reworked it recently. I know it doesn't have Keeper's Verdict anymore. It still gets to keep the Heroic Refrain, however. So there is a little bit of buff there too, right? No, it does not anymore.
Oh, I'm thinking of whatever the +2/+1 spell is for 2 units.
Yeah, Heroic Refrain.
Okay. That's gone?
It's in there, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So we do potentially hold down the fort thanks to this Purify. Dresbo does not have Vaults of Helia, still has one Rekindler in hand that is currently inactive, and no card draw. If 4LW wins this, it's going to be by the skin of their teeth, stabilizing right here, right now.
Yeah, at the moment, 4LW doesn't have a win condition. They have the cat in hand, but I do not know how close we are to that. I imagine if 4LW wants to, they probably can cast it, but there is, of course, the vengeance in Dresbo's hand to deal with that.
And because of double bar, the board is full. And when you cast a spell, you can't overwrite a unit. So one of these does have to go down.
I imagine one of them's going down here.
In ice.
How does he do it? This is the anomalation of a seasonal champion.
He saw the future, took the greedy card. Assembly line was the other choice offered to get 2 3/3s, to get 2 fearsome blockers, and 4LW said, but what's in the box? It could be anything.
It could even be a board wipe, and lo and behold, a board wipe we have found. And again, very important to note that Buried in Ice specifically...
Refuge!
Buried in Ice
Dark
specifically
Bulb
will not
Acolyte.
kill the Nasus, so Rekindler's not going to be online.
It's still alive. It's still scaling. It will strike to level up this turn. And all Dresbo needs to do is maybe run the quicksand to deny the lifesteal here? Is it even that important?
I don't think you have any other quicksand use other than trying to push through your fearsome attackers, which I could see Dresbo still wanting to hang on to that, but yeah, deciding that the lifesteal is something that you cannot abide. And takes away the augment as well to drop the attack.
All the way down to a 1-2, and with no augment, you can't cheekily spam out a bunch of spells to rebuff this to get the knock. So now Nasus is going to level here, and this is important. With the spell shield, it will be able to tank through the Buried in Ice and stay alive as another additional threat.
And
but
if
Seraphine's going to be leveled.
If 4LW wants to try and play something in combat here, I think they're taking themselves off of Buried in Ice, and 4LW continues to make the correct call. You know, has something to pop the spell shield, so this Nasus will still get gobbled up, but if that even is the line for 4LW, you know, kind of where do they go from there?
I hear you, Zon.
Seraphine going to try to make a miracle happen. If you got to find somewhere to go when you're backed into a corner, this is exactly the sort of deck that can find a way, Boulevard. Soul Harvest. Going to find a nice target here on the Seraphine. Really nothing in the hand worth doubling. Goes for Crowd Pleaser to boost her attack so she survives the Soul Harvest, and this will generate 2 cards. We've got Heavy Metal, and now the Runic Blade. Going to get a buff here, and a little bit of a Braid Fragment.
And all of this to say that, you know, Buried in Ice mana still online for 4LW, still has that ping available to take out the spell shield. They can push through if they want to, but is it lethal next turn? With this Runic Blade in hand, Skarzig, it might actually be.
Doubled by Seraphine. If you get the right Blade Fragments, those will also be discounted and doubled. Heroic Refrain off the Bandle Tellstones being doubled. It's a tall order. I think the numbers are there. If there was one more unit on this board, I think that 4LW would feel more confident taking the line.
Possibly, and I think Dresbo, the decision they're going to have to make when they see this Buried in Ice come out is, do I want to hate spike my Nasus to get it into the Rekindler pool to try and develop an additional blocker next turn? Because if you see Buried in Ice coming out from 4LW, you know they've got to be taking a shot at lethal next turn.
Yeah, taking the spell shield off of the Nasus. You got to remember, Dresbo's still fearing the potential of just a Hex Obliterator. But
we still haven't seen that Reggie card because it is the Buried in Ice. 4LW hovering something else, though.
Looking at the cat, looking at the progress.
I think that was our spectator checking the progress on the cat. Unfortunately, because it is the second hand, we can't see it. But I assume the cat will be available next turn.
We're trying to find it.
Everything.
The mystery. The suspense is killing me, Boulevard.
Okay, it's activated. We got confirmation. We assumed it was. We also assumed that's going to be where the Vengeance is put next turn. So it's a matter of, can you find lethal around that? And I think the answer is still just yes.
Just slowly chipping away at this Nasus, trying to find that little bit of damage. We've got Heavy Metal plus Electro Harpoon to get over the hump. And 4LW says, okay, now that I know you don't have Rekindler mana, I can safely take out the Nasus this turn, probably develop this cat. And now Dresbo taps under the Vengeance.
That's fine. I mean, 4LW doesn't have the attack token right now, right? We can Vengeance next turn. We're not in that much danger, but it is, you know, as long as we bank the spell mana, I think Dresbo's gonna survive if this Buried in Ice doesn't come out, which it's really looking like it's not going to.
Another Electro Harpoon. Somehow 4LW down to 4 cards in hand after everything is said and done, managing to throw out so many spells and clear this board down. Dresbo even keeping the Hate Spike up just for one more emergency block.
Looks like this should be the end of the action here. No, we're gonna cat this turn. That makes sense as well, you know. With 5 mana, there's nothing Dresbo can do to threaten the life of this. It would have to be the Vengeance, so the mana efficiency not quite there for Dresbo because they did run out the additional blocker, but now... Battle Fury on Anomaly!
Oh, 4LW. 4LW. And
if
the Song Spitter?
If 4LW can find the Overwhelm Blade off of this Runic Blade, we might be looking at lethal once again.
Answered Prayer. Drop the bomb. Ebb? Not the greatest picks. Nothing that's going to influence the board immensely, but double drop the bomb does open one more slot. By taking a slow action here does give Dresbo the means to play this Rekindler down. There is also mana to back up with Rite of Negation.
Yeah, the scary part, though, is that Dresbo is sort of already hard committed into playing the Vengeance this turn, so Rekindler Vengeance would be all of their mana, and with the Hate Spike coming down, that would mean you can't play that Rekindler. But even if the Vengeance and the Rite are held up, I think this Battle Fury, if we can pull an Overwhelm Blade, will still just be lethal.
And you get 2 shots at doing it, right? 66% chance.
Yeah, it's looking good for a 4LW victory right here. Rekindler does come down.
Ebb will be duplicated. You get to double flow, right? And then have a couple shots at hitting the Nexus.
Oh yeah, you might be clearing out a lot of blockers here.
Wait a minute. Dresbo just can't keep the board wide enough. Nasus is big, but still not big enough to stop this cat.
Yeah, Vengeance still has to be committed onto the cat one way or another, and then whatever isn't blocked by Nasus could be getting pushed through.
This double discount from the bar is so ridiculous. Ebb, Flow, Ebb and Flow. These are all unique spells, and therefore they're unique discounts. We've got more healing and another clear.
Yeah, this is kind of what put Seraphine Bilgewater on the map initially, was this sort of interaction between Ebb and Flow. It obviously wasn't the only thing, but it was definitely a consideration in those earlier days. And now you have to imagine 4LW is going to be able to... Oh, we're spending money on this, so Battle Fury no longer on the table, actually.
Just popping the spell shield on the Nasus instead. 4LW just saying, I don't think that there's a way for me to get lethal this turn with the debuff aura on the Nasus, with still mana open for Vengeance. I'd rather just take the spell shield off the Nasus and then have a way to potentially remove it later on. Finally, after 4LW is tapped down, the Vengeance is pulled for that pursuit.
I believe this is still going to be lethal. The Unanswered Prayer.
Bring it with me now.
4LW, I am 90% sure, had 2 to 3 different kinds of lethal this turn. Actually, I believe still has it with the Runic Blade. Or is going to be 1 shy?
Weapon hilt +2, and hits the +2, the glinting
it's focus
fragment.
Speed, but it's focus speed. We can't play it in combat.
I forgot about that. Yeah, he had to go for Answered Prayer.
And Call for Help only works on damaged units. I don't know why 4LW didn't play the Answered Prayer, but now finds Celestial Trifecta.
Another lease on life for 4LW. Dresbo at 1 HP. 1 Nasus versus the world can hit for 15, but is that all you can do?
All that healing out of 4LW means they can just tank the Nasus to the face. And now we find lethal off of the Wild stance to get the Boar stance to deal 1 to everything.
This has been a journey, Boulevard. This is the first game of the top 64 of this first best of 3. And it's been a banger. Ram stance.
That's
deal
the one.
1 to all. Right of negation has to be used here.
But there's a
and
second
there's
stance
another
swap.
one in the hit.
Oh, that is going to be for LW taking game 1. It might not have been the cleanest. I think on the previous turn, you know, when we were talking about, yeah, you know, you're looking at 6 mana, obviously it's Vengeance. I think 4LW maybe just had the second Quicksand in mind, but I don't know,
Yeah,
you know,
and then
maybe
the
shaking the
answered
rust off a little bit.
The tentacle would have been debuffed by Nasus.
It still would have been lethal, but, you know,
Yeah.
it gets game 1. Gets game 1 either way.
Super impressive, to say the least. I think that even though the Hextech anomalies didn't end up coming through, the foresight to take that card and recognize that in a matchup like this where I need to take advantage of every possibility was certainly correct. And the game certainly went longer than I thought it would. We're going to look at the bans now as well, Boulevard. Samira was indeed the ban for both sides.
Yeah, with Bandle Gunners not being present in either of these lineups, I think Samira is kind of the next default ban, but now we get to see how Alawi Swain is going to fare against this Nasus deck, and once again, I don't think there's much in the way of landmark removal outside of potentially a 1 of Scorched Earth, and that is exactly what we are on for 4LW.
1 Scorched Earth between victory and defeat. Dresbo had the Vaults of Helia before. It got pranked, but still played it on curve. And then it was immediately removed and unfortunately did not have a second one to keep that chain of Nasus Rekindler going. 4LW is going to be out Ravenous Flock, has a really hard time answering these big mid-tier bodies, and Vengeance has always been the bane of these Swain Leviathan decks.
And that's sort of one of the interesting points about rotation, right? Is like Ravenous Flock might be gone, but Swain's Ravenous Flock is not gone. So if you can get that titular champion online, you do once again have access to one of the most powerful removal spells in the history of Legends of Runeterra. But on the side of Dresbo, not seeing a lot of action, but honestly, I don't think it matters. The power of this deck is like Rockbear Shepherd into Vaults of Helia randomly turns into a 4-drop and just really accelerates you really quickly.
Mirai Warden finding a little bit of value here, dealing 1. We've got Swindle and Pirouette in this deck. I love the concept of Pirouette. We can stun 1 big fearsome blocker, swing in with the Swain. If we can get Swain to connect Boulevard, I think it could put 4LW far enough ahead where Dresbo might not be able to respond. If you only have 1 or 2 units versus a Swain versus an Alawi, then it doesn't matter if you can find the lethal on the next turn, because Swain just deals so much damage with his effect.
And the issue is really going to be making sure that the board stays under control before that Swain comes down. Make sure that you've got a couple of different blockers for it, you know, a Nasus plus something else ideally, maybe even 2 Nasus through the power of a Rekindler. But in the meantime, Dresbo, not a lot of answers in hand for these larger units. You know, no Siphoning Strike once the Nasus is online, no Vengeance, and we just see a pass out of Dresbo on 4, not yet committing that Vaults of Helia.
There's the potential, right, to bluff, say, well, I've got Vengeance, maybe you don't want to swing, maybe you under attack here, just for the sake of respecting that mana, but Dresbo's going to just take the hit, see where the blocks line up, then probably play the vaults next turn, because you still need a unit, right, to survive for your vaults to activate, and that's where things get muddy. Is it going to just be a second Rock Bear? It feels so bad in this deck to have your Vaults of Helia turn delayed.
And I think that's why we're not going to see sort of the quote-unquote obvious chump block with the Rockbear Shepherd, respecting the removal potential into the Vaults of Helia. And I imagine now Dresbo is going to slam this card down on the table, get their Camavoran Dragon, and get their strategy off the ground.
Rock Bear is also going to come out from its hibernation. Another 5/5 is going to be great to be able to attack freely and block.
Oh, Rite of Negation could get picked up by 4LW, but so could Glory's Call.
4LW has shown his propensity for greed. What could be in this glorious golden box?
And he takes
and
it over the right
for it.
With
the Vengeance, I'm just going to hold it. You know, if they've got the Vengeance for my Swain, for my Leviathan, it's whatever. But Glory's Call, this could get me something delicious.
And now the Nasus is online for Dresbo thanks to the Rock Bear that actually popped out once the Husk was summoned. That's how that interaction plays out. So it's not actually the Camovoran Dragon. We're actually much further along, and with the Rekindler in hand, you know, things looking pretty good for Dresbo.
Yeah, and no fearsome blockers. 4LW has to take that chunk. A 6-6. But here comes Swain, not leveled up yet. I don't think any damage has actually been done. Any effect damage, maybe 1 or 2 points. Nothing really going to register on the radar. Typically with this list, you want to hit your Watchful Idol turn 1, get a lot of free progress towards Swain's level. This is going to mostly be, I'm going to pirouette to stun the Nasus and hope that Swain can swing through, get that special Nexus Strike effect, deal a bonus 3 damage. Here comes Rekindler, however. This might be too much for 4LW to handle.
And there's a Desert Duel on the side of Dresbo now, as well as a Quicksand to ensure that this Nasus cannot, or that the Swain, rather, cannot get through, but maybe, just maybe, going to be hanging on to that Desert Duel for the Leviathan. Of course, if I were Dresbo, I would be imagining that 4LW actually does have my Right of Negation, and I think that's going to be a big decision impact for Dresbo for the remainder of this game until they see that Glory's Call.
Alawi comes through, gonna buff up this Tentacle. This is the classic. I can't really deal with Nasus, so I'm just gonna try to go wider and get damage through around the sides. Desert Duel comes out, and 4LW doesn't use Right of Negation to stop it. So does Dresbo think that maybe it wasn't taken, or maybe he's saving it for a vengeance?
Could be that. Could also be, you know, it's kind of weird because 4LW might just be, if there's any situation where 4LW has 4 mana left and is thinking about the Right of Negation, you know, Dresbo knows that they know they also have a Right of Negation, because that's how 4LW would have gotten it in the first place. So it's like, I can't really just throw my right out into a right. There's really not a lot of things in this deck that I think 4LW cares about getting righted, outside of maybe the Scorched Earth onto the Vaults. But for now, it's just going to be how many removal spells can Dresbo find.
Ooh, and Dresbo lets the Swain's Ravenous Flock through. This powerful champion spell that you called attention to already, Boulevard, swings true. Massive impact here alongside Pirouette. Dresbo has no fearsome blockers. That's a lot of damage and a lot of progress towards Swain's level up. We're going to get a fantastic hit through. This Husk cannot block.
And I do want to mention that Vaults of Helia actually will still trigger at the end of the round because Dresbo is playing the full 3 copies of Rekindler. So even though one is down and one is in hand, is still a copy out there. But Swain going to take a little poke at the Nexus here. Quicksand still available if Dresbo doesn't want to take the damage.
Yeah, you can put that Swain all the way down to 0. Just doing some quick calculations to see, can I just take this hit? Because Swain's not leveled up, he's basically a 6-6, not going to do the board wipe that you're truly fearing. But I would respect, you know, a little bit of chump blocking here.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, 6 damage is a lot, Skarzig, especially for a 5-mana card to be doing. We don't see them hitting that hard that often, and of course will also progress the level up of the Swain, which is one of those pressure points for this deck. Sometimes it's difficult to level that champion.
This list, especially the Alawi version, is much more board-based, isn't reliant on hyper-leveling the Swain. Sometimes your deck offers you that line, but more often than not, it's just using, as we've seen, the pirouettes to kind of brute force. Dresbo floating the 3 mana, making it easier to weave in this Right of Negation if need be. Going to save this Glory's Call for when the moment is right. An 11/11 Nasus now, augmented by a 4/4 and a 5/5 on his flanks.
It's not quite lethal for Dresbo yet, even if they... I'm trying to figure out. Dresbo might actually have lethal if they quicksand the Swain, because one of these other units is going to get through, and then as the other units fall to blocking Dresbo's units, that might just get Nasus big enough. And it looks like Dresbo's run the math.
Seeing the line.
Is gonna go for it. You know, maybe kind of thinking, do I have to go double?
Yes,
okay, yeah,
I
going
was
for
just
the double.
going to say this. I love hitting both to try to play around Eye of Nagakaboros a little bit here. That's going to buff that tentacle up.
Let's focus
forcing the
speed
block
now.
in a very specific... I always forget about that. Thank goodness.
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Thank goodness.
I think Dresbo's concern is, like, can Swain level to block the Nasus? And the answer is no, not at burst speed. And now we know the Glory's Call going to be useless, as I don't... Actually, no, I don't think Glory's Call is useless. I think there are fast mana removal spells in the Emperor's deck.
Yes, we do have the the Sands Clutch, I believe it's called, where you just obliterate a follower. This Leviathan it's already gone. There's no way for this thing to ever stick.
Down to 1 on the side of 4LW, which is not safe. Camivore Dragon is in the list and does have a way to deal direct burn damage to the enemy Nexus. But here comes Leviathan. That's going to have to be a vengeance out of Dresbo, you have to think.
And that does pull Ravenous Flock. But there's just nothing to be done here. Nasus with Spell Shield, no Scorched Earth. 4LW might get, what is it, Sandstorm off the Glory's Call?
Could be. Make it rain
And
to
I
pop the
think
Spell Shield, but
and I
you know
think
there's a
that
right
might
of
be the
negation.
only- Oh, yeah. So now 4LW back into a corner. We know that the control Shadow Isles has always been such a difficult matchup for Swain. And even though it was a fantastic exchange in the mid game, 4LW put up a great fight. Looks like we're going to be heading into a game 3 soon, Boulevard.
Yeah, and I think 4LW's just kind of got to go through the motions here. You know, looking at a level 2 Swain as well as a Pirouette and a Make It Rain, you got to be thinking, is there still a way for me to stun out enough of these units to push through the Swain damage and find lethal? If I high roll the Make It Rain, and assuming Dresbo never plays this Rite of Negation because they're wondering about what comes next, but I think Make It Rain not tagging the Nexus does mean any hope of lethal for 4LW has been squashed.
Pirouette can ping the Nexus and stun one thing, but that's just going to get negated. 4LW might fish with the Glory's Call here. Let's see what these options are. Sandstorm is indeed offered, but too little too late.
Yeah, fully unplayable given the mana that 4LW has remaining. That is going to be a surrender in Skarzig. We are going to a game number 3 where we are going to get to see Karma set up against Alawi Swain.
Again, it's another value control idea where you are trying to play this kind of top-heavy mid-range, as we like to call it, a bruiser deck. Something that gets on the board in the early mid-game, punches through. All Karma Set needs to do is save those stuns for Swain, keep that under control. If 4LW gets a better curve, though, there is the very, very scary optimal curve, right? Watchful Idol into the Sea's Voice, into Alawi, where you suddenly just have so many incredibly large scaling threats that Karma Set might not be able to deal with cleanly.
Yeah, you know, you look at the removal tools available to Karma Set, it's a lot of bouncing, it's a lot of stunning. The issue is that eventually you run out of those, and, you know, 4LW is going to be pretty safe to just run out things like Alawi and Swain on curve, because 6 health is way too much for this deck to deal with cleanly. And I don't know that they're going to be able to actually stall into the mid game. There's just so many threats in this Swain Alawi deck. Very antithesis to the predecessor of Twisted Fate Swain, where it was really just Swain and Leviathan. Now, nearly every unit has to be answered.
Looking closer at Dresbo's list, we've got a single copy of Hex Obliterator, and with a little bit of help, that can clear Leviathan. And this is the classic, right? The war of answers versus the war of threats. If 4LW can establish enough threats, especially because there's that kind of dead window between round 7 and round 10, right? Where 4LW gets to have that leeway to develop threats before Karma is online. And all you need is for Leviathan to stick and proc one good time to stun Dresbo's board, and then Swain swings through. Alawi gets stunned preemptively with Concussive Palm to prevent the spawning effect, and we're going to trade in the 3-2 right away. Already taking 6 damage overall, and we can already see that Dresbo is heavily protective of the HP.
Now Set's going to come down, but again, 6 HP is just so much to try and answer, even if there was a High Note or Mystic Shot available for the backup. But for now, looks like Swain might just have to take what he can get, go after something like this Mirai Warden. But again, we see, you know, these Riptide Sermons in the hand of 4LW, a card that 4LW put on the map in those pirate aggro lists that everybody might have forgotten about. You know, I think everyone loves to forget about Riptide Sermon Pirates, but that was 4LW.
The Riptide Pirates. What? That deck was wild, for sure. And another card that we have not seen in a very long time 4LW putting on the map is Buru Lookout. a 4-3 that summons a 3-3, really plays into this mid-range beatdown style that has allowed this new build of Swain to flourish in the metagame. And it's just all about throwing it all down. You're flying by the seat of your pants in this matchup. You aren't trying to play reactive, holding spells, trying to get cheeky with stuns. It's all about just going wide and beating down.
And it looks like the decision has been made. Set going to take out the tentacle, finished off by a heavy metal, and now Dresbo probably at the very least eyeing the tag out. And if there is no tag out, you got to think about Aftershock onto the Buru Lookout. There's just so many things that Dresbo needs to answer. Is going to let the set go down. Does Aftershock come out? It does. Going to clean up the board a little bit, but still the advantage feeling very high for 4LW.
Yeah, tag out. With a hand quality like this, the tag out has to be saved to recall a Swain or a Leviathan. It's just too much reactivity. Place your bets. These are combo pieces you need in the late game. Trying to answer these mid-game threats is just too difficult. Second Aftershock comes through, hits the C's voice. 4LW still with 4 mana up, can swing through, dealing another 5 damage. Slowly but surely getting there. We know that Karma set does not have a lot of healing. There's 2 copies of Smooth Mixologist in this list, and maybe Karma can random into something here.
And you got to think that turn feels like a win for Dresbo. Even though 5 damage is a quarter of their life total, they could have taken so much more, but they just don't have the tools in hand to really survive from here on out. These place your bets really not doing any favors, before you actually get into the range. And it looks like 4LW calling out, you don't have Mystic Shot. You don't have access to High Note. You have none of these removal tools. You would have been using them more aggressively. I can take out your Karma with this Tentacle Smash.
I love the sequencing as well, because with Tentacle Smash coming through, if this gets denied, we also still have mana open for the Riptide Sermon. Wuju style is the answer to protect Karma.
Tag out
everything rides on this champion.
And I like you mentioned earlier, I don't think tag out can be used to save this Karma once the Riptide Sermon comes through to finish her off. I think you have to be saving that for a bounce onto a Lowy or Swain, and that's just one of the issues of having your protection and removal all tied into the same card. You end up with these other useless things in hand, like place your bets.
And this allows 4LW the luxury of a fantastic open attack, because Alawi has an on-attack ability that buffs the tentacle. It means that something like a Concussive Palm isn't cleanly responding to a board like this. The prophecy was true all along, Boulevard. Just pressure them.
And if Dresbo only takes out 1 unit here, they will be dead to second Riptide Sermon plus Make It Rain. Tag out comes out onto the Tentacle, Palm onto the Alawi. Dresbo going to hang on to their life total as much as possible. Just as, if you throw down a Leviathan, I guess you're moving on to the top 32 for LW, but that's a risk I'm going to have to take.
This lineup from Dresbo was very specifically trying to go over top of a lot of greedier lists, and 4LW found this lineup that is much scrappier and puts on way more pressure. We had the back alley bar deck as a hedge versus these greedier matchups that you are most likely going to find in a high-level tournament setting, but having just this classic beatdown does wonders in this current metagame.
I like 4LW picking up the Aftershock, saying, hey, Dresbo, if you want to try to develop a Karma on 9 as a way to get back into this game, I've got an Aftershock to get through your denied, then I've got a Tentacle Smash to follow it up. That Karma is not allowed to stick, and after that, an open attack should be lethal. Dresbo gonna have to finally cash in these place your bets, betting it all on the top deck. Karma finds it, but 4LW has the answers.
Karma can come through. No coins have been set up. Pit Professional, MIA. Smooth Mixologist, MIA. No way to play down your champion. Have the coins as a backup to then refill, to have deny to save it. 4LW drew not only a fantastic spread of threats, but a clean suite of removal to keep this board clear. 20-5. Develops Swain. He's leveled thanks to all of Alawi's tentacle support.
And I like 4LW continuing to develop here, understanding Dresbo really only has one way back into this. Even if it was set off the top, you're still not in a position to really take out enough of 4LW's board to survive, given how on the back foot Dresbo has been throughout the entire course of this game. And now you know that you can't afford to pass if you're Dresbo. You have to run out the karma and hope, and that hope will be snatched from you by 4LW.
With a board this wide, even if you go for place your bets, maybe trying to draw one or two more cards, you simply can't stop everything.
No, and now we're going to get a Make It Rain to take out this Vestayan Disciple. Just make sure the board stays clear, even though this unit is so unimpactful to the outcome of this game. 4LW doesn't want to give Dresbo any sense of satisfaction.
And this is one of those situations, right, where you're like, I can use this card now to just remain ahead, or is there a way to save this Make It Rain to get a little bit of value later? It's something that I kind of get in my own head as well, where sometimes you're so far ahead, you feel like you're tunnel visioning sometimes by just doing a good play that just is also keeping you ahead. But here it is. We refill the mana in order to play Karma.
And here
6
comes
mana now to
Aftershock.
back her up.
I think that's actually a visual bug. I think Dresbo's down to 1 mana.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's probably just they overlap too much. I was going to say, wait, there was way more coins than I was counting.
Not only that, but that means Dresbo would have had 11 mana when they played this Karma, which you cannot do.
But yeah, just a cheeky little visual bug.
Yeah.
Riot likes to do some trolling of me specifically. And yeah.
You can see it there with the 1 spell mana banked. If anybody's wondering why Deny wasn't used to protect the Karma, it was physically impossible. Just like Dresbo winning this game, and 4LW, one of many seasonal champions in this top 64, will be chugging on just a little bit further.
The Swain Alawi, a deck that showed up in the metagame just a little bit after the recent balance patch, and players weren't entirely sold on it. We know from experience that Bilgewater Noxus has always been a counter deck. You have to find the right matchups, the right metagame for it. Even when it does well, it does still get written off by a lot of players simply because, well, I haven't really practiced it a lot. It can be very clunky when you get around to playing it, but I think that with Alawi offering the list a more proactive game plan for its early mid game, rather than saying I'm only good against board-based decks and anti-swarm, especially, rip red card, I think that 4LW is showing us that this list might have a new lease on life.
Maybe. I mean, you mentioned players constantly writing off this archetype. It's me, Skarzig. I'm players. I'm the one constantly writing off this archetype. Every time a Swain deck comes up in the meta, I'm like, you're not going to bait me again, guys. I will constantly bring up the 2021 World Championship, where Real Key brought TF Swain and went 0-7 with the deck.
Yeah, that was a rough time.
I will never fall for that one again.
But we've got a bonus game 3 here, Boulevard. Ichiran Ramen on a Teemo Echo.
We saw Duckling actually topped the last Runeterra Open with Teemo Echo. I don't know what the Teemo is doing for you over the Jinx.
I guess just when you really think about it, having Jinx and Echo and Voice of the Risen all on 4 can end up being clunky. Teemo being an extra elusive attacker, gets buffed by Voice of the Risen. Just putting the deck in a more low to the ground position, I guess maybe does well.
Where did this Rock Bear come from? There is no standard Echo card that's going to get you a Rock Bear. Maybe this prediction will show
in
us?
This deck? Hibernating Rock Bear came off of the, just got it somewhere.
Yeah, I guess the Shepherd's in here. Nasus?
Wait a minute!
Oh my, we got baited. No one told us Nasus was in this deck, and there's a second team. Hold on, what kind of deck are you running where you're running Nasus and Echo, and you show me 2 Teemos? Teemo is 100% the one-of champion in my mind in a situation like that.
And now Chrono Break comes through. You're reviving the Teemos. They're Nexus striking multiple times, potentially, doubling mushrooms. Ichiran Ramen's done it again, Boulevard. This is a player that has risen to prominence in recent times as the boogeyman of Master Tier, running just these decks that seem completely unreasonable on paper, yet have been catching a lot of players off guard. And that style of innovation has brought them here to top 64, game number 3, swinging for a juicy hit on the back of these elusive units once more.
And now that I've got the paper in front of me of exactly what we have from Ichiran Ramen, it's 3 Echo, 2 Teemo, and 1 Nasus. Not as many of the predict spells as you're kind of used to in these Echo lists. A little bit of formula, you know, running the triple high note, triple mystic shot that we've come to expect out of Piltover and Zon Control. This is definitely what the experts refer to as a pile. But as you mentioned, this is a player that is known for their piles.
And when we look across the table at Methodical's list, you know, this is the new Noxus Pantheon. The players who wanted to use the Bilgewater elsewhere with Tristana, you then were able to employ Samira in that Noxus package with Targon and Pantheon. We've got the Brutal Skirmish here, having a little bit of interaction with these strike spells, trying to stay alive, trying to stay afloat and scale. Ramen putting on a lot of pressure, but all we need is Daddy Pantheon to come through to steal one more game like he's been known to do.
We're gonna see Teemo level up thanks to the Teemo's Poisonous Puffcaps, as well as I believe that's a high note on the stack to try and save the Teemo's life, and it is going to get countered by a Spell Shield potentially.
I think that now there's even more value and threat put onto this Teemo. We absolutely have to protect and let this go through.
Yeah, but this does mean Echo's not going to strike, and the hand of Ichiran Ramen is so weak at this stage of the game. Really wanted to get that predict and draw off. We'll see what comes off the Ancient Preparations.
This has to be big. I was hoping for Formula. You mentioned it was in the deck, and that is a card that is so next level, because when you play these Echo lists, this is where you start to run dry. If you can't just win off of the back of 1 or 2 chrono breaks, especially with no Voice of the Risen in play, your threat level is incredibly diminished. We need the extra card draw, the extra resources. Methodical denying the strike from Echo, therefore denying the time trick to search for another meaningful card, is so huge here. We've got a scout weapon.
Got a scout weapon, but no real like quick attack or challenger to try to take advantage of it, especially given the quicksand in Ichiran Ramen's hand, that no possible way to make them tap below. I mean, Methodical definitely going to be on the back foot, as there are at least, there's still more shrooms in the deck, Methodical. I don't know if you forgot about those, but you got to do what you got to do. You got to draw the cards, you got to heal your unit, and now can you actually survive this Mystic Shot plus Elusive combo that are almost certainly pointed at your Nexus at this stage of the game, knowing that that means Ichiran Ramen is 1 shroom away from moving on to the top 32?
And when we look back into the historical records, Boulevard, one of the ways that players first figured out how to beat Pantheon when he rose to prominence was elusive. And just being able to swing through, go wide, and fight it where it cannot block is so important. The Saga Seeker all the way up to a 13-6 now, refilling spell mana off of the fishing line, I guess it has attached to it now.
Yep.
And Combat Reel, thank you.
No problem.
This, just forces the block.
This means we've got board parity as far as non-elusives are concerned. So it is still up to a mushroom for Methodical to die here. Doesn't find it off
Pantheon
the top.
comes through. I was maybe hoping for a Voice of the Risen or again another formula offline. Ramen's going to swing through, try to push through damage. We have 1 Mystic Shot. Maybe Bakai can find a little bit more burn. There's 1 minute left on the clock in this round.
Well, we still got 5 minutes of overtime, which I imagine we will be able to find a winner by then. But if Ichiran Ramen whiffs on these next 2 predicts and this Pantheon rolls lifesteal, we might see the swing, especially given that there's a scout weapon for Methodical. Scout Pantheon was so powerful, Skarzik, they had to remove the keyword from the random generation pool.
And Methodical just going to put 1 more proc onto the Saga Seeker, and here comes Pantheon. striking down as a meteor, trying to steal one more game and keep Methodical in this tournament. Let's look at these keywords. I see elusive, I see lifesteal. I see spell shield. This is a Giga Predict. Finds high note, finds another Bakai.
It's not enough. Ichiran Ramen, I think yes, a rally would still be enough here because of the quicksand. Maybe not, actually. If there's spell shield on that Pantheon, you can't get through that. It might just have to be second Mystic Shot.
You gotta find the burn.
Oh, right in negation. That's not it. There's another Predict, though, for Ichiran Ramen. We still have more opportunities.
Okay, so Boulevard. Do you Mystic Shot the Pantheon right now to take the spell shield off so you can quicksand it next turn? Or do we hold the Mystic Shot in hopes that we draw a second Mystic Shot to put them both on the stack for lethal?
I think with 10 shrooms in the deck and 24 cards, I think I save that Mystic Shot. Ichiran might even be... Okay, they are going to pop the spell shield. I thought they were preemptively sending it Nexus to play around a strike spell coming off the top, but they are going to go for your line and say, I'm going to quicksand this. And Brutal Skirmish is off the top.
Formula was predicted. Skirmish off the top. Formula has to get... We do have the quicksand to stop this Pantheon right now.
Unfortunately, it's still going to kill the elusive.
So the unavoidable damage you were relying on, not going to be a factor here. Pantheon will be able to block it anyway. He still has Scout, so even if you quicksand from this position, Pantheon can still attack again. Formula grabs another quicksand. Ramen scraping the bottom of the barrel, still able to buy a lot of time from this position.
Oh, and this Reggie, this Pharaoh's Financier, has so much impact on the outcome of this game. Whatever he pulls is not going to be playable this round, but if you can find some burn...
Shifting Sand?
Servitude of Desolation would have been so massive if Ichiran Ramen had the mana for it this turn. Instead, we're going to take Shifting Sands, which I believe that's a removal spell that summons Sand Soldiers.
Yes, it deals 4 damage and summons 2 Sand Soldiers. Ramen's so desperately trying to go wide and swing through. This, combined with the quicksand, is massive. Nagi Neka hits Echo at the end of the round, so you don't even get access to the time trick.
Another Reggie means another shot at lethal, potentially. Shock Blast is found, but Pantheon has the keywords. Again, it doesn't matter in the face of quicksand, though. I think Ichiran Ramen's found it.
Ferris Financier, Reggie, the chef, delivered hot and fresh to your door. The answer. Brutal Skirmish, proccing lifesteal on the Pantheon, but Ramen has the second quicksand to deny the lifesteal and takes game 3.
And this is exactly what people complain about with Echo decks. So many times you lose. It took every single card in their hand to do it. It's almost why some people want to classify this as an aggro archetype. It took absolutely everything, but Ramen finds the victory. Methodical going out in the top 64.
What a game 3 to jump into Boulevard. This new build of Echo kind of taking it away from the, well, I'm not high rolling you because I'm just predicting very well, and just actually having raw card draw, extra value, different threats with the Nasus and the Teemo means that anybody who's studied the Echo matchup is really left unawares, and the Ramen special takes another victim.
And what's so funny to me is you have to think about the rest of Ramen's lineup, right? Teemo's in there, so you know it's not Demacia Bandle Gunners. Nasus is there, so you know there's not another Nasus deck in the lineup, and maybe we'll get to take a look at it later. But for now, we're going to throw it to a very short break before we are back with more top 32 action here at the Worlds Qualifier. the stage has been set, the battle lines have been drawn, and me and Skarsgård are now fully aware of the kind of action we are in for here in our first top 64 of the first Worlds Qualifier, where we will be trying to crown our first America's representative of the season to join Floppy Mudkip at the World Championship later this year. But going to be moving on to the top 32 very soon here and taking a look at the decks for our next feature matchup, Donut versus Drissoth. We take a look at the bracket here again, just to let everything let everyone know how everything played out, who moved on, who has been eliminated.
Yeah, Dr. Chekhov still in the running. Victor Lupin, I don't know why, but that name's kind of ringing a bell. Flock also in here, named after, of course, Ravenous Flock, everyone's favorite card. And Ramen, we saw just take that Game 3 clutch win right at the end of the last round.
And I checked Twitter. I know that there are some high-profile players that have been eliminated here. We can see a couple of them: Shaylo, Ikado, Jason Sational, Mr. Emotional, Easy to Win. A lot of high-profile names already taken out in the top 64 to give you an idea of how cutthroat the competition is.
And again, we're landing on Donut versus Drissoth, another, match that could be, the finals of any tournament. P-Tash still in the running versus Krios. 4LW, who we saw take the win, gonna have to go up against Damien, another player who had really risen to prominence, I think really on the back of Ezreal Draven way back in the day, the Tri-Beam deck. So this is, again, another titanic matchup. Luigi also still in it, an unsung hero of the NA scene.
And in this last bracket, Skarsgård, that we're going to take a look at here, some hearts are going to break as we find out the fate of crowd favorite Majin Bay, who has been eliminated in the top 64.
Majin Bay close to 1 versus Turtle Duck. And Turtle Duck has been known, to creep around these pro Discord servers, helping a lot of players prep and practice. So it's no surprise that Turtle Duck is very prepared for anything that all of these players might throw at him.
And I want to shout out one name specifically here that players may not be familiar with. Down there at the very bottom, we have Nomu Verde, who rose to prominence, getting top 4 at the very first Monuments of Power Seasonal back in, I think it was like November of 2020.
Nomu Verde. This is with the standard format. A lot of these players that, played a ton, were very competitive, maybe kind of fell off the radar for a bit, focused on some IRL things. They come back and it's a fresh game for them, but that legacy skill and that preparation still comes through.
And just a moment here before we actually get into the deck lists of our two players, but Skarsgård, what are we expecting here? We know that Donut is, I say fresh, it was 6 months ago, but fresh off of a top 16 performance at the World Championship, where they've become very much like a Grandpa Roji style, very hard mid-range player. We see a lot of Vayne out of Donut. That's, I would say, his signature champion. I don't know if he would agree, but that's definitely what I associate with him. I know he's also been a big fan of Deep in some of previous metas, kind of calling it one of his pocket picks if that's something he can break out. And Deep's, it's there, it's on the radar. It's not anywhere near the center of the radar, but it is on the radar.
It's a deck, again, it's a pocket pick because it catches players by surprise. And the fact is, if the meta and the matchups line up for it well enough, it just does wonders. We've seen this in previous seasonal tournaments. We know that Deep was putting up some decent numbers like a week ago, just because, again, it was finding those good matchups, just trying to outscale. I don't think I like it for this particular tournament environment, but as we know, the Vayne, if you have put in the reps and the practice on the Aatrox Vayne, it still works fantastically. Now that Frostbite's been toned down a little bit, we're playing decks that want to fight back and forth on the board, and because of Aatrox, you have this beautiful late game scaling inevitability that I think, when you consider all those factors as a whole, Aatrox Vayne does make a lot of sense, especially if you are practiced and confident.
And on the other side of the table, of course, we have Drissoth, the stat man, the Burblefish master. It looks like we're going to be jumping right into things here, if I heard that correctly. So gameplay might already be underway, and we're going to hop in, skip the deck list, for straight into things. Bilgewater Gunners for Drissoth versus, I believe, Demacia Gunners for Donut. I really hope there's not another Bandle City Demacia deck running around.
Bandle City Demacia has the power of the Tristana, the power of the Vandal Gunners. You have some strike spells to still use it the same way that Drissoth's list uses Prize Fight. But the key card, of course, is the Champion Strength. If your opponent does not keep you under control, if you get one half step ahead, then the Champion Strength just absolutely closes out the game. The Bilgewater list here is a little bit more well-rounded, has some late game with the King's Court, but doesn't have the explosive mid-game that the Demacia variant is capable of.
And I want to walk folks at home through the timeline here real quick of Vandal Gunners, right? It got buffed, the Noxus version came out, everyone's like, okay, that's really cool. Then the Bilgewater version came out, and we were like, okay, forget about Noxus, this is really cool. Then Demacia came up as a counter to the other Vandal Gunner variants, but over the last week and a half, the stats are showing that it's not doing that job anymore, that Bilgewater Tristana has actually flipped the matchup back into being favored on the Master Ladder.
And with the puzzling signposts that Drissoth has in hand, this is going to be massive. Donut's going to have to play this in a much more traditional style. Even if you don't have Champion Strength as your auto win button when it resolves, you can still play this as a good scaling deck, right? We've got Tristana, we've got Vandal Gunners. Combat Cook is also a fantastic addition to this list because you have the weapons giving you extra threat and utility, but also a solid mid-game development that the Bilgewater version kind of lacks.
Absolutely. And when we talk about the removal that's open to both players as well, okay, well, that changes things a little bit. I was going to say a huge advantage for being the one with the Buster Shot. But now if Donut, for whatever reason, decides to take out the Tristana pre-combat, they are going to lose their Vandal Gunner in response, but that weapon to kick things off gives a huge advantage over to Donut, but they're going to run out the Cook and probably lose that Commando.
Yeah, I think that because you have the attack token here, the Combat Cook becomes so enticing. The quick attack now on this unit of 5/3 means that Vandal City's ability to develop chump blockers is a little bit reduced. Even though you are getting blocked, you get to kind of swing into it for free, keep that threat level up. The Gunner goes down, but we still have some threat coming through. Drissoth might need to take this damage just to maintain board and maintain threat level. The Vandal Commando must strike the Nexus in order to give you Owl Cats to discount your Gunners. There's one in the hand right now, and Drissoth has to sculpt his line of play around getting this down as soon as possible to combo with Prize Fight.
And this is such an awkward position for Donut. The Grumble Slug actually does help smooth things out, but Donut's not able to throw down the second Combat Cook this turn and still hold Champion Strength going into their own attack turn. There's just no way for that to work out. But Donut's in a position where I don't think they can really play for that Champion Strength as plan A. Drissoth is much wider on board. You're aware that the puzzling signpost is an option, and one that would completely blow you out if it does come out here. Gnar developed. This opens up Buster Shot for Donut, but do you go after Gnar, Tristana, or even the Vandal Commando?
This is a matchup that is not really based around, oh, my opponent hit me for lethal. It's whoever loses control of the board. This is purely, mid-range / tempo beatdown. Goes for the Buster Shot now to clear the Gnar. This is going to deny access to Pokey Stick. We still have mana to develop another Combat Cook. Because Donut has, just weapons and the double Champion Strength draw, has to just play this lower development style. We know that these Champion Strength Demacia decks love to run tons of 1-drops, things like Silverwing Vanguard, but now it's just 2v3, 2v4, and there's not really a good window of opportunity to play the Champion Strength. Cook number 2 finally hits, we get a Scout.
Yeah, Donut completely throwing the Champion Strength out the window, going for the Scout weapon instead. Tristana level up on the side of Drissoth means that she is going to be impossible to remove for Donut. No more. It'd take a Buster Shot plus a ping, but we know that the Demacia variant of this deck is lesser known for its removal options. Tenor of Terror, a nice top deck though, a good go wide option, but Drissoth going to be able to match it with a second copy of Grandfather Fay.
Grandfather Fay into Owl Cats. These are multi-region followers. They're going to get boosted by Tristana. Boost her in return. These Owl Cats with Spell Shield, so oppressive when they also have impact, get that guaranteed damage, and they're fantastic carriers for Prize Fight. Slowly, this only one Vandal Gunner in the hand getting discounted, and this is going to be a nice cherry on top of Drissoth's board. Donut goes wide with the Tenor of Terror, can block down, but needs to find a window here in the next turn or two. This is exactly the sort of board state you want to cast Champion Strength on, but Drissoth has to hold up the puzzling signpost.
Yeah, and no response from Drissoth there, just lets the Bandle Commando die, and I'm starting to calculate the impact damage because it's going to get very high in an important interaction for the folks at home that haven't seen it before. Once you are declaring your attackers and your opponent is lining up blockers, Prize Fight will proc your impact, and that's going to be impact 4 on the Bandle Gunners when Tristana gets her hands on her.
Still got a clean attack here with the Cook. Drissoth respecting here, just blocking rather than taking that 5 damage.
I think this might be lethal for Drissoth. Yeah, with Donut having no removal, I think Drissoth has like 16 impact damage here when we count in the Prize Fight.
And this is the specific interaction that makes this deck so dangerous. Impact procs when you strike in combat, and Prize Fight lets you do that in spades.
I've run the math. It is 14 no, why didn't... Oh, Bandle Gunners isn't a dual region card. It doesn't get the impact from Tristana. Never mind. We are not quite looking at lethal here. My mistake, folks.
It's still
only
a lot
looking
of
at
damage.
11.
And with Drissoth being ahead on tempo, forcing Donut to block down, the first one who looks away in this game of chicken is the one who loses. How much damage are you willing to take? Because
and you have
Drissoth has burn.
You have to imagine Donut's going to try to take as much as possible to preserve the board for the champion strength. You're not... I don't think you're at a level where, you know, you can just run out of champion strength on one unit and hope that that's going to carry you home.
Every time I see a block, I think that number's going to go down meaningfully, and it just does not.
Yeah, impact is a crazy mechanic, one that is very unique to Legends of Runeterra, and it's always nice to see something like this happen. But now, if I was going to say, if Donut lines up those blocks, Prize Fight is lethal.
And so the entire board is traded down. Tristana left standing versus the Tenor of Terror. And when you have this impact unit coming through, that's all you care about. At the very least, Donut was able to cleanly trade into this Bandle Gunners and is left with a proper 6 HP. So that is one more rep of Tristana plus Prize Fight to try to find the lethal here. The quick attack weapon goes onto the Tenor over the scout weapon because we need to attack and force some pressure here. But is there anything else to follow up on this? Grandfather Faye, okay.
Not as efficient as you would want. You're not going to have an opportunity to get down the Alcat and play Champion Strength. But again, I think it's such an awkward position for Donut where Champion Strength very early in the game was conceded as Plan A, but you're also stuck on 2 copies of it while Drissoth's entire hand is live, because even if Puzzling Signpost doesn't get the Champion Strength, which it will here, it can be used as weapon removal.
We send the Champion Strength back to the hand, and Drissoth draws a card.
Ooh.
Takes the big play, that Furious Fate Folk, off of the Mare. So we have another massive impact unit to use on Prize Fight. I think Drissoth is going to clean up this first game pretty soon, but we can see how if Donut is able to weave in a Champion Strength and force blocks down, you can take the board back from a pretty unwinnable position.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Drissoth wants to I don't think there's any way Donut can come back into this. If you play Champion Strength, you are dying to the impact either from the Furious Feyfolk or the Brass Ship, just giving double Prize Fight onto Tristana for 6 direct damage. And I don't think there's a top deck available for Donut to get them out of that. I think this is just going to be a nice, clean win for Drissoth here. Furious Feyfolk going to be the option. Donut can throw down 1 blocker, but even then they know they're not wide enough to survive, and they're just going to surrender. Drissoth takes game number 1 in the Bandle Gunner Mirror.
And that is a fantastic demonstration. You already mentioned, Boulevard, about how at high levels of play, matchups really flex and evolve as players become more aware of the matchups, maybe switch out 1 or 2 cards. They go from being favored and unfavored, and you just have to place your bets where they might fall. Surprisingly, Samira Fizz was left open for both players.
Oh no, that is... now we're getting the bans
delay. Good. Okay,
yeah.
just a small bug. I was about to say.
You don't want to leave...
You don't want to leave Drissoth on Fizz.
Absolutely not. Drissoth is the Fizz player in the Americas.
He is the Fizz player of all time, indeed. Drissoth now going to try to close out this set by being on Karma's set, a monstrous deck from the previous patch, still doing quite well, especially in a tournament environment where you can find the right matchups for it. Donut has champion strength. It's going to be whether or not Drissoth has the deny at the right time.
And Drissoth's gone for kind of a teched out build here. A tentative accountant is not something you see every single time you run into Karma's set. Being able to strike the Nexus and create a coin in hand, but I think just valuing the elusive blockers, expecting a high presence of Bandle Commandos and Fizz across the field.
It makes so much sense with the Caustic Rift nerfs. You aren't as resilient towards these decks that can go wide. Drissoth taking a block now into the Bandle Commando, and it's just a 1-2 into a 1-2, so it still stays alive. Donut doesn't need to use the form up just yet. Vandal City Mare comes through over the Tristana, of course. You want this thing to come through, get you another multi-region follower. Wandering Shepherd, very tempting. Tenor of Terror, also a great option.
Shark Trainer is also something that over the last couple of weeks we've seen steal so many games. The Attune plus the Short Tooth being this 4-2 Overwhelm is insane, but I think it's a little heavy-handed for what Donut's got going on here. Actually does go for the Tenor of Terror, and you know, the hand is looking pretty clunky, but it's not like it would have been solved by going for that Wandering Shepherd. It's still just a little bit too expensive. Not going to be able to run out multiple units until turn 6 at the minimum, and for now, Drissoth just doing too good of a job controlling the board as we're about to crest into the set turn.
I love the potential to pass here. Augmented Clockling, also very fun. Pit Professional is nice too. This is what you like to see when you're on Karma set. You aren't on this clunky, oh, I'm all in on a removal strategy. Something that you can play towards the board with ever so slightly. Maybe save your removal for the late game or in response to a champion strength is massive. Clockling is here because Drissoth wants to dig for deny.
Yeah, Mystic Shot, not a bad consolation prize if it's what you want to take, but I do understand just maybe hitting that skip button and really digging for the deny, understanding that Champion Strength is still a massive loss condition, but if you keep the board small enough, Champion Strength impact is greatly diminished.
Mystic Shot on the Bandle Commando immediately.
I like
forces
this.
The form up. Donut doesn't take the bait.
Yeah, so this is going to be 2 Nexus Strikes from Drissoth. Actually, Buster Shot going to be used to stop the coin generation, but the Augmented Clockling still going to get through.
And what's nice about this is you're preserving these elusive units. Augmented Clockling is going to stifle the next Bandle Commando. No Owlcats are being generated. No discounts on Bandle Gunners arriving from this position. And now Set comes through to hold down the mid game. Tristana is only a 3-3.
Yeah, and actually, I think an interaction, I believe this is what just happened, something that was actually pointed out to me last weekend while I was casting, is that Tenor of Terror doesn't always summon a 3-1, the base of Burden. There are a couple conditions that have to be met, one of them being you played a created card this game. If Tenor of Terror is a created card, it will always summon the Bass of Burden, and I believe that's what we just saw. I don't think Donut has played any other created card yet this game.
That is a nice call-out boulevard for that niche interaction. Getting it off of Bandle City Mare is so strong, especially in a position like this where your Owlcats have been denied. Combat coming through once again by Donut. This is a repeat of what we saw in Game 1, where the developments have been a lot more slow, more on-curve plays. This is where it's getting dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Champion Strength is available for Donut now, but Drissoth has the answer. Face Breaker to stun 2 units, plus the Concussive Palm to stun another 1 unit. And I gotta say, a 6-7 Grumble Slug with Scout, it's not all that in a bag of chips. You need more value out of this card, and Donut's just not going to get it. Drissoth is going to survive this turn with absolutely no problems.
And Donut recognizes I need to go for it now. The longer I wait, the higher the chance there will be answers. Drissoth with the Face Breaker. This is such a nice supplement to the Concussive Palm defensive package. If your opponent open attacks, you have the Fast Speed Stun. If they develop to see what you do, or they have to make an expensive play like this, we have the Face Breaker to punish, and we get a coin.
Drissoth actually stunning the Grumble Slug over the Tenor of Terror, leaving the Base of Burn to attack as well, which leads me to believe that Drissoth is interested in actually double blocking this 8-5 in order to kill it, and taking a little bit of impact damage for their trouble, but really, again, trying to diminish the impact of that second copy of Champion Strength that might be coming down the line, clearing out the board a little bit since there is no more removal presently in Drissoth's hand.
I love the way the math worked out there. There is maybe a small option to trade away the 3-3, keep the Tail of the Dragon alive in case you ever wanted to bounce it and get another stun, but I digress. We've got Deny now for the next Champion Strength. We have the option of Karma.
As well. Ugh. Oh.
It is just not his game. We saw this during the World Championships when Champion Strength was first introduced to the game and it was at peak power. Sometimes it just does not line up when you need it to, and now in the modern era, when we're much more prepared for this card, we can see that it does not always auto-win the way it's developed its reputation to be.
No, certainly not, especially since it's been bumped up to 9 mana from the 8 that it was at that World Championship. And now, just being 1 mana shy, that nerf really coming in, Drissoth doesn't feel compelled to keep any mana open. And now even going to develop the Karma set levels. And I think this is going to be a set spell generated as well to clear out some of the board.
Using the coin to refill after your opponent taps down to develop the Karma here and then get Showstopper is so strong.
And set levels to go ahead and take out the Bandle Commando immediately. That 5 attack doing work here so often in Legends of Runeterra. Just the +1/+1 from a champion level up is all it takes to make a huge impact. And no fear from Drissoth, even sending in the Karma, saying, I know if you have a form up, you're not using it to trade my Karma. You are going to let this go and preserve your Bandle Commando. This is going to be Champion Strength from Donut. The Deny is there for Drissoth, but even if it wasn't, you have to imagine they could survive this no problem.
Champion Strength number 2 put on the stack. This is everything that Donut needs to stay in this tournament, but the Deny is there. Donut has been completely defused and Drissoth moves on.
Donut going out in the top 32, but still an impressive showing from Donut. I definitely want to shout out this player because I know coming into the World's Top 16 last year, nobody really knew who he was. It didn't help that there were a couple of different Donut-themed names near the top of the ladder, and people were like, oh, is that Doughy Nut? No, it's Donut. They're different people, I promise. But since that World Championship, sometimes it's just the confidence that you need because now Donut's been coming into his own. He's done very well at a couple of grassroots tournaments. I believe this is now even his second top 64 in a row since we've moved to the Runeterra Open format. So Donut just getting a little bit further along every time, and I'm very excited to see the future of this young player.
Yes, this is a story that we've seen throughout Runeterra's history, is the concept of competitive momentum. Once you kind of get into the groove, you're practicing, it becomes a bigger part of your day-to-day, you're thinking more about the game, and then those lines appear to you. The same way this game number 3 is appearing to us. Floppy Mudkip versus Romance. This is certainly a Scion build, or this might be the new Samira Jinx I've heard rumors about.
I believe this is Samira Jinx. I know that they tend to play... Okay, it is Samira Jinx. I was going to say, I know that they've started to take hold of the Grand Physician, like you mentioned previously, exclusively a Scion card, but now getting co-opted into the aggro side of things just a little bit more, up against Aatrox on the side of Romance.
This is the bane of an aggro deck's existence. When Aatrox comes down, he heals. When he strikes, he heals. This deck from Floppy Mudkip is trying to channel some of that forgotten, ancient, forbidden discard aggro energy, where you're going incredibly wide, incredibly fast, buffing your board, and hitting as hard as you can. We've already seen now with Grave Physician and Augmented Experimenter being played that a lot has already happened from this point, Boulevard.
Yeah, and unfortunately not a lot happens for Floppy Mudkip given the hand that the Augmented Experimenter refueled into. Just a couple of 1-drops, but like you mentioned, nothing that's going to take out that Aatrox. Quinn comes down,
Quinn.
Valor going to help clean up the board while the Aatrox strike spell is still available.
We also have the Dark in Aegis. We can put a little bit of stats here on Valor so it gets even more value trades. Quinn got buffed somewhere along the line by the Darkened Spear, is also massively tanky. The Ranger with Tough, not wanting to offer that up yet to get a trade, just going to clear a path for it first.
I'm actually curious what it might be the spear on the Ranger, because we're not seeing any keywords on it that it doesn't already have, but now we're going to see more attacks from Romance. You have to imagine Aatrox is going in here, going to heal up a little bit more, but maybe Romance holding it back, a little afraid of the possibility of running it into the Augmented Experimenter and then a 3 damage follow-up, be it a Noxian Fervor, something along those lines.
I think that even if Aatrox were to go down, right?
You have a second one.
You have the second one in hand. You're getting healing. The saving grace is that Floppy Mudkip had 20 HP at the start of this turn, so it has a bit of a big buffer to take a few hits and try to get into... From this point, you need like a Jinx or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you want Samira working with such a wide, threatening board that when your opponent takes time off to answer the Samira to keep her from leveling, the rest of your board just kind of picks up the slack and continues to do its job. And when we contrast that with this build, and we kind of speculated about Vayne Aatrox and its position in the metagame, when you have something that can not only develop decent stats to the board, but also has challenger units that can allow you to select those key targets from your opponent and dismantle their game plan, it's a recipe for success.
Absolutely. And given the attack lineup there from Romance, it looks like they were very afraid of Aatrox taking that 3 damage, pulling the Experimenter to the side and sacking the unit. But now we see Floppy Mudkip just constantly drawing 1-drops in the late stages of the game, unable to find the high-impact Jinx, or I want to say Samira, but honestly, Skarzik, at this stage of the game, with only one other card in hand, Samira she doesn't take over the game like you really need her to.
Absolutely. These decks want to snowball. They want to be extremely aggressive, and this is similar to how old discard aggro used to function, where they would do a little bit of damage in the early game, mid game. Once they lose control of the board, they try to convert to Jinx, get excited, etc., in order to close out over the top. And without that extra burn power, it's going to just be a slow grind to a defeat, I think, from this position.
And we're just actually going to see a straight up surrender from Floppy Mudkip, understanding that the World Ender was actually online that turn and it was likely to be lethal. But we see yet another seasonal champion exiting from our top 32. Mr. Emotional, Majin Bay, Floppy Mudkip have all been eliminated.
Romance made the correct read, finds the good matchup, and continues to advance. Even when you are a very skilled player, sometimes you have to take your bet on, okay, what are other players going to bring to this tournament? And we've seen the aggro strats really pay off to find that really good pocket in the metagame, and sometimes the aggro strats do not pay off. Now suddenly Aatrox has come around in the cycle to kind of bully out these aggressive board-based decks, and also some of these other mid-range variants that we're seeing. And I think that we're going to continue to see more Aatrox moving forward through the bracket.
I hope so. I've put a lot of stock in Aatrox over the last couple of weeks. I've been singing the praises of this deck, even though I gotta admit, Skarzik, when it comes to casting it and watching it, it's just another mid-range Demacia deck. It's not doing anything particularly flashy and cool, especially now that the World Ender's up to like 18 mana for its starting cost. We're not getting that super immediately end the game impact like we used to. And what do you know? It's my birthday. It's an Aatrox mirror. Exactly what I wanted to see. Thank you, production.
Elder Senior from the World Championship still making his presence known. Aatrox Kane, however, for a little bit of spice.
Yeah, Elder Senor might be the newest seasonal champion that we see eliminated, as it does not seem to be the day for the previous winners.
Aatrox goes down. We get the Darkened Blade back in hand. But Elder does have 17 HP and World Ender. Dior has control of the board now, but not too many resources going forward. Is going to need to top deck an Aatrox, maybe get a Vayne or something right now to start snowballing this lead.
Yeah, it's hard to come into the middle of the game and understand the positions for each player. We know that we don't know how far along Dior is into tutoring, and Aatrox may be a
Elder
weapon top
have
deck
many
well get
card.
it, but
Elder
Elder
play
do
good
have many
card.
card.
Wow, and Valor, look at this. I love prioritizing taking out these units, just clearing the board and saying, yeah, I don't even want you to have any carriers for darkened weapons. They are not going to get assimilated.
Yeah, you gotta be cognizant of that World Ender in Elder Senor's hand, but it looks like Furious Wielder going to be put on the stack, and no answer from Dior. Just completely dead of answers for the time being.
And you think that that might be an overreaction, right? Using it to clear the Valor, but Valor plus Darken Harp is too devastating. It controls the board on its own, and
so
this
does
is a matchup where you
Saratu.
need... And the attack token is still there, going to attack and draw 2 cards and discount both cards by 2 mana. This is exactly the windfall that Dior needed to keep in this game. Forsaken Bakai, one more predict. We need Unforgiving Cold, doesn't find it.
Utter devastation in the main deck for Elder Senor. What an absolute unit.
That is a Giga Chad card if I've ever seen one, Boulevard. Devastation, gonna clear the Quinn, can clear the Darken Thrall, but Stratu's gonna survive that. It's a Darken. And Quinn levels up! Oh no, Valor's back with a vengeance!
It's just going to pull an ephemeral unit. Elder Senor did plan for this, but the damage that you push onto the Quinn doesn't feel like it's going to be impactful. In fact, no damage going to be pushed onto the Quinn. Just going to trade off onto the Darken Thrall, take a chump block onto Saratu. And a couple of low-impact top decks for Dior, but like we mentioned, that Darken Spear might actually tutor an Aatrox.
We can just play the Fleet Feather Tracker here next turn. And what's so interesting about this matchup, right, is that when you're behind on board, you have to take your entire turn to redevelop. You can't be cheeky, floating mana, trying to be reactive to your opponent's development. Dior now, especially since Elder has the first action, can just play a Naka, threaten the most baller open attack, and Elder, has to go for... You can't even utter devastation, because it's a Darken Mirror.
Yeah, I think Elder Senor might be forced into going for the World Ender and turning this Darken Thrall into an Aatrox, but that's not lethal by any stretch of the imagination. And I mean, even Dior could just block it with the Fleet Feather Tracker and not have to worry about it. You're not dealing lethal damage. There's, I don't believe there's over-the-top damage in Kane Aatrox outside of the Buru Sentinel, or Buru Leader, sorry, the one that pings one on the Nexus when you attack with an equipped ally, but without that being in the prediction pool, I seriously doubt that's going to come in and end the game. And Dior should be able to close this out here in game number 3, but still quite a bit of Rune Terror to be played, and Utter Devastation actually was the prediction.
Wow. And, a bit of a heads-up play there. Rather than going for a Naka, just equips it to the Fleet Feather Tracker in order to draw the Aatrox. That was the final Darken weapon to get that powerful champion.
Oh, it's World Ender. Okay, I thought Utter Devastation was being put on the stack, and I was like, if Skarzik's correct and this doesn't kill Saratu, that's just lethal, right? There's a Saratu and then a Naka just gets played, and you have something that can't block? No, we are going to turn it into Aatrox. Only 2 mana left for Elder Senor.
Aatrox leveled up, this also means that all the Darken are discounted. We can play Kane here. We can start getting some of these other Darken in play perhaps next turn because of the value of the Darken Spear. This Aatrox being a 12/12 base means that there's very few things that Dior has that is bigger than it. It's going to be a case of, can I go wide enough? Pull Aatrox down to the bottom of the stack to get around these massive stats and healing.
Yeah, it is a little awkward. If anybody at home is eyeing that Darken Blade in Elder Senor's hand, thinking, okay, what if you go for Zalani here? That's only 19 overwhelm damage, and there are multiple 6 health units on the side of Dior, but maybe it is worth it to force Dior to block down with those 6 health units, since you know your Aatrox, at the very least, is going to be surviving this interaction.
And with the Saratu striking, with Aatrox striking, this is going to set Dior up for a similar play of equipping the Darken Blade and then going for the World Ender to get the Aatrox back.
I think this is the most reasonable line from Elder Senor. It does force a double block out of Dior. Like we mentioned, it's 19 overwhelm damage. 6 is the highest health unit for Dior, so you've got to block twice. Try to build board parity back a little bit.
And then with the Badger Bear being set up, Elder Senior doesn't have to worry about Furious Wielder from this position.
Absolutely not. And the question is it enough? You know, Quinn's going to challenge Valor rather is going to come out of Quinn and challenge the Aatrox next turn, but it is always going to pull it to the end of the line, so the healing might not be enough.
And it looks like one more, as you said, Boulevard, one more block has to be put on this sacrificial altar to stay up.
Oh, so if you block Aatrox with Aatrox, you do get away with it because your Aatrox will heal you by 2?
But Dior may be questioning, if I just block down like this, I get my Darkened Spear back, I can summon a Naka next turn and try to go wide because I have Valor coming in as part of this equation as well.
Yeah, on top of the fact that, you know, Dior down to a 5-mana World Ender, a Spear that can be equipped, an Elkin that can be played to be assimilated, but Utter Devastation mana will be available for Elder Senor as well if Dior takes a little bit too long to try to set this up.
So then the Badger Bear and Quinn would lose to the Devastation. Anaka would survive, and that's the important part. We have no interaction in the hand, no Furious Wielder, no Unforgiving Cold. Here comes World Ender.
I have very important news about Utter Devastation, Skarzig.
Yes.
It only lets allied Darken and allied equipped units survive.
Oh my goodness. This is how you know you're running the spiciest tech where nobody even remembers what the card says.
I was taking your word
chat.
for it because it sounded correct. It sounded like that's what the card would do.
That's what I thought it was. Well, I'll be. Utter Devastation still held up here at 11 mana. And Anaka goes through. Elder Senior is letting Dior walk head first into this rake.
And there's no reason not to fire it off now, right? You've got 2 Darken. They'll both survive. You're clearing the entire board out of Dior. Elder Senor is unwilling to follow in the footsteps of his fellow seasonal champions and does not want to go down in the top 32.
Elder Senior says, I'm that guy. Utter Devastation put on the stack. I thought that this would be a dead card in the mirror match, but Allied Darken do survive the Devastation, and the open attack will come through. The only top deck that Dior will have is what? Unforgiving Cold to stop this.
They can't play it. It's not an Aatrox card. That's something you only get out of Kayn or Freljord, so it's not even an option for Dior.
Oh no. This is when you know that it's a lost endeavor at Boulevard, where I start making up stuff. I'm breaking the rules.
You have to make up what Utter Devastation does. You have to make up cards in Dior's deck to be like, this is how you get out of it. You switch to Kayn in the middle of the game, and that'll do it for you. But no, Elder Senor is going to be moving on to the top 16. We have already eliminated most of the playing field from the top 64, down to just 16 competitors left.
It is a new format. Now we have our standard rotation. It's a new era of Runeterra, and now it seems to be a new era of competitive players as well. A lot of rising stars and names making their legacy known here on the world stage, trying to qualify now for the new Worlds format. This qualifier is so interesting, Boulevard, because it is a more open way for these players to jump in and get this invitation to the World Championships, and we can tell these competitors are incredibly hungry for it.
Absolutely. No longer are you gatekept by being masters in order to get into these tournaments or have to win the last chance gauntlet. They're very open to your average player. No barrier to entry. You have like a 14-hour window to play your 9 rounds. Most people get it done in 3 or 4 hours. It's definitely something you want to think about if you're just seeing this for the first time. We're going to take a look at exactly what we saw this round, or even in some of the other matches. We see 4LW putting it to Damien 1917. I don't know how this matchup plays out, if it was a win for 4LW, if we've got 2 seasonal champions from BR in the top 16 potentially.
Damien is an underdog player from a few seasons ago. He was famous, for piloting the Ezreal Draven deck in matchups and situations where lesser skilled players would have faltered. And now on this new Bandle City Targon control, this is the epitome of greed. Has Aurelion Sol at the top end with Diana to hold down the early mid game, taking advantage of this newly buffed Moon Dreamer.
I thought this was a replay. I didn't realize we were jumping into another live game. I thought this had already happened, and I was like, wow, they put it in a really weird spot. I don't think this is going to end in the next 2 minutes. Generally, you show the end of a game for a replay, but no. Instead, we are jumping right into the middle of things, and Damien, with that falling comet for the Leviathan, is going to continue to snowball the board in their favor.
This is game number 3, and we know that Control Shadow Isles gives Swain Leviathan a really tough time because of Vengeance. And now in this matchup, if you can get enough Falling Comets to keep the Swain Leviathan from lining up, it's only a matter of time before this list is crushed under the value. Because Swain's effect goes through Spell Shield, however, it's still 4LW's possibility to stay in this game.
Why is the Moondreamer so big? There's no top deck from 4LW. It's a lethal open attack 4LW going to fall here in the top 32. Damien 1917 moving on, eliminating yet another champion.
Wow. The Targon list going above and beyond. If you have the greed, you can live against Swain. New Moondreamer, big ol' stats, Cosmic Inspiration, 1 or 2 of them resolved at one point during that game Boulevard.
Yeah.
Fantastic display.
And we saw the buff from Moondreamer come in big, discounting that, Steed in order to come in at 0 mana at the end of that round to push through the win on the open attack. But we are whittling it down to our top 16, and we are going to see what they have in store for us in just a few moments. First, we're going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. awake because we've got a lot of action left to get through today. We are now cresting into the top 16 of the inaugural Worlds Qualifier. Skarzik, we've already seen so many players eliminated. What has been the highlight of the day for you so far?
The highlight, I think, was certainly the match Back Alley Bar versus Nasus. That was, just value versus scaling inevitability. And somehow, just having the mana discounts, having those randomly generated cards just came through. I thought that Nasus had that one, but Back Alley Bar found a way.
Back Alley Bar tends to always, unfortunately, find a way, just when you think you've got them on the back foot. But we're going to take a look at the bracket to remind everyone how we got to this area of the top 16, who is still in it, who has been eliminated, who is still in the running for that coveted champion title, as well as, of course, the secondary spot at the World Championship later this year. We've got Hobbits and Dr. Chekhov and Victor Lupin and Flock making it through this quarter of the bracket.
Flock taking down Ichiran Ramen, we see there. Rattling Bones also advancing to take on Elder Senior, who we just saw take the win. Played against one another at some point in their competitive careers.
Yeah, two Burblefish gamers, but I mean, Drissoth's got to keep ripping through those if he wants to keep his title as king. Though it's been a while, I think, since we've seen Filthy Gamerweeb around the top 16 of one of these big events. Then we move on to Krios and Damien 1917 up against Dusk 2680 and player. I'm not even going to try that one.
Dusk up against a little bit of an unknown. We know that the players, especially in Master Tier, they like to get a little creative with their names. They like to throw their opponents off, but we'll get some translators on that, hopefully.
Yeah, there is a 5% chance that's
Is that Winding God?
And then on the final part, we have Romance 361, who we saw take out Floppy up against Nos, and then Jables versus NBL Fabio 210.
These names, again, we said it before, Boulevard. If you don't recognize any of these names, viewers, it's okay, because this is what these World Qualifiers are about. The players who never really had a chance to get the spotlight, maybe haven't taken down any grassroots tournaments at the moment, maybe they aren't streaming. This is where they're going to put their names right in front of you and say, hey, I'm that new player that you need to pay attention to.
I thought you were going to say, hey, I'm that guy. It's me. I'm him. I'm going to win this whole tournament.
I didn't want to go there again.
If you've never heard of me before, it's my time, baby. But it's not actually my time. It's time to look at the matchup that we have featured for the top 16. Dr. Chekhov versus Hobbits. And here we have Hobbits' lineup. A more traditional Echo Jinx, not Echo Teemo Nasus, as well as King's Court, the Bilgewater version of Bandle Gunners, and rounding it out with Fizz Samira.
The Powder Pandemonium build has been the version that took over after the Shelly package got nerfed. This is probably still dangerous enough to warrant a ban. And Echo Jinx is a deck that is, the third deck. It does what it wants to do. Because of all the predicts, it does it very consistently. But I've said it before, Boulevard, if your opponent knows how to handle this deck, knows how to navigate the matchup, they can make it look very underwhelming.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what that strategy is, folks at home, generally the answer is play disrespectfully. Play like they don't have the rally, because they probably don't. And if you give them too much time, they will find it. But I also want to point out a couple of Jagged Taskmaster over in that Samira Fizz, really leaning into buffing up these monkeys. We've seen some dedicated versions, and this does look to be that as we see Monkey Business alongside the Powder Pandemoniums.
I think that it is important to lean more heavy into the Powder Monkeys because you need that burn damage to go over top. The previous version had elusive damage to go underneath, and now we need to just hit hard in the early game and trust that the burn is going to get us there. And we can't really overlook the, of course, Bilgewater Bandle City deck. We saw a little bit of it from Drissoth earlier. Has just the prize fight, the big impact units to get that damage, and notably, I'm not seeing Signpost. Oh wait, two of them. There they are. For a second,
they hide from you a little bit, but
yeah,
we're gonna take a look at Chekhov's lineup. We also see Signpost in his version of the Bilgewater Bandle Gunners.
Only one version. One copy, rather.
We also see Samira Jinx, and this Bilgewater Noxus deck, not going to be Samira Fizz, it is going to be the Alawi Swain.
So this is an interesting idea, right? Do you just ban the Bandle Gunners because you don't want to play the mirror? How confident are you into Alawi Swain? Typically with these decks, if you're playing a board-based swarmy list, you're just living in mortal fear of Make It Rain and Heavy Metal controlling your early game, and then you don't have the over-the-top removal that you need to deal with Swain and Leviathan. So that might be the ban. And if that's the case, we've got Samira Jinx, right? A deck that can develop very aggressively on board, force you to trade down. If you're playing Powder Monkeys or something that just wants to fight, you're going to be forced to block down versus the aggression, and then your late game will suffer.
You know, Skarzik, I was really hoping that we were done with the Alawi Swains. I was hoping, because when we look at the top 64 of APAC and EMEA, there's been on average like 3 or 4 players bringing this into the top 64. When 4LW was eliminated, I hope that was the last we had seen on this deck, but I should have known Dr. Chekhov, one of the big early adapters of Nar Swain last season and a couple of seasons ago, way back when that deck first became prominent. I should have known that he would have been back on a Swain deck if there was one in the meta. And it's kind of weird because this looks like a really aggressive lineup, but it's hard to classify how aggressive you think Alawi Swain is because it does have those control tools. It's very flexible. And then we look at something like Echo Jinx, usually looking for a very board-based matchup, would love to run into like a Shen Jarvan or something along those lines, but it's just not here, and that could be a weak point for Hobbits is in this matchup.
The ban looks very difficult to pin down if you're Hobbitses because of Laoya Swain having that spot removal and stuns. It means that having the proper board set up with Echo and Voice of the Risen, or even finding a smooth chrono break for yourself is going to be difficult. But we know that Samira Jinx, it didn't look like he was doing too much in the previous match we caught the tail end of, but when you find the right matchup, it goes incredibly wide, very fast, and beats down.
It's definitely very reminiscent of old school discard aggro, and it looks a lot like it. Of course, Draven has rotated. There's really not a second champion to put in there other than Samira. And if she comes down, she can level so incredibly quickly and start to take over the game. But like we saw, that's not always the case, and you don't really have that late game steam anymore, as I haven't seen any of the lists, but I do think Crowd Favorite has rotated. I don't think I saw that in there, so your early snowball potential is also limited by the removal of one of those key cards.
You just have to rely on going wide as much as you can, and when we actually look at Hobbits' lineup, right, you're looking at Dr. Chekhov, you're saying, okay, I can probably deal with Echo Jinx, I might be able to deal with Tristana, and Samira Fizz is just, in this metagame, still a safe ban. The Powder Monkey version is nowhere near as strong as the previous one was, but it's still a deck that you have to respect, because if you whiff on your early game answers versus a Samira, she sticks and she snowballs, as you already said, Boulevard. Even if you do stabilize, a couple back-to-back Powder Pandemoniums could deal the remaining 6 or 10 damage the deck needs to close out.
And you also have to wonder about, the potential of this Bandle Gunner mirror. Is that something you're willing to take? Hobbits has 2 puzzling signposts in their list, which is not particularly good in the mirror match. It could be something for them to clunk into because they haven't run into the champion strength variant that we also see running around. And I mean, I don't think it's ever necessarily the wrong choice to look at what is arguably the best deck and the most popular deck in the format and be like, yeah, I'll ban that. And I think that the Samira Jinx out of Chekhov might even throw things off, where maybe you're fine taking your lineup into Samira Fizz and Bandle Gunners, but when it's Samira Jinx instead of Fizz, things start to get a little funky, and that's why players tend to lean towards decks like this as well. Even a small change like that, while it's still a Samira list, they play so incredibly differently that it can really shake things up and throw off your opponent's ban strategy.
Yeah, Chekhov has really good matchups, but there's no guarantee you're going to find those matchups. And that's just the X factor that comes into picking the right ban. And at the end of the day, even though you have the matchup sort of under control, maybe you ban Echo Jinx in order to try to force those better matchups to line up, right? The Samira mirror match that Chekhov wants to play, probably the Tristana mirror match, Chekhov might even want to play that because of the signposts lining up. Hobbits has the Teemo as well, which gives you a little bit of a faster scaling for Tristana and Bandle Gunners. But outside of that possibility, you might just have a better mid-game, having access to triple Gnar, a few more bits of card draw with Pokestick.
Yeah, not to mention Wallop can actually do a lot of work in a matchup like that when you're looking at, the potential for like an overwhelm weapon to come down onto a Tristana, and that extra point of interaction from having extra copies of that champion and being more likely to draw into the multiple copies. Like you mentioned, you get the Pokey Stick online earlier, you start to draw through the deck a little bit easier, and those champion spells can come in really big because Wallop is one of the better champion spells available to the Bandle City region. Of course, Buster Shot up there as well, but I don't think we have a clear idea of what's going to be banned here on either side per se. I think that there's just a few too many slight curveballs in the adaptations the players have made. If this was the standard Echo Teemo Nasus on the side of Hobbits, we'd have this no problem, right? Skarzik, we'd be able to tell you about that all day because we are experts in that field. But this newcomer, this Echo Jinx, this arcane deck that I've never seen before, so flavorful coming out of Hobbits, but it's not something I'm competitively familiar with because it's just a weird one. It's so flavorful and full. But we are getting the bans in here. It is going to be Jinx Samira taken off the table as well as Hobbits' Vandal Gunners. So both players getting one of the best decks in the format available. Chekhov has that Bilgewater Gunners, and Hobbits still has access to that Samira Fizz.
The Samira Fizz being let through. This is a deck that, even if you think the matchup is good, can still find a really aggressive start that you can't keep up with, especially versus Alawi Swain. You think that, well, I've got the right tools that can line up against this. I'm going to be playing for board as well. I should be fine, but you just never know. The strat from Dr. Chekhov here might literally just be trying to go 2-0 against this Echo Jinx. There is one Secret Keeper in this build, so maybe it does evolve live before our eyes into Echo Jinx Teemo Nasus.
I have never seen Secret Keeper actually go off and do its thing. I am a little curious about it. I know some players, it feels like Echo Jinx players have really been looking for that mystical, magical 3-drop to round out their curve, and a couple of them have been landing on a couple copies of Xenotype Researchers. We saw Salty Simon do it earlier. We even saw it out of Ichiran Ramen earlier in their Nasus Teemo variant, and I don't really have a strong opinion either way. I think if Secret Keeper can pop off and get one of those champions to you, great. But it's definitely not something you want to rely on, and there are some mediocre level 2 champions left in the pool, as we learned the hard way from Howling Abyss.
Yeah, and also Secret Keeper, if you get Kane, he misses his level up timing, which is really hilarious. He's level 2, but he's just neutral Kane. And my Secret Keeper story, Boulevard, is that my opponent got level 2 Sejuani and just walled me out of the game with it. So we know if you have one slot in your deck and it might be a wild card, a joker for your deck to try to find something, maybe it should just be Secret Keeper then.
I mean, you're also rolling the dice on Xenotype Researchers, right? There's no guarantee that you're going to actually find the units that got the +3/+3 buff. So either way, I think what Echo Jinx players would absolutely love is just a more consistent 3-cost option instead of being forced to choose between 2 different modes of gambling and gonna hit the level 2 ace. And I love that the Secret Keeper players are willing to gamble further. Not only are you banking on hitting those champions at some point, you are banking on them being impactful champions, like a level 2 Sejuani or a level 2 Aurelian Soul is always, I think, the high roll that everyone's going to be thinking of. But yeah, we should be getting into game here any minute now, and I gotta say, I'm seeing weaknesses on both sides. I'm not super confident in Echo Jinx into this lineup, and I'm also just gonna keep dogging Swain probably until this card gets rotated.
It is when the meta looks, when in the right situation, Swain comes down and it looks so strong. You're like, oh my god, look at the HP on this guy. It has Overwhelm and Fearsome. I can't chump him. He's hitting through and wiping my board. What is going on? And then there's other matchups where you're against Targon or Shadow Isles that have that spot removal that you despise, or have that over-the-top greed value that you cannot contest by any stretch of the imagination, that you're like, wow, why does anybody play Swain Leviathan? And I think you've talked about it as well. You already touched on it, Boulevard. Dr. Chekhov has been playing Swain for a while, and it's an illness that you get infected with, and you just have to play Swain. Whenever you see somebody's post their numbers online, you go, ooh, wait, Swain is back? And then you cope a bit. But Dr. Chekhov here has coped his way all the way here to the top 16.
I feel like we run into this at nearly every major event in recent memory where, you know, it's coming down, a new deck has popped up. This time it was Nasus. Everybody's looking, they're running back to their favorite stat site to check the ladder data, and then they see, oh yeah, let's sort by win rate. Let's be a little cheeky. Maybe only 2 people are playing it, but what's winning? And then you find the Swain deck of the format, and it's like, oh no, please don't do it. Don't fall for it yet again. But Chekhov is one of the players that gets away with it, you know, checks for that Swain deck, finds it, and says, okay, we're running it, and, you know, has found their way to the top 16 previously with Narswain, I believe, even maybe all the way to the top 8, and is now, once again, fighting to prove that this deck is not a gimmick.
When you have a deck of this nature that's based on a legacy archetype, but is functioning on a completely new axis, you also have to evaluate your matchups differently. And Dr. Chekhov might just be demonstrating some sort of like ban diff, maybe just getting rid of those decks that the opponent really had built their lineups around and kind of finding the weaknesses there. But so far, just a great curve. Grandfather Fae into Owlcat for Hobbits is countering the 3-1 from Dr. Chekhov. A small unit with high attack and a spell shield is exactly the sort of thing that this list does not want to deal with.
And I was a little curious if Chekhov was going to go like full aggro and go for, you know, parlay plus make it rain to take out the Owlcat. But I think understanding that you are against the Bilgewater version, Prize Fight was available. If they just fire that off in response and your C's voice is down to 1 HP, you're also probably not attacking in that instance. But this is that monstrous curve you were alluding to, Skarstig. C's voice into Alawi, into Swain. Yes, the Swain's not going to be leveled, but one of the biggest strengths of Swain is the ability to play with the health pool of that champion. You've got 6 health. Block with it.
And if I'm Dr. Chekhov, I'm already thinking about how to clear a path for Swain. If I can hit the Nexus, get that bonus 3 damage due to Swain's Nexus strike, then it's going to be a lot of progress towards his level up. And if I have a fearsome Overwhelm unit versus a Bandle City deck, that's all we're going to need is Swain to connect one good time.
Yeah, and I really like the way Hobbits has played that attack, sending the Tristana in and saying, go ahead, I have a copy of Prize Fight in my hand. I double dog dare you to try to block this with your Alawi. I will gobble it up so quick. And Chekhov respects it, and now has a very hard read that a card that isn't there is there.
So now C's voice comes through. We get the Tentacle. It's a 1-1 now, and there is no block from the Tristana.
This might be the death of the Bandle City Mare. As soon as they touch down, there is a Tentacle Smash in Chekhov's hand, but Tristana's another one of those champions where you kind of have to answer it immediately, and Hobbits did use a Tristana's Buster Shot on the previous turn, so you know that they are unlikely to have that third copy in their hand. You probably can permanently deal with this for the time being.
You want a Tentacle Smash right now to deny that discount, but actually, yeah, just cleans up the Tristana after seeing the Buster Shot. This seems like a really good moment in time. Get that value. We have 5 mana open for Swain.
Yeah, I mean, well, Group Shot's pretty likely to come out here from Hobbits is just force another removal piece out of Chekhov, because I don't think Group Shot is doing a whole lot. Oh, no, actually, let's go. I don't think Group Shot gets value in this matchup. I think using it to get another removal tool out of your opponent's hand onto your Tristana is a worthwhile investment of that card, but Hobbits wants to take it a different direction and actually save it for the prize fight that they're going to have with this this ship a little bit later on.
That's a good point. Save the Group Shot to clean up after a prize fight. It's the only way this deck is going to be able to deal with Swain and or Leviathan. And we're already at 6 mana Boulevard. This is where Swain Alawi's big bombs are going to start dropping. Here's the Riptide Sermon. The Bandle City Mare going to get taken to church. But, passes one good time. Gives it away that there's a big spell coming, but wants to see one more play.
And this doesn't even have to be the Riptide Sermon. This could just be a heavy metal, follow it up with, you know, the Forbidden Idol. But Chekhov says, no, I want to get the Tentacle online. I want to get some level progression into my Swain. I want to turn this into a threat that is going to clear your board. And at the moment, I think Chekhov can set up for a Swain level up on the next turn. The issue is I think it's going down to prize fight pick.
Ooh. There is a lot. I like that Dr. Chekhov is kind of running through a calculation here of if I take out the Bandle City Mare, I can get rid of the discounts, but there's no
Yeah.
multi-region followers in hand. I don't need to do it. If I take out the Commando, then I deny the Owl Cats that keeps the Bandle Cutters under control. But if I kill the Blast Cone Seedling, that's their Fearsome Blocker gone. I can hit with Swain. It's all for naught. We have Puzzling Signpost into an open attack.
But now Chekhov has the option to actually take out the Fearsome Blocker with a block, go in for an open with the Swain. Of course, the unfortunate part, no way that Chekhov is actually going to be able to level the Swain before the connection happens, even with Make It Rain. So unfortunately not going to be able to wipe the board, and it's just so much less impactful that way. And now the group shot finally going to get used, this time to take out the Sea's Voice, despite the King's Court coming down next turn.
Sea's Voice out of the way. Hobbits is just trying to keep the board under control. Because Dr. Chekhov is down to 10 HP, Hobbits isn't trying to go for anything flashy, is playing this just a traditional swarm way. Dr. Chekhov hasn't played a lot of spells from this position. It's just been developing a nice solid curve. Swain is far from leveling up. And now, after fully tapping out to summon the Leviathan, Hobbits can go for King's Court. We can go for Gnar here. Maybe something really cheeky, just playing the Bandle Gunners just to get the 3 impact. But here it is, the Court with Brash.
Now, if Prize Fight works like single combat, which I'm 99% sure it does, anytime Hobbits casts Prize Fight, that is going to feed the Swain level up. And I think that's the big reason you don't see Hobbits fire off that spell right there at the end of the turn to try to push damage. Even just using it on their Owlcat to knock the Swain down to 1 HP. Just decides it is absolutely not worth it.
And now the King's Court providing multiple prize fights from this point. We do have Swain unleveled. It means that there's no stuns in response to this wide board. Swain and Leviathan finally hit the board. The duo that you've built your deck around come through, but Swain just is not here. We've got a Riptide Sermon in hand to maybe deal with one thing, level up the Swain, and then pray with Parley, but goes wide with Buru Sentinel instead. Buru Lookout.
Yeah, still technically has a kill available with Disintegrate plus Parlay if Hobbits' passes over another priority sequence. The awkward part, of course, nothing on Hobbits' board is damaged, so this Ravenous Flock in hand, usually a premier removal piece, not actually going to be useful. And now, with 2 prize fights in hand, you know you're taking at least 6 damage off of just impact from the Bandle Commando. This could be Dr. Chekhov going down here. They are not wide enough to handle this.
The Spell Shields taxing another card, taxing more mana out of Alawi Swain is so hard to deal with. The Disintegrate combo only answers the King's Court. You're going to try to block down everywhere else. Does it come down to...
You might have to...
The mana's just not there.
You might have to make it rain and hope you can ding the King's Court for a Flock, but instead it's going to be Parlay, so probably Flock onto Gnar. Of course, with Prize Fight available, Hobbits can still guarantee a Pokestick ending up in their hand if Chekhov has mapped out a way to live at 1.
Yep, so goes for the Disintegrate on the Gnar. There's still 1 man open for this prize fight. Once the attack token is used, Hobbits will be threatening 6 damage.
Chekhov doesn't seem happy with the way this played out. Throwing out the Darius emote. And, you know, I gotta say, it looks like Hobbits will not be taking 1 damage from this, which, based on the wording of Parlay, I feel like they actually should ding the Nexus, because this card says deal 1 to anything. If this kills it, deal 1 to the enemy Nexus, and that 1 damage will kill the Gnar.
Yeah, I guess the damage is dealt and then Disintegrate checks.
Oh, production is telling me that Disintegrate kills it, not Parlay, which is
the Disintegrate checks through, and Disintegrate is the spell that makes the kill happen. But you gotta remember, like, even if you get the ping on the Nexus, Swain is still not leveled up, right?
No, absolutely not. But it would have been nice to see.
Stun.
Yeah, I think this Swain is still quite a ways off of the level up, which is one of the biggest issues that Swains have had in competitive, is even previously in like the Nora Swains that we saw, if you didn't draw Ravenous Flock, you had a really difficult time leveling the Swain, and now with Ravenous Flock no longer in the meta, you know, it feels like we're even more critical of these Swain builds, and now we're going to see if the Bandle Gunners can go ahead and take it out. I think there's only 7 damage coming through at maximum from Hobbits here if they decide to use the prize fight for the impact, but it would mean Chekhov is losing their entire border, at least enough of it that a comeback is unlikely.
Oh, that's so filthy. The prize fight just allowing this Leviathan to go down against the Hungry Owlcat.
Oh, takes out Leviathan rather than Swain, though, saying, yeah, I'm not even... just disrespecting the Noxie in general, saying, I'm not even... Whatever, you can level him. You can have all this level up progression. I don't care. I'll help you out. I'll give you the handicap, and you still can't get it done.
And there's the point you were talking about as well. The prize fight does activate Swain. He's just about to level. We've got a beautiful Make It Rain here to crash into the King's Court, hit the Bandle Commando and the Nexus. I think that might result in the Swain level up, and we have just a little bit more mana on top besides for this Riptide Sermon, maybe to get another key stun into a Nexus strike on the Swain.
Yeah, and I mean, Hobbits they were aware that the prize fight was going to... You
have to remove the King's Court now.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
if they summon a unit, they get the prize fight.
Got to get the prize fight out of there. Not that it would kill the Swain, but it would continue to keep it at 1 HP and vulnerable to a ping. You really want the 2 health on this after the top deck because you know, you're not aware, but there is a Gnar in your opponent's hand that would be able to take this out. So now you're set up for the Swain Overwhelm combo to wipe the entire board here, but you don't have enough follow-up for lethal off of that.
Very surprising. There's no clean plays really for Dr. Chekhov to pass priority. Maybe you could have greeted, right? Go for Watchful Idol, see if Hobbits develops one more thing that you can hit with the Riptide Sermon.
I'm very surprised that Hobbits even threw down the Owlcat into the Swain. Like, that just, all that thing did was die. And there was no opportunity for it to do anything but just die.
And now what this means is by holding the heavy metal, we have potentially a way to pop the spell shield on the next Bandle Gunners development.
Or, yeah, if Gnar comes down, we've got heavy metal Flock, and I assume that with no cards in Hobbits' hand, Chekhov is at least going to be eyeing that possibility.
And this is tough. Ooh, is going to just take out the Gnar. I was wondering if you would heavy metal the 2/2 just to avoid the 1 damage from the impact on the Blast Cone Seedling.
I guess either, like, if you let Gnar live, then you're taking the 1 damage from the Pokey Stick, potentially, or it could go onto one of your units and take that out and get your opponent.
You know what it
card.
is, yeah, if Hobbits has top deck Bandle Gunners, you just Riptide Sermon the Seedling, and Swain's ability goes through Spell Shield to keep that under wraps. And somehow Dr. Chekhov has done it. Swain gets off the Leviathan, crosses the gangplank onto the King's Court, wins the prize fight, takes over the ship, and goes in for an open attack lethal.
Oh, there is still Pie Toss, though. Hobbits could still take out this Swain with a timely top deck, but that's not going to be the case. It's a Piltover Castaway. There's nothing that nothing's going to get you through that Riptide Sermon. Hobbits is going to fall in game number 1 here. Chekhov picking it up, and I gotta wonder about that Hungry Owlcat that was just sacrificed to the Swain. You know, if Hobbits could have gone wider, you were down to 2 on the side of Chekhov. You would have at least forced a block from the Swain, and that might have been enough to actually keep you alive and end the game, but it's not the way it played out. And so we're going to be moving on to game number 2 with another chance at a comeback for that Bilgewater Bandle Gunners. Now on to the last deck from Chekhov, a mirror match.
The mirror match is where things are going to be really made or broken. We know that the decks are teched out in different ways, but it comes down to if you even draw those tech cards, right? Sometimes they're at the bottom of the deck, so then the mirror match plays out in a more traditional fashion, and maybe this was Hobbits' strat all along. I'm just going to 2-0 this list instead. Echo Jinx. Hobbits is actually going to swap off after that loss. Going to kind of throw in a clean list. Just some players do this from time to time. Rather than sticking with the deck they lost on, they will switch just to kind of shake things up, keep their mental fresh by focusing on a new and different deck and matchup.
Yeah, just, nice to... you're eventually going to have to win the mirror match, but it is a little mentally taxing to take that one on first, so perhaps Even just trying to save the mental energy a little bit, that's something that we talk about a lot in these longer tournaments. We're a couple hours deep at this point. You just got done playing at least 9 rounds yesterday, probably more, as a lot of players qualify at 9-1 or 9-2, plus all the prep leading up to this. So yeah, I'll take the more straightforward Echo Jinx, where I'm not trying to worry about both of us playing the same cards at the same times, leveraging these buster shots. I'm just going to predict into an Echo, try to rally my face off.
Yeah, this opening hand is fantastic for Shigen Bakai on turn 1 with the attack token. We've got a couple Scrying Sands and the time trick. This is going to result in Echo leveled up, and we have 4 shots at really manipulating this curve to be as strong as possible. If Hobbits can get a couple drop borders, that's going to be a beautiful amount of tempo.
It's always funny to talk about the hand state of an Echo Jinx player. Like, you look at the opener and you're like, yeah, this is a great hand. And you look at it and all the cards kind of suck, but it's like, no. These cards need to suck, and the good cards are going to come later when we predict into them. So far, not finding any of them, but you do need to go through the motions to actually draw the Echo at level 2 to get those chrono breaks in the deck. Even if he dies, he's done his job. You can still find the voices to get up. But when we look at the actual win conditions for Hobbits, is absolutely none of them are in the hand. You've just got to go through the motions and find them first.
And with the Chronomancer picking up another Mystic Shot, Hobbits knows, if I can keep the Bandle Commandos under control, keep these Owl Cats from hitting the board, this is going to really delay, again, the Tristana and the Bandle Gunners. Chekhov fighting back, going to try to go wide with Tenor of Terror and Grumble Slug. I like the block here, honestly.
There's not a lot of reason not to. If your opponent is Mystic Shotting your Bandle City Mare, I think that's something that you're going to be relatively happy with at the end of the day. But I guess really wanting to keep that safe to get down the Grumble Slug and Tristana after you get Tristana down first, I don't think that really matters in a situation like this, though. But we're going to see another predict out of Hobbits is finally finding a little bit of gas. Curious if it was a champion
I thought the Mystic Shot was coming. Maybe he skipped. Hobbits is looking for the Echo, I think, trying to just pivot into an aggressive position.
Jinx picked up for Hobbits and is currently answers for that from Chekhov. That's one of the issues with Echo Jinx is, level 1 Jinx and level 2 Echo both, dying to just a buster shot, but nothing survives Prize Fight Ping.
And Dr. Chekhov has to make that decision. Do I develop a threat? Do I focus on forwarding my win condition, or do I try to sniff out my opponent on their turn 4 development? This is where it gets pretty predictable, pretty clunky. Your opponent wants to play Echo or Jinx or even Voice of the Risen, depending on what the rest of the board state looks like.
And this is an awkward attack from Chekhov as well. You'd like to send him the Tristana and go, oh yeah, go ahead and block, I'll just pie toss it, but that Scrying Sand's going to make a mess of things.
The Grumble Slug is inspired here. It's a 3-3 now because of Tristana. You get to develop an additional body while also maintaining enough mana for your Prize Fight and Ping. Drop Border also makes its entrance.
Yeah, not only that, but Echo was the prediction. A huge impact Scrying Sands out of Hobbits is finding that additional unit, finding the titular champion that you were hoping for. And Echo's going to come down.
Echo immediately comes down. Chrono Breaks, 3 of them now in the deck. We've got Echo leveled up as a 5-3. Chekhov has in heavy metal, has the pings, has a way to deal with Echo. And what's great here is that if you can get rid of Echo before he strikes, you don't get that 0 mana time trick. Very unlikely to be able to find that Chrono Break. He goes in solo.
Brings a drop border with him, says, let me bring a friend. And this is one of the big issues that I think a lot of players have with Echo Jinx. The rotation of Absolver means that there is no health buff available in the deck. You know for a fact this pie toss is going to take out the Echo and deny the strike. Hobbits knows it. Chekhov knows it. I know it. You know it. Skarsgård. The viewers at home know it now. Tell your grandparents. Everybody knows it. Echo can't survive it. There's no buff available, and Chekhov's just going to continue to go wide. But you gotta, I gotta say that this Bandle Gunners is still very expensive for this stage of the game.
After the main deck time trick, Chrono Break is found, but the board isn't in a really good state to use it properly. Picks it up anyway because you've got the board trade coming down here this turn, and you can use Chrono Break to refill and strike back. Dr. Chekhov isn't going to give Hobbits a time to develop one more unit into this Chrono Break. Instead, just goes for Eye of Nagakaboros off of the top. Beautiful wide swing coming through. At least 3 damage going to hit the Nexus.
And it's such an awkward position for Hobbits because if you lose your entire board, then the rally doesn't do much for you in the future. You kind of need a lot of things to die in one turn. But if you chrono break now, you're not really reviving much here, Skarzik. You're getting a couple of dinky little tutus. There's no voices to buff them up. You don't know if there's one coming. We'll see what we can find off the Scrying Sands. Voice is in the pool, and suddenly the rally looks a lot more effective, but you're not trading off that many units, at least not many impactful trades.
And this is the awkwardness I spoke on Boulevard, where your opponent kind of puts you on this off cadence of having a good threatening board, but also being able to safety develop, get your chrono breaks. There is a forbidden line where Hobbits cuts his losses, starts to build something up from scratch here, rather than reviving now with the chrono break, but has to play it, wants to keep up on the board.
Oh, but if Hobbits plays the Jinx now, it's going to be a little bit of a disaster. There is a Buster Shot in the hand of Chekhov, and Hobbits is going to go for it.
And
that is not a Feral Presence.
Empty the hand. Ugh.
Jinx goes down. Voices on top of the deck, but Voices just gets you back board parity. How do you deal with this Bandle Commando, or this Bandle Gunners down the line?
I think with your hand in this state, you almost want to take Echo over the Voices, right? Yes, Echo was picked!
It was
so
Echo.
There is a little bit of hope here to get the time trick to draw some cards. But the pastry is there. He's getting hit with a cartoon anvil.
He might get triple pastry Skarzik, because if you prize fight, you give over the chrono break, and I mean, prize fight also vulnerable to the last card in hand, the Scrying Sands. Yeah, it looks like Chekhov is just lining up the double ping.
It feels so bad to put all three on the stack, because you're like, what if that last card's right of negation? But
and they magically get a fourth mana.
But yeah, just take out the Echo, and this is exactly how you keep Echo Jinx under control. You make sure the champions are not on board, you deny these Echo strikes, kill on sight, no time tricks, no chrono breaks, and we just have a nice swarm board-based matchup where Bandle City and Bilgewater are massively favored. We're going to see Bandle Gunners played for 7 mana.
There's really not much other choice, right? Unless you can top deck a 1 or 2 mana multi-region follower off the top, but even that doesn't feel super impactful. And now we're going to get to see the final card of Hobbits is on Chekhov's side. It looks like a drop border actually hit, and then a choice between Echo and Jinx, and you have to imagine it's the Jinx at this stage of the game. She's going to be leveled. She's immune to the Buster Shot. You just saw so many pings come out, but prize fight ping is still there for Chekhov.
Yeah, just swings in with these units to force some value trades, set up for the Super Mega Death Rocket to clear. Because with everything that we've seen so far, Dr. Chekhov isn't actually presenting a big threat on that side either, until this Bandle Gunners comes down and we have double prize fight to deal 9 damage to the Nexus.
Oh, I can't imagine a way for Hobbits to come back into this, especially given the very high likelihood that Jinx does not live to see the end of the turn. But it does depend on how Chekhov plays this. You know, if they go into combat first, or if they... I'm really reaching here, but I am actually not finding a way where Chekhov manages to tap below prize fight ping.
I'm sure your speech will cheer us on.
Yeah, and even with the top deck of the Bandle City Mare is no longer locked into the Bandle Gunners line. Jinx, the final predict from Scrying Sands coming through, is finally leveled up, hits the board. Dr. Chekhov developing any further is only throwing more fuel on the fire for Super Mega Death Rocket.
This is an interesting position, though. Does Chekhov send his 1 HP units into combat now, or do you develop something like the Grandfather Fae, or even just prize fight ping the Jinx first to try and get Hobbits as a priority sequence to play the Rocket out, and then continue to develop with the Grandfather Fae and the Hungry Owlcat?
With Tristana still being part of the equation, those units are a little bit more devastating than you would think, and this would discount the Bandle Gunners. This prize fight combo that's been cooking in the hand the entire game, Boulevard, is only going to be active with the attack token.
Well, it's awkward right now because you also need to prize fight Tristana to actually take the Jinx down to 1 HP, and that would also set Tristana at 1 HP, set her up for the Rocket, and I think that's why Chekhov is about to develop this Hungry Owlcat, so he has a secondary sacrificial fodder to actually take out the Jinx.
And Hobbits is also being presented with an interesting line. What if I just wait? What if I let you develop a little bit more before I pop the rocket? Maybe I think you're so scared of this rocket, I can get a cheeky end round and draw 2 cards.
I think this was a little preemptive on the side of Hobbits. I think Hobbits would be very happy if they were actually presented with an opportunity to just not play the rocket this round, because Chekhov stops developing or doesn't attack. Just forgo the 3 damage in the board wipe, draw your 2 cards, rocket them on the next turn.
Hobbits is still pretty healthy at 14 HP. Here comes the prize fight ping, and this is on a spell shielded unit. Jinx will go down, so the card draw is further denied. I think we could have fished much harder Boulevard to try to just get around N and draw 2. And, you know, Ramen solved this issue by running Formula, getting a little bit more resources here. But Hobbits has missed the window of opportunity with the Chrono Breaks, the Voice of the Risen, all the champions going down. There's really no way to stand up to this onslaught anymore.
No, you know, there's like 1 Echo, there's 1 Jinx, there's 2 Chrono Breaks, but your board is so dinky that no matter what Hobbits' draws, they need a 2 to 3 card combo to come back into this game. And with Formula not in the deck, there's just no way to make that happen. It would have to be Echo to kick things off so that you get the free time trick. But even then, I don't think you are establishing things fast enough to just not die to Chekhov on the following turn.
All right, I've got it, Boulevard.
Lay it on me.
Secret Keeper.
Secret Keeper, and then doesn't it put it at the bottom? You can't even like draw the champions.
And then
turn.
it's a tie trick. I don't know.
There we go.
Aftershock off the top hits Tristana, but we've got Eye of Nagakaboros and Bandle Gunners still in the hand, going to be developed here into a beautiful open attack. But King's Court also,
and that's going to be able to give Brash over to the Grandfather Fae, so that you've got 9 unblockable damage coming at the Nexus. But Chekhov doesn't even have to do that. They're going to have plenty of time to run out their entire hand next turn, get the Commando out, get the Gunners out, hold up this prize fight for whatever Hobbits' imagines could come off the top of the deck to try and bring them back into this one, but it's not going to be enough no matter what it is. Well, actually, hold up.
Augmented Clockling, hang on.
Wait a minute here.
Shepherd's Authority, yes, go ham. Another prize fight added to the hand. Augmented Clockling, what can it even find? Another Chrono Break, the final Jinx.
It feels like it doesn't matter. Chekhov, you know, having these double prize fights means that he can throw Brash onto all of his units if he wants to, and we're going to see another development here.
Yeah, this is just terrifying. Jinx comes through. We have Super Mega Death Rocket, clears Grandfather Fae, but not much else.
No, and actually...
Triple prize fight means that we've got lethal.
Yeah, Chekhov just has lethal with the Bandle Gunners by, you know, prize fighting the entire board.
Bandle Gunners, the scrappiest Yordles we've ever seen, going to take on all challengers here with a prize fight. This looks absolutely disgusting, Boulevard, and I can definitely see why. This is the reason. This is a deck like this is the only way you would get players to swap off of Samira Fizz, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm glad that you called it scrappy, because looking at the actual symbol for the Brash keyword, that's exactly what I think of, is scrappy. And Hobbits is, you know, gonna be able to line up the blockers, but there's no way to survive this once Chekhov's gets priority back and we fire off all these prize fights. That Super Mega Death Rocket going to remain in the hand here at the end of Hobbits' top 16 run at the World Qualifier.
Triple prize fight puts the lethal down. 13 damage. Chekhov with a clean 2-0. There was so much riding on properly banning for this matchup, and the doctor had exactly what he needed.
Just what the doctor ordered. Well put, Skarzig. Well played, Dr. Chekhov, our first competitor that we are aware of that is locked in for our top 8. Now, remember, things are a little bit different than previously. It used to be in a seasonal, you make it to the top 4, that gets you into the Worlds Qualifier. Doing things a little differently this year. There is a Worlds Qualifier happening, but we don't have any details on it. The thing that everybody is eyeing is just that champion spot in order to get that direct qualification. Of course, the Runeterra points to second and the top 4 mean they are also likely to qualify, but only one is guaranteed. Now, we're going to jump into another matchup, I believe. as soon as we get that set up here on the back end. And Skarzig, I gotta say, we are finally getting down to the wire. I think we're gonna try to hop into the Bones matchup if that is still available, but not 100% sure. Bones is a name that has been around for a while.
Yeah, a player that was a force to be reckoned with, I think, in the infancy of Runeterra's competitive scene, and has kind of just been working in the background. But we've actually got another one, Boulevard. It's a debate. Filthy Gamerweeb versus Drissoth. I think the most titanic players that still remain in the bracket have to tango here to see who advances. This is game 2.
We are at the threshold of
And we've got Karma Set versus Yordles.
Oh man, this is a pretty good attack from Gamerweeb. They've still got some weapons they can play. The stagehand attack that these Karma players are throwing in is a one of to punish the developments that traditionally don't exist in Ionia, Piltover, and Zon. And actually going to throw it down onto the Bandle Commando to stop that scout weapon from getting maximum value.
Denying the, even though we have an elusive blocker, Drissoth does recognize that if I can just negate the Bandle Commando altogether, I won't have to worry about it. Prize Fight actually is a KO here on the stagehand because it's ephemeral. When ephemeral units strike, they disappear. And with that sequence on the stack, we get an open attack to avoid the showstopper.
Yeah, and it's so awkward for Drissoth because the 1 HP units that are going to die to the showstopper are the ones with the most attack, the ones that you feel the most compelled to block. And Filthy Gamerweeb, rather, still has the option to commit this Pokestick on the stack and get a second one when Gnar strikes onto set here.
Beautifully done. You can cycle. Yeah, I like this. Cycling the Pokestick, so you get a second one. You don't care about the discount. You just want to draw multiple cards, especially in a deck like this. We need to go wide. We need to go resources.
Down to 2 on the side of Drissoth with a Perilous Pastry available to Filthy Gamerweeb to try and find the lethal. Can't do it all this turn, though. Is 2 mana shy, so Deny will be available for Drissoth. But will it be enough? There's still impact that you need to worry about as well, and an impact weapon in the hand of Filthy Gamerweeb to make sure every unit is a certified threat.
There's a couple tag outs here to get some coins. We're in incredible need of karma. We have to spend 12 mana with Set in order to get anything done, but these are all reactive cards. We can't just spam it out to get another showstopper. Gamerweeb, meanwhile, has Vandal City Mare, has Shepherd, has Tristana now.
And Mare gonna come down, see what we can find.
Oh,
Tenor of
Terror, my god.
Tenor's gotta be lethal here, Skarzig. Only 1 HP left for Drissoth. No karma in play. Couple of tag outs, but like you mentioned, not gonna... Well, I think Drissoth can get showstop. They'd have to like tag out Set, replay Set, play the coin for no value. Karma off the top, but not a lot of high impact doubles here.
Deny on the Perilous Pastry. That's step 1. We've got Karma in hand, but no coins.
Yeah, and if you play Karma, you're lining yourself up for a double up high note, but you're taking yourself off of tag out high note, which could be more impactful and the big difference maker here.
Tenor of Terror takes the stage, wants to sing the swan song in game 2, but Karma comes down in response. Ruined Karma.
I don't think it matters, Skarzig. I think Filthy Gamerweeb can slam down Tristan. Goes to combat!
But there's no coins. You just attack. You develop Tristana and Gnar is there too. And
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You throw down Tristana, you throw down Gnar. Are you?
But
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
What we're seeing here is a little bit of trauma. The Karma set, it forces you to respect completely unholy amounts of mana. Is Gamerweeb is I think saying I'm at 17 HP. If I don't develop board, then Showstopper can't hurt me. I'm just going to play Gnar. I'm just going to rely on just purely pings and impact prize fight rather than going super wide and getting my board wiped by double stopper, I guess. If one of those cards was place your bets, then there was almost no way that a wide swing would work.
There was only 4 mana for Drissoth. Place your bets wasn't available.
Oh my god. Gamerweeb has somehow opened up a window for Drissoth to fight back now. Leveled Karma and leveled Set. She gets
Formula!
a formula!
Oh, and the another ping in the hand of Filthy Gamerweeb. You have to imagine there's got to be a way for Filthy Gamerweeb to establish the lethal here. Now with a prize fight, with a Tristana, has the Perilous Pastry as well. Drissoth, can you find the answer? Gonna tag out to start, make sure there's no second prize fight, but still, Pokey Stick would be lethal as well.
Prize fight does let you proc Gnar, get that Pokey Stick. You can just freely attack here. 16 damage on the Tristana. We have a scout weapon. We have the Pot of Pain.
A little surprised not to see formula out of Drissoth. It is... Oh, no, sorry. It is not mana neutral. I am... Never mind. Throw that out the window.
Yeah, because it refills just spell mana, so
yeah.
it doesn't overlap properly. We have 2 coins, I think, on that stack.
Yeah,
1
so
coin.
7 mana available for Drissoth, which means this is likely a block into a tag out, followed by a deny on the prize fight, and then Filthy Gamerweeb doesn't have the mana for... Okay, never mind, we gave him the Pokey Stick.
Yeah, so then we've got the doubled coin coming through, going all the way back up to 9 mana now.
Perilous Pastry is slow speed, which means when the Pokey Stick is denied and the Showstopper wipes the board, Filthy Gamerweeb's not going to have fast speed lethal.
And here comes the Showstopper. After that sequence, we get it doubled up against the Gnar. Here comes the Pokey Stick. Second deny is in the hand.
Oh, and
because
now...
Tristana couldn't attack, there was no impact to go along with the prize fight. Goes for it anyway to try to get one more Pokey Stick out of the Gnar.
Ah, that'll do it. But there's a tag out, but
and then
man.
tag out on the Set. Gnar throws a haymaker, but whiffs on the air.
I don't know if it's enough. I think Filthy Gamerweeb still gets a chance to play this Perilous Pastry for lethal. Drissoth just doesn't have it on the open.
Because there's no mana now to replay the Set this turn.
Dragonlings!
Oh my god, Drissoth! Not like this!
Double Perilous Pastry does nothing in the face of double Dragonlings. Drissoth's going back to 5, and with Set coming, that should be enough. Drissoth gets the GG Shen, and he's moving on to the top 8!
Filthy Gamerweeb had a window of opportunity to extend with that wide swing, the Tristana and the Gnar, but was respecting something in the hand. Didn't want to go for that extension, that wide swing. And if you let off the gas pedal at all versus Karma Set, we saw how many cards get drawn Boulevard, how much interaction in the hand to stop every possibility. You have Karma working in the background, working her feminine wiles, giving you these random spells. Dragon Ambush, in devastating coup de grace.
Whew. I got it. Wondering about what you're actually afraid of at 4 mana. I think the obvious answer is kind of Concussive Palm. It is the only reason that you wouldn't develop, right? If you're worried about double high note, that's happening whether you develop or not. So Concussive Palm is the only punish for developing, but because you're running out Tristana and Gnar, I'm pretty sure those are the units you care about attacking. I think it was wildly incorrect for Floppy to go, or for Filthy Gamerweeb rather, sorry, Floppy, to go for that attack there instead of developing more, and gets hard punished for it. And this is something we've seen out of players before, playing way too respectfully of the Karma.
Facebreaker is 5, right?
It's 4, but it stuns 2 units. So even if you run out like Karma, or if you run out Tristana and Gnar and they end up getting Facebreaker, then you're still in the same position you were before you played the units.
And this is looking like a pretty rough position as well as we jump into the tail end of this game. We've got a Condemn coming through in this Aatrox mirror match.
And it looks like that is going to be...
Oh my god, and it's a 1-1. Oof.
Yeah, because this is a one-sided strike, that's just going to take out the Aatrox, and Dusk has the option to Aatrox spell back to trade, but is just going to let it happen. 5 life now on the side of their opponent. A little bit of development they can throw down. But... I cannot tell what those cards are in hand for the opponent here. I know that they are revealed. I think one of them's a weapon, one of them's the World Ender, and a Tumble. That'll do it.
Great deduction, Boulevard. The open attack isn't really that spectacular here. We've only got one challenger with the Fleet Feather Tracker as quick attack thanks to Dark and Harp. No great attacks with Vayne being only a 3-3, and because you have a 7-7, maybe you're feeling a little bit better versus the Aatrox to just chump down. The health almost doesn't matter. It's whoever gets access to the ultimate board state.
Yeah, at the moment, though, we actually are eyeing lethal for Dusk. They have a Cataclysm plus a 7-7 Overwhelm with a 1 HP unit sitting on the other side of the board. It is counterable in a couple of different ways, though. You can catch in the Spear, and then it's only 4 damage. You could use the Aatrox spell to gain a little bit of life back. You could even catch an Aatrox spell to take out the Zolani entirely.
And the open attack is put through, not pulling the Zolani to the side. Wants this damage to go through with Aatrox instead, setting the Zolani down, and Aatrox just to heal for 2 more.
Vayne potentially coming in as well, but ultimately going to be held back now. Dusk gonna take the damage, playing respectfully of a form-up.
Lets it through, survives at 5 HP. There's another Aatrox in hand. Now with that sequence done, Dusk's opponent has access to World Ender here. And if you don't go for Cataclysm now, the Fleet Feather Tracker will assimilate and transform into Stratu.
Yeah, so instead Dusk... Oh, I thought Dusk was about to run out their own Stratu, but instead going to give quick attack over to the Zolani. And like you mentioned, here comes the World Ender. Dusk might have missed their opportunity to even take the shot at lethal.
So this is going to result in a 10-10 Aatrox and a Stratu in play. We have this Vayne as well, threatening the discounted Tumble to cycle and overwhelm with this gigantic Aatrox.
Yeah, now it almost feels, oh, this might just be lethal for the opponent. If you try to Cataclysm the Seratu,
it wasn't
then...
a harp? Oh, wait, no, it's after the spell resolves.
Yeah.
I thought it was maybe like a fix-em-up or whatever.
No, nothing like that, but
Cook.
I think now Dusk just loses. There's no way to beat the Tumble, because if you don't Cataclysm the Seratu, they tumble Seratu. You have to block that. You lose your Zolani. They draw 2 cards. But if you sacrifice your Zolani here, they just tumble an Aatrox.
So Zolani does have quick attack. It's going to survive this exchange. Deals 3 damage to the Nexus. And the attack token is coming over to Dusk. But there's just not a good attack on top of this. The open attack would need to be... accompanied with
a lot, probably too much.
And then we're just going to overwrite the Zolani with the Darkened Blade. We're just going to put another Aatrox into the equation.
I don't think Zolani turns into Aatrox. I don't think Darken Assimilate. I'm
a lot of niche, interactions,
and we're not going to find out.
Being revealed here.
Unfortunately,
I think that the Aatrox was going to assimilate there, but the strike spell is there. The Deathbringer Slash comes through, and now Dusk is completely tapped out. No playable cards in hand. Here comes the Tumble, and this mysterious player will advance.
We see the GG Shen on one side, Dusk just going to accept their fate and go down here, and that means we have, I believe at this point, most if not all of our top 8 locked in Skarsgård. We saw Drissoth move on, we saw Dr. Chekhov move on, and now we have seen this mystery player, because both of us, I believe, only speak English, so we're not even going to, we're not going to make attempts at that one, but...
Screenshot, feed into Google, computer, zoom and enhance.
Exactly, but... with our top 8 on the horizon, as we crest the halfway point of the top cut of this Worlds Qualifier, we're going to throw it to a quick break before we get into the final stages of this event. Don't go anywhere. Did you miss us? You didn't think we'd leave you hanging. We still have so much more action left to go, Skarsgård. We have finally made it to the top 8, cresting onto the back half. Nearly 80% of our top cut has been eliminated, if I did that math right, which I'm pretty sure I did. And so we are finally getting into the wire here. You know, previously this is where players would be lining up for their Worlds qualification spot into the last chance qualifier, because that previously a top 4 would get you there. Now we have reworked that system in a way that we're not totally sure how yet. More information on that to come, because we are months away from a WCQ. For now, though, we are just looking to crown our champion and move them on to the World Championship later this year. We know Dr. Chekhov, Drissoth, and according to Google Translate, Princess Buttercup are already on to the top 8. Skarsgård, how are we feeling? Is there any particular player you're on the lookout for as we get down to the wire?
These players, we know that they are here to compete. I really like that we're seeing some unfamiliar names, and on a tournament like this where there's so much on the line, this is where I want these new names to shine. So I'm gonna just be back in Princess Buttercup here. I think I want them to go far, even if they don't take down the whole thing. You know, putting in a nice, finalist run or even a top 4 finish will put you on all these viewers' radars at home.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think the story for Drissoth here is one of the biggest ones, because currently being rank 1 on ladder means that a top 4 or a second place finish probably push him through to the World Championship as well on Runeterra points at the end of the season, assuming there's no huge upset later on. Maybe he needs another top 64 or something along those lines at one of the next couple of opens, but I don't think Drissoth has to win the entire thing in order to move on, but he is going to be up against rattling bones here in the top 8. In fact, you can see all of our top 8 players that are remaining, a lot of new names.
Chekhov and Flock, 2 players that we know, Rattling Bones, a grizzled veteran versus Drissoth, the master of Burblefish, Krios and Dusk, then Nas and Fabio. Was it Buttercup that beat Dusk?
I thought so, but I guess Dusk beat Buttercup.
I must be misremembering.
Maybe.
It was the Vayne mirror, so
either. Yeah, it looks like Dusk is on. At least that's what the bracket says. That's what I'm willing to believe. We have an excellent production team. There's no way that they would give us this information
up all day.
Yeah.
Boulevard. So.
But what we will not be making up is the winner of the match that we are about to see. Now, I don't have word on who it is just yet. There are a couple of bangers in there. Maybe we'll watch Bones Drissoth, maybe we'll watch Flock Chekhov, or we'll hop down to the other side of the bracket, like you mentioned, with some of our lesser-known players and go ahead and put the spotlight on them, because we know that with the way that bracket is sort of put out, right? Top half, bottom half. A lot of known factors at the top half, not a lot of known factors at the bottom half. That means all the known players have to play each other in top 8 and then again in top 4 before we move on to the finals. So we very well might be crowning a brand new champion that no one has ever heard of before, and that is the beauty of the Runeterra Open system.
Yeah, we have now these players also being directly qualified to the World Championships, and that was also a great way for some relatively unknown players to really make a name for themselves. Aragorn is also going to be showing back up at that tournament, trying to defend his title. And, he went into the tournament a relatively unknown player and demonstrated just through the feats of inventive deck building that you can prove that you can hang with the best of the best.
Now, as far as feats of inventive deck building, I'm not sure how much of that we have left here in the top 8. It looks like we are going to do... I actually didn't hear what he said. I think we're going to... I thought he said the Fabio versus Nas. I thought he said Floppy, and I was like, Floppy's in the top 8? How did I miss that one? The kid's going for the 4th one in a row, but that is not the case. In fact, Dr. Chekhov, I believe, is the only remaining member of Red Pup Games if they want to continue their string of dominance that they've run over the last 3 events coming into this 4th one.
And this is just how it happens. You have a really good testing group, you have a lot of top players, but when everybody is playing their hearts out and there's so many different matchups for you to keep under consideration, sometimes, only one can survive. There probably might have even been a couple, team kills on the way up this bracket.
Almost certainly, and I gotta say, I don't know what I'm gonna do if Chekhov wins this entire event. If Red Pup Games gets a 4th win in a row, the last 2 seasonals, the first Runeterra Open into the first WCQ with the back-to-backs from Floppy, I don't know what we're gonna do with this team. We're just gonna qualify all of them for the World Championship, push them all through, let them all go, something along those lines. But it's not what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at Nos versus Fabio. And first, we're going to take a look at Nos's lineup, as I don't think we've gotten a chance to look at this today. And it looks like it is just going to be Champion Strength Bandle Gunners, Aatrox Vayne, and Samira Fizz. Very standard decks across the board.
This is a lineup where you want your opponent to ban the Samira Fizz, then you get to play your Demacia decks. Notably, Champion Strength was a card that we saw 1 or 2 copies work its way into Aatrox Vayne from time to time, and Nos is opting not to go that far down the rabbit hole, wants just the Champion Strength plus Swarm package and Bandle City to do the carrying there, and trust that the Aatrox deck is going to hold on to its mid-range dominance to round out this lineup.
And it sounds so funny to look at the curve on Vayne Aatrox and call it a mid-range deck, because you see 75% of this deck is 1 and 2 cost cards. It almost looks more like an aggro deck, and then you throw in your champions plus Ranger Knight Defector. But don't be fooled, a lot of those 2 cost weapons, those are actually 8 and 9 mana cards in their own right. Will absolutely be coming down later, but I think you're right. I think that you are just looking to get your Samira banned and then play 2 similar-ish strategies going into whatever your opponent has brought, which I'm very curious to see what we've got on the side of NLB Fabio. But it's not quite ready yet. We're going to have to stare at these a little bit longer. Never mind, it is ready, and I see triple Plaza Guardian in Noxus Seraphine?
Plaza Guardian has been a card that saw some play only here and there marginally. There was some very specific interactions that it was taking advantage of to come down very aggressively. Now with Bandle Gunners hitting the forefront of the metagame, players are reevaluating some of these other units that discount themselves. Pairing this with Noxus means that you have access. We can see the Rune Squire getting an Overwhelm Fragment. You have a make your own Pursuit of Perfection with the Plaza Guardian, and then even Pirouette to get that massive 10-10 quick attack to swing through.
And also just a regular Pursuit of
80,
Perfection,
right?
In case you don't want... What was that?
Sorry, I'm doubting myself with the stat line of Plaza Guardian. It got buffed one time a long time ago, and I think it's a 6/6 right now.
Yeah, I think it used to be a 5/6 or something. This is years ago that this buff came out. But then on top of that, we're seeing, Nora Nar, the Lord Broadmain control style of deck. And then we also see...
pile.
We also see one Broadmain over in the Alawi Swain, as well as the addition of Captain Farron and Riptide Rex for a monstrous top end.
I like the idea there. We've seen so far with these Alawi Swain decks, the matchups where they've been struggling are the greedier ones where they just cannot close out. So Captain Farron and Riptide Rex gives you that over-the-top pressure that maybe forces your opponent to play a little bit more directly on board to close out rather than kicking back and fully relying on value. And when we compare that as well to the Nora variant, we've got 1 Treasure Trash at the top end. This build has fluctuated between 1 and 3 copies of that, and that ends up just kind of being a more decisive way to find something to end the game rather than just fatiguing your opponent out of resources.
And Scarzy, as we get into the bans here, I gotta say, I think this is the first time that I am near 100% confident in what the bans are going to be. I think Fabio has to ban the Samira Fizz, and I think Nos has to ban the Nora Nar. I think Lord Broadmain just plays way too efficiently into these mid-range Demacia decks, and then Samira Fizz goes way too fast for these Broadmain control decks, and I think Fabio has found the matchups he was looking for here in Top Cut.
The read that, Aatrox is going to be the play. To run a card like Broadmain that can efficiently answer these massive stat lines repeatedly is going to be Fabio's key to victory. I love the idea here where the lineup construction takes 3 oddball decks that when they work in tandem, it forces your opponent into these awkward situations. And even though Fabio is playing into Nos' strategy of kind of taking the forced ban of Samira Fizz, the 2 remaining matchups being favored almost across the board looks to be very strong for Fabio.
But there's a reason we play it out. And Nos might be able to surprise us with some of the more linear, traditional, mid-range Demacia style decks, but I gotta say, I'm just a little excited to see Samira Seraphine play, because I thought we had finally exhausted our wealth of resources on how many champions you can pair with Samira. I thought Samira Jinx would forever and always be the Piltover and Zon Noxus Samira deck, but no, we've gone a completely different strategy and taken two champions that on the surface don't necessarily look like they synergize that well in the heavy one of style, control, value oriented Seraphine up with the super aggressive combo-y style of Samira. And I don't think the style of combo that these two champions play necessarily has a large overlap, but Fabio's made it to the top 8. There's got to be something there.
If I look deep within how this deck would play out, it's probably something like Samira gives you a spell that levels Seraphine. Seraphine starts doubling spells, which levels Samira, rallies you very quickly, and then you can just rally with the Plaza Guardian eating your opponent's board, and they just don't have any more blockers.
I could also see Samira
really looking forward to it.
I could see Samira operating almost as a Diana, right? In those Targon control decks, you would constantly play Diana as like, yeah, I'm just gonna get on board early with my 2/2 challenger. It'll help make sure I survive the early game. Samira is a 2/2 challenger with quick attack in most instances, so perhaps you're just playing her as a hard control tool, never worried about getting the level up or the rally off.
Your opponent also has to take a turn off to answer the Samira to stop the snowball from occurring, and that's one more removal that's not going on your Seraphine, one more aftershock that's not going to maybe be hitting a back alley bar because you want to make sure you cover that additional HP from all out.
There's a couple of options here, but I gotta say, I'm just mad that there's two Alawi Swain in top 8. Like, there's probably only... There can't be more than 4 or 5 of them in the whole of the top 64, and as I constantly get up here and backtalk this deck, it just continues to perform, and I don't know what I'm going to do if it wins the entire event, Skarzig. If Fabio or Chekhov or any of the other players whose lineups we haven't looked at yet are running this and take it to a victory, I don't know what I'm going to do. Now, chat, I'm not making any deals with you here, any bets, any one-sided, oh, if it wins, I'll do this. I'm not doing any of that, okay? I'll be surprised, but that's the extent of what you're getting from me.
Well, I'm going to offer you a special bit of tech here, Boulevard. It's what we like to call an option select. Alawi Swain wins, but only because it's a good meta call. Karma Set is very prominent in tournament play, so it kind of bullies out other greedy decks that would normally give this deck issues, and maybe a lot of these Alawi Swain players follow the Skarzig mindset that Nasus perhaps is also not real and was simply putting up some numbers by exploiting a pocket of the metagame. And we've seen that from time to time as well. A deck does very, very well on ladder in the few days leading up to a big tournament. And then once players actually try to play it in a really hardcore tournament setting, it falls flat. Big shout out to all the people who got baited by the Croc back in the day.
And that's not a bad read that you have there, Skarzig. When we look at our other regions that have already played out, APAC and EMEA, there were only 13 Nasus in the top 64 of APAC, and we go down to 7 when we look at EMEA, which is less than Kaisa Garen.
Kaisa Garen. And again, another surprising deck that put up some very respectable numbers right before players locked in their lineups. And if you can play on board, good big stats, some spell shields, some good keywords, Pantheon also running rampant as we saw earlier in the rounds. Players just are very keen on that style of deck to flesh out their lineups. And as we've seen, I think repeatedly now, Boulevard, if you want mid-range deck with big stats, multitude of utility effects and keywords, Aatrox has got your back.
Yeah, you don't need to roll the dice on Pantheon anymore, right? It's kind of a relic of the past. It's been phased out. Players aren't totally on board with that sentiment yet, but we'll get them there, Skarzig. We'll show them the truth that Aatrox is the next step in the evolution of mid-range. And I gotta say, when it comes to Kaisa Garen, I got baited. I got baited by that one. I thought that was going to be a good deck, but we are finally getting into the game here. NBL Fabio up against Nas, starting off with that Seraphine Samira up against Demacia Bandle Gunners.
This deck, because it is Noxus, running Samira, is trying to play something that's a little bit more responsive in the early game, and so might not have the spells and mana up to directly counter a champion strength. Like, ping a few units down before it resolves. You want to be on the forefront of stopping that from being a possibility to begin with.
And I do want to point out, you don't have to counter champion strength. You can wipe the board in response. And as far as the options available to Fabio in that regard, Caustic Rip is in here as a one of, but a card that has not gotten a lot of love over the years, Rocket Barrage. One of the first cards introduced when we were doing a balance patch, and they were like, hey, we can actually just release a few cards at this time. Deal 3 to an enemy and 1 to all others could be devastating in this matchup.
If you can line up the numbers, it makes a lot of sense. In the current metagame, there are a lot of decks, right, that play Fairy, Dinky, Swarm, that's supporting a pillar of one decently statted unit. You know, Tristana comes to mind, lining up perfectly into the Rocket Barrage. Wandering Shepherd also coming through alongside Grumble Slug. Two great options being offered up, to be honest. I kind of like the Pot of Pain. Scout is the greed, it's the high roll, it's really what you want to see. But I think versus a, you know, classic Noxus P&Z suite of cards, it's kind of difficult to get the repeated value from this position.
And if Fabio wants to play greedy as well, they can go, yeah, it's going to be the pirouette here, take out one of the units, get a stun onto the Grumble Slug. It's a little low value for the stun, especially given that this is the single pirouette in the deck, but you know, this just gives them more time to find that mid-game stride, and I love the snap open pass from Fabio. Go ahead, have a Grumble Slug. I'm not going to do anything. I'll block with this Seraphine. I'll double block with this Seraphine. I don't care. And now going to get maximum value out of their challenger, taking out the Bandle Commando. Of course, Nas does have a second copy, but you can do what you can.
Beware, Mama's got a gun.
Yeah, and being able to challenge down, take down a Bandle Commando is absolutely huge here. The Grumble Slug will put on a lot of decent pressure as a 3-3 with Scout. We've got High Note. We've got the...
Wanna hear a song?
It looks like Sonic Wave might be committed
Sonic
onto
Wave,
Seraphine
yeah,
to take out the second Bandle Commando. I like this from Fabio. Keep those elusives out of there. The Spell Shield Owls are one of the biggest pain points for these board wipes, like the aforementioned Rocket Barrage that we see in Fabio's hand.
Yeah, getting the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike is also 2 spells for Seraphine. Grumble Slug now solo on the board, trying to fight through. Could see a Tenor of Terror. Tristana is not leveled up as well. A lot of great options here, but Nas just going to go for the open attack right now to see if Fabio is going to tap down a little bit and maintain the attack token for a wider development.
It's a nice open from Nas. That's the power of hitting this scout weapon, right? It's just forcing priority back onto your opponent. If they want to pass, you know that you've got the option to develop, and that is exactly what Fabio is going to do. I imagine Fabio, it's going to be a while before Fabio takes a first action that isn't passing. We might not see it for 2 turns when we go for that back alley bar, if that's what's on their radar. But for now, it's going to be an Aftershock onto the Mare to stunt further development from Nas, and it is going to take the Piltover Castaway out of the pool.
I was wondering if another Grumble Slug would be chosen there, just trying to float mana, working towards maintaining the curve while also keeping 3 up to play towards Champion Strength. This hand would absolutely come alive with the Champion Strength top deck.
It's definitely on the table, and Fabio doesn't have really many clean answers for it. It depends on what Nas is developing, but with the Tenor of Terrors coming down, you know, you get a little bit of Rocket Barrage value, but that's really the only place that Rocket Barrage would be finding value currently, you know, of course, before the Teemo top deck, but Tristana's about to get online, and Fabio would have to commit a double High Note into that, which is a lot of resources.
These are I gotta tell you, these passes are so specific, saying, your board's not good enough. You've got to develop more. Not even taking an in-between play of the advanced intel to just draw one to keep the Rocket Barrage open is saying, if you want to be cheeky and end the round, you think you're going to make me burn mana, that's exactly what I want you to do. Here comes the Castaway, another 1 HP unit augmented with the Sandworn Amulet to get another point of HP to survive the Rocket Barrage. Now, this is where Fabio's getting a little spooked, with the Owlcat surviving with Spell Shield, with a fearsome unit also surviving with that extra point of HP. The Rocket Barrage has to happen.
Yeah, I think Fabio should be very close to turning on these High Notes if they're not turned on already. So while we don't get to see an insane sweep out of the Rocket Barrage, it does set up for High Note value down the line, even if Nos goes for a Teemo development here, probably throw the Scout weapon back onto something. But Fabio shouldn't have too much of an issue, and I feel like Fabio is almost playing like an AI here, Skarzig. Just the parameters for me to take an action have not been met yet. I'm hitting the pass button.
And there's the potential round end. Fabio likes it.
Thought that might have been champion strength off the top.
Bye-bye, bad guys!
And Tristana's leveled. There's also Tenor of Terror. This is a fantastic sequence. When you have Tristana leveled and you get to play Tenor of Terror, they get further boosted thanks to level 2 Tristana's effect. They become even more devastating with that extra point of attack and impact.
And that form up drawn from Nos is super important here. Otherwise, Fabio likely would have had the ability to double high note, take out Tristana, as well as 2 other units. But with the Tristana surviving and the Tenor coming down, like you mentioned, that's a lot of impact damage coming in at you while you are just at a Seraphine on board. Now Samira can come down as an additional blocker, but it looks like first Fabio's going for something a little different. If you can level Seraphine and then play the high note, then you get through the form up anyway, but Tenor has already come down. Damage has been done.
So much impact damage being presented. High note is used, levels up the Seraphine to cut off some of this damage.
But that means that the high note will not be doubled up, cannot be doubled up. It doesn't even mean Fabio can get down a blocker, actually. They're not going to have the priority sequence. They just opened with a high note, so Nos might actually have lethal here, or if not lethal, they're getting very close to it. Because there's no way you safety block the Tristana.
A duet? Heck yeah.
Oh, you do safety block the Tristana. Heads up, Fabio.
12 damage here. High note comes through, answered by form up. Fabio just barely alive.
Does form up onto the castaway spell lethal here?
Let me see.
It looks like it.
I think it is exact lethal, yes.
Yeah, just
and it's
no
funny
way
too because
around it.
with burst speed spells, you can't like put it on the stack and check the eye. You've got to do the math.
Yeah.
The math has been done. And
Advanced
here's the double
intel
advanced
doubled, but
intel.
without bar in play, all these cards cost mana. I know, I'm so sorry, Seraphine players. Sometimes you do have to play like the rest of us and spend mana, but that is going to be lethal. Nos going up 1 game here with that exact seize against NBL Fabio.
Despite the end of that game, I did like the way that Fabio was approaching that matchup, just saying, yeah, the board's not really that threatening. I'm just going to develop. I don't even need to do anything. I'll just pass. Was hoping to find some big late game thing, some sort of answer to that board state. But when you have Tristana already leveled coming out of the deck, then Tenor of Terror, you're suddenly putting on so much pressure with only a couple plays that just weren't within Fabio's calculations.
And speaking of late game answers, you know, hats off to Nas, who didn't find any of their late game threats, right? We didn't find Champion Strength. We didn't find Bandle Gunners. That was just good, honest. Tristana did a lot of heavy lifting here, and that is the power of that deck. But now we're going to see Fabio stick onto the Seraphine Samira. I almost said switch decks because I saw Samira and was like, obviously, that's not the Seraphine deck we just watched. But no, it is. Fabio has paired the two together.
But Nos opening up here. We're already on turn 2. Has the stylish shot into 2 plunder units. A nice open attack. Fearsome. And no mystic shot by Fabio. So we get to attack and get that stylish shot right back.
I mentioned in the deck selection screen that I was finally very confident in the bans. And I was very confident that Fabio was going to ban this Samira Fizz. But it seems that is just not the case. And I think, if I saw correctly, this is one of the... Yeah, this is a very monkey-heavy version. There's the 3 monkey business alongside the Powder Pandemonium. Jagged Taskmaster making an appearance as well. I'm a little curious if Fabio might have misbanned here, but again, that's not one of those things you can really check for, even if Fabio does lose here.
Yeah, when you're playing a deck like this, when you have PNZ, you've got the Rocket Barrage, you're feeling very confident in your ability to kind of deal with these swarmy, aggressive decks consistently. And I mentioned it earlier, Boulevard, that Samira Fizz is one of those decks that even if you have a good matchup, you just can't take the risk. Being, you know, that tier 1 deck, it can just sometimes brute force its way through matchups where it's supposed to be unfavored. We've got that stylish shot being used once more to proc monkey business, and then we've got another open attack coming through.
And I gotta say, it's kind of a scary hallmark here, where Burblefish was always the deck where it's like, even if you have a good matchup, you know, you should probably still ban it because it can just blow you out. Samira Fizz isn't even playing the Burblefish anymore, Skarzik, but because that package was once in this deck, it still has the power to brute force through you and say, yeah, you know, the stats can say whatever they want. We're only playing one game. Those stats are based off 10,000 games. I'm still taking that 45% and I'm jamming it home. And Nas is looking to be in a strong position as they're running a very draw-heavy version with the triple Pull Shark and have found 2 copies already.
Now with Monkey Business through, this is a 5-wide swing with the warning shot. We've got Barbed Chain as well to draw even more. These super scrappy one-drop infested lists were theory crafted when Samira and Inferno were first revealed, and now they've had a chance to come to the forefront. We can only thank, you know, our lucky stars. There's been no Jagged Taskmasters as part of this equation. Fabio, meanwhile, has a solo Samira that has to trade down. Scorched Earth to answer a 3-1. The Mystic Shot to clear Father Fury, and Samira's going to try to go for a value trade.
And it's, you know, it's going to work out. There's nothing Nas can do about this, but the little bit of damage still pushes through. And while things don't look great for Nas, you look at the hand, you see cards that do relatively nothing. Even if the Barb Chain gets a big high roll, you know, what can actually be done? The answer is it's only going to take one Powder Pandemonium to really turn things on their head here. Even if the board gets wiped in response, that's still likely at least a decimate.
Oh, that's such a shame that the Stylish Shot was fleeting and you have to just use it here when it's not going to come back to your hand. But with that all being said, you know, Nas's list is just trying to be aggressive, punch down, hit through. There's nothing in this list that's going to directly answer Fabio's Samira, and with the right sequence of cheap spells coming out, we could see her level up. Maybe with Plaza Guardian also being fully discounted, the proper line of play I speculated about with this deck Boulevard could ring true. She's now up to D rank.
It very well could. The issue still being Nas is going to have 2 fleeting draws on the next turn, and we are just 2 Powder Pandemoniums away from lethal. You have to imagine Nas is already fully stacked on that, but doesn't find any just yet. But the removal continuously getting used up by Fabio. A High Note is the only removal spell remaining as Nas goes for some big refuel.
Flare to deal 1 damage to the Nexus. Procs Elegant Edge. We've got Stylish Shot to deal 1 more and come back to the hand. If Fabio doesn't have a Fearsome blocker, Nas might just go in with the all-out here.
Oh, and the fact that the High Note is getting used is a little unfortunate because it means this elusive will be touching the Nexus and Fabio can't do anything about that. Fabio could Disintegrate to continue to take out this unit, but is uninterested, has, you know, probably formula into Scorched Earth, but, you know, with this elusive coming through, jettison a bad roll, but it does mean Fabio will likely be taking Nexus damage this turn, and those Stylish Shots are going right back to Nas's hand.
So formula has to be expended here. The Elegant Edge is a 5-1. What's Fabio thinking? Just gonna pass, lets the attack be committed before any other spells are used. Doesn't know what these 2 remaining spells off of Father Fury are.
Scorched Earth will be committed, but I believe there's 2 Stylish Shot for Nas this turn. I think they had drawn another copy, which means Fabio going down to 5 here. No, it is just 1 Stylish Shot,
so
but
just the 1. The other one did happen
hand.
on the off token. And with that sequence, Samira is reset. She's not going to level. Here comes Seraphine. She finds an invitation. You can get a board wipe off of this.
Monkey Business for Nas, though, does mean Fabio is effectively down to just 1 HP.
And Nas just passing. Now that you've got your opponent down to 5, you can keep the board clear and just hope for Powder Pandemonium. And this is kind of a classic board state we've seen, right, where you're potentially stabilized, you're scaling into your late game nicely, but the aggro deck has the over-the-top burn. So if you are too slow at actually converting your position into something that ends the game, Nas is 1 top deck away from victory, 1 good draw away from a 2-0 and advancing into the top 4.
And Nas has been ripping through their deck up to this point, Skarzik. We already saw 2 Pull Shark come through. We saw a Barb Chain. Nas has drawn more cards than might be let on. And, you know, not just the Powder Pandemonium is lethal at this point, Samira will be lethal at this point. Another monkey business, another warning shot, another stylish shot. There are so many things that Nas could draw that represent lethal. You have to imagine it's going to happen soon, but Fabio with the double Plaza Guardian is doing what they can to give Nas as little time as possible. Likely only one more attack token for Nas before the game is over.
This should be fun.
The Plaza Guardians do put on immense pressure from this position. Samira will attack, get another flare, but this is another awkward turn where we just aren't quite hitting the numbers we need to flip the Samira. Next turn, certainly, but maybe not even enough cards to get the rally. Will it be enough? One dead top deck from Nas is the window of opportunity that Fabio needs to snatch to this game by leveling Samira. Elegant Edge!
Ooh,
There's only
that's
2
not
damage
enough.
being threatened.
There
We've
is
got back alley
still
bar, some
burst
discounts.
speed damage from Nas. Still a couple warning shots in the deck, but at the moment, Nas does not have lethal, and Fabio has the board to probably take the victory on the following turn, as Samira can challenge the Elegant Edge, and then double Plaza Guardian plus Seraphine is exactly 13 damage to take us to a game 3, but it all comes down to what is on top of Nas's deck.
We have to be able to flip Samira here and threaten a rally. I just don't think it is possible. You play the back alley bar, you get another 3/3 here, your board is full. The rest of these cards get discounted, but there's really nothing you want to disintegrate. You could just whiff it. Seraphine is only
Not even
4 or
halfway
5 out
there.
of 9.
Yeah, the arrows not lighting up means that Fabio is, 8 cards away from a Samira rally, and definitely not going to be able to get the Seraphine level up here.
And wow, Nos just going to cycle the stylish shot right now and says, Powder Monkey is going to go down and deal 1 more, and I have a lot of top decks that can solve my problem. Back alley bar, meanwhile, opens up the salvage scrap. You discard 2 cards from your hand, and then you generate units that cost 1 more than the cost of that spell.
And I gotta
so we
say,
can get a couple 2-drops here.
these Plaza Guardians are doing work, Skarsig. If not for these, we might actually be looking like a bad position for Fabio, but not only are these constantly threatening lethal and giving Nas less time, putting them on a clock, it also means that we've got effective blockers.
So we can stop the Elegant Edge. Nos low rolled with double Jettison. If these cards were almost any other card in that 1 mana spell pool, I think that Nos certainly would have this game. Samira finally levels up thanks to that Blade Fragment, and after 6 more cards are played, we will have a rally. It just comes down to whether Nos is going to draw a ping.
And there's not a lot of ping, like the options are very limited by the fact that Nos has to find the ping at burst speed. The flare from Samira means we have lethal on the open attack, and Fabio looks like they're trying to dig for the rally, but they're still not going to be able to find it. Still way too many cards away and only 1 mana remaining.
The invitation was a spell to get the shady character, discarded with the salvage scrap, and then because you discarded those cheap cards, they are discounted because of salvage scrap, but also discounted by back alley bar because they're new. We can overwrite our 3/3 with a peddler. It's still not enough.
No
So
way to rally from
close.
Fabio. Here we go. Top deck from Nas. Is it warning shot?
Samira, we've got
One-
two actions to flare and win this one.
I don't think it happens, though. I think you just flare anything on the side of Fabio going for the open attack, and that is the end of it. You don't even give them the opportunity to run out the Samira. And if Nas lets that champion touch the board, we are getting a 2-0. But Skarsig, you have to imagine we're going to game 3. Fabio has the open attack lethal. No reason not to go for it.
And the Plaza Guardians come through. Just a few dead draws, a few bad card generations opens up the window for Fabio to fight back in this game. We have the attack, we have the rally from Samira into the open, 18 damage, and Nas just barely tasting defeat from the jaws of victory.
And Fabio just
little bit of
continuing
BM
to
here.
plow through the motions, rallied before the attack token was committed and is still just going through and drawing cards. Luckily, not going to have enough mana to play out that Stuttering Song Spinner, otherwise they surely would have. And Nas is going to go down. We're going to a game 3, Skarzik. Samira Fizz gets another opportunity to pull this one back, and that is a salty position for Fabio.
That matchup definitely showed that Samira Fizz is a force to be reckoned with. Father Fury literally gets one more stylish shot or something, and that's a completely different game. If you draw literally anything other than Elegant Edge there, something that can, or Powder Pandemonium for crying out loud.
What do you mean I was completely wrong on the bans? I thought the 2 decks left are the 2 I was near sure were going to be banned from these players, but Samira Fizz left open, now going to be up against Broadmane, a very ping-heavy kind of deck, so Naz's unit damage likely to be pretty limited from here on out.
And now we have Powder Pandemonium in the opening hand, and what this allows Naz to do is, rather than just kind of throwing everything down and just hoping that you draw it, you can now play it around it and play towards it in a much more guaranteed fashion. Nas, blessed with the attack token on turn 1, has Warning Shot Jagged Butcher to get that beautiful 3 damage on the opener. Fabio, meanwhile, on Nora Nar, has some blockers, has some portals, but we'll have to see if it'll be enough. Both of these lists lack healing, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, and so far, Fabio has been able to get on board a little bit. Nas likely to summon out an elusive here and meet it with a Teamaker, but Fabio has not drawn the removal spells that are sort of the hallmark here. The Pie Toss, 1 drop the bomb available, no pirouettes. Fabio's got to find some nice top decks quick.
Flare is used on Samira to pull the Junk Construct to the side. There's no way to chip damage this Jagged Butcher, maybe ping it down. These portals have to do a lot of heavy lifting, I think, for Fabio. The tempo is real. We've got Father Fury double all out to protect against any pings. And when you're in a position like this, right, Boulevard, where you need to develop the board, but you also need to use your spells to clear the board because your opponent can just kind of sidestep your ideas and just punch through, you need the portals to come through to give you those developments and allow you to keep your spell mana available.
Absolutely. And what I'm really curious about here is, is Nas going to be inclined to sort of force an all-out here just to get more plunder procs going? Because you've got 3 copies of all-out in hand. Fabio will probably finish off the Samira after the fact. And then I have to imagine one of these all-outs is a Samira.
So you could just let this go through, reset your Samira, and with all of these spells in the hand, you can play towards an idea of making it much easier to level her up. Flare to get it out of the hand, play Samira, get another flare. Nas is sticking to this death by 1,000 cuts strategy.
Oh, a rather nice top deck from Fabio, or rather portal draw from Fabio, getting the blue Sentinel. That's going to ramp a little bit, make it easier to bank spell mana while running out the Broadmanes. Unfortunately, looking at how exactly this is going to play out, if Broadmane is the line, I don't think this blue Sentinel actually impacts anything, but being a 2-3 still makes it so that Samira can't challenge that, likely to pull the elusive out of the way to make room for Naz's, and Fabio just still hasn't found the pings. No group shot in this list worth mentioning.
That's a very important point where you can use your flare to pull the 2-3 with your Jagged Butcher to keep Samira up, or you pull the elusive because you want to hit with Father Fury. Because there's no stylish shot, maybe that isn't the play, but at the end of the day, maybe you just want to punch through. We're getting into the mid game here, just play Barbed Chain, see some more cards. We've also got that Bilgewater Tellstone generated from Father Fury, can result in a playful Trickster here throughout the mid game.
I think
You
Nas
chum
really...
the waters?
It's a Bilgewater Tellstone, gonna grab Chum the Waters, and I gotta say, Nas has to smell the blood in the Chum in the waters and really put their foot on the gas, have the read that Fabio's hand is way too heavy. Triple Broadmane is not the ideal situation for this matchup.
We've got a Junk Construct available as well. Portal Palooza hitting another blocker, another 2-3.
But this opens up the flare elsewhere. Samira doesn't have to challenge the 2-1, as Longtooth will take care of that one, as well as push a Decimate's worth of damage onto the Nexus. Might be Teamaker going down to Samira with the flare here. Oh, but Nas gonna hold it open, gonna look for that all-out value.
Can keep the flare. This is just one more damage in the hand. Baits in the block with the 2-3. You could just let the Samira go down. I wonder if Nas is playing towards that. This is the part of the game, right, where you've got the Powder Pandemonium, and you're saying, okay, I want my board to kind of get cleared, so that way I get tons of Powder Monkeys. We might even see All Out on Longtooth.
Possibly. My only concern, I like the idea usually of letting the Samira go down, but I think currently this Powder Pandemonium is only at 2, maybe 3 monkeys. You have to get more plunder procs in, and I feel like you're almost forced to use the all out in this turn, not necessarily to protect anything, and I almost like the pushing of the damage here onto the grandfather, but you just need to make sure you're getting 6 monkeys once the spell resolves.
And that's 2 Samiras down for Nos, not trying to go for the snowball, not trying to go for this value play. This is purely chip damage all the way down. We've got 3 monkeys in the Powder Pandemonium, so this is setting up a lethal.
That is a lethal amount of monkeys, and not able to find a lifesteal unit off of the portal does mean Nas should be taking this one 2-1. Lord Broadmane, the titular card of the deck, showing up in spades, and just not the matchup you wanted to find that in. And that is the issue with these decks. Sometimes you just draw the wrong half. Nas falling asleep on the pass button until it's their turn to play the Powder Pandemonium. Gonna fizz first, a little bit of payback for Fabio running out so many spells on the lethal swing on the previous turn, but you have to imagine this is the end, Skarzig.
I wonder if Nos wants to see a tap down to play around Signpost. But even then, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, because then we're going into Nas's attack turn. You just replay the Powder Pandemonium. There's only one Signpost, so that trick doesn't work twice. And that is going to do it. 3 monkeys equals a fervor, and Nos is moving on to the top 4.
Samira Fizz left unbanned and reminds us all why that is playing with fire. The Powder Pandemonium comes through to finish the game, and this was just chewing through tons of 1-drops, tons of Samiras, continuous chip damage and pressure. Even when you're playing a list that has oodles and oodles of removal, you can't keep up with that pressure.
Yeah, especially when you don't draw that removal. Not a single pie toss, not a single pirouette, no wallops. It was definitely unfortunate draws on the side of Fabio. You know, no conchologists earlier either to, get on board, get those ping spells, because there are so many in the Bandle City pool. And that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Oodles and noodles cookies. We're making all food puns out here. Don't worry about it. It's getting late. But we are going to hop into the next match. We've got another banger coming up for you. We are still in the top 8. Don't forget that. Dr. Chekhov taking on Flock, and we've got a Bilgewater Bandle Gunner beatdown.
This mirror match is incredibly exciting because you have so much decision making and pressure of when and where to buster shot, trying to keep these Tristanas under control. Heavy Metal comes through along with a prize fight to make sure this Tristana goes down. Dr. Chekhov, keeping advantage in this exchange, plays a Tristana of his own and is about to receive the attack token, but Flock responds with the exact same play.
I love mirror matches where you get to say, man, that was a really cool move. Do you mind if I try it? And the Tristana goes down, but when all is said and done and the dust settles, I'm actually not sure who is advantaged. You look at the Bandle Gunners in the hand of Chekhov and say, yes, obviously that's the best card in the deck, but there's a Yordles in arms in Flock's hand.
Along with a Bandle City Tellstones. You know, this can fish out more resources with Yordle Contraption. And if Dr. Chekhov, because you don't have that big AoE buff, when you swing in and give your opponent a chance to find the right trades, they can take the wind out of your sails with one good top deck. And Chekhov here has to ask the question, do I play Gnar, try to just use Pokestick to fight for dominance? Do I go for Eye of Nagaboros and just push through a 6-wide versus 4-wide board, draw 2 cards, try to look for something? This is the part of the game where Bandle Gunners and King's Court have massive snowball potential to seal the opponent out of the game.
And that could be a reason we see Chekhov go for the Eye of Nagaboros, saying, hey, this still makes for a good open attack. It potentially digs me a little bit deeper towards the King's Court. And as long as Flock isn't forced to use the Yordles in arms on this turn, which I imagine they won't be, then I think Chekhov's board is about to be in for a very rude awakening.
Chekhov goes for Gnar. You still get some card draw and some ping with the Pokey Stick. We're going to be leveling up Gnar as well because this board is so wide. This gives Flock a chance to play Bandle City Mare and finds Tenor of Terror to redevelop after this exchange.
This is so good for Flock. Now has the ability to throw out a blocker and remain 6 wide for the Yordles in Arms. Unfortunately, though, I believe Yordles in Arms, I know it was nerfed a while ago. I believe it now only gives +3/+3.
I thought it was +2/+2.
I thought
Let's
it
have a
was
look
+2/+2
here.
until you activate it, because I know at some point it activates once you played a certain amount of multi-region
I see.
followers. And I think
Yeah, I
that's
thought
when it
it
goes
was-
up to +3/+3. But even then, you don't have safe attacks into the Bandle Gunners.
So I think this is going to be the case. We know that Heavy Metal plus Prize Fight was already used. Here comes Yordles in Arms, and Dr. Chekhov top decks Prize Fight to combo with the Pokey Stick. We can take out 1 unit before this resolves.
And 1 unit shall be taken out. Prize Fight going to help make sure that the board parity stays a little bit more even when things are all said and done, but still a group shot available for Flock if things go on to the wrong targets, maybe a little bit of missequencing, but I don't think Chekhov is in too much danger here, and having that Bandle Gunner as the big boogeyman once the dust settles here, plus that Eye of Nagakaboros to try and find more, I don't think this Yordles in Arms is the comeback button that Flock needed.
Normally, we see these board-based decks go head-to-head, and whoever forces the opponent to block down the most does end up winning. But because this deck takes that formula and adds in so much over-the-top impact damage, you aren't out of the game once you take a trade down like this.
Assuming Chekhov is still rearranging the blockers, but even if they decide to lose 5 units, they've still got a Bandle City Mare. They run out the Gunner. They draw a couple cards next turn. What does Flock have after that? Couple of 2-attack units, no Tristana, no big threats, no way to clean up the board from Chekhov outside of what a group shot can do. It's not like cut and dry. Yeah, Chekhov's still in this, but Chekhov will have a lot more opportunity to get back into it than you might expect at first glance.
Mm-hmm. And Chekhov right now really struggling to find the right blocks. How much damage am I willing to take from this position? Do I want to double dip on Gnar with this Pokey Stick? Do I need to sacrifice Bandle City Mare to get 1 more block because I'm going wide anyway? Here comes Prize Fight to make sure that Flock's Mare goes down.
And that is going to not be a lot of damage pushed into Dr. Chekhov either, just falling down to 10 here, while the life advantage and the board advantage solely on the side of Flock, the threat advantage way in the favor of Dr. Chekhov. And once again, I find myself having to check the Bandle City Tellstone and what cards do end up coming out of this, because Yordle Contraption is something I have to look up. I think it top decks a unit or kills a landmark.
Yeah, the Yordle Contraption, you can get 2 multi-region followers added to hand or destroy a landmark. You can get Electro Harpoon for a little bit more burn. It's got a lot of utility, especially with Heroic Refrain, but Chekhov, thanks to Tenor of Terror, gets the discounts needed on the Bandle Gunners. Tristana, a godlike top deck, even has Eye of Nagakaboros for a focus speed development into an open swing, 6v4.
And if Chekhov runs out the Tristana here, once again, Prize Fight Ping just comes out, does its thing. But if Chekhov can go into combat first, then maybe you can bait Flock into using it elsewhere. Though I think it's very likely Chekhov runs out the Tristana. There's really not a lot of development that you're worried about, and you'd really have to have a specific read on Prize Fight Ping and trying to bait your opponent into it if you're not going to use this champion here.
Yeah, I do like the Prize Fight Ping. Bait it onto the Tristana. And then you still have mana open for the Eye of Nagakaboros to basically have your cake and eat it too, and then tax your opponent for 2 cards.
And now I think it's up to the Yordle Contraption for Flock to try to find a way back in. You can get some heavy hitters. Maybe find some of those top end of Furious Fae, a Long Tooth, or Shark Trainer rather.
Yeah, that was the one you mentioned before, Boulevard. It's a fantastic late game option. And now Flock is the one that's forced to find the blocks here. Got a 3-1 into the 1-3. We can take some value trades, but you're also just taking a lot of damage in general.
And still a lot of draw available for Chekhov as well. And even this value trade from the Blast Cone not going to look as good in the face of a Pie Toss and a Pokey Stick. Really going to be able to devalue a lot of these value traits.
And Flock now just asking the question, do I want to block the 5 damage directly from the Bandle Gunner, or is it better to just stop the 3 damage from the base of Burden?
And at the moment, I know that our overlay covers the sort of pre-committed damage so that we can see how much it is, but at the moment is minus 14. Thank you to our wonderful spectators.
And this is dangerous, right? You've got the Bandle Gunners in play. You're going down to a multiple of 3 for your remaining HP. And you just have to trust, right, that maybe off that Eye of Nagagaboros, Dr. Chekhov didn't get anything too devastating. Portal Contraption. Create 2 random multi-region followers in hand.
See what we can hit. Might see Pie Toss onto Mare in response. Or Pokey.
Yes, just to draw 1 more card. And these multi-region followers won't be discounted. Oh my god!
I've never... That's a low roll. That's a huge... What can we say, folks?
That I was expecting to see, something, a 3/3, something with decent stats, but getting 2 1/1s off of your, what was
something
that, 5
real.
mana investment?
Yeah, something real, perhaps, not a Protoporo and a Fireth.
An ephemeral unit at that. Insult to injury here in game number 3.
And so many pings off the top for Chekhov, and now both group shots active as he throws down his 4th follower.
So we can take Wandering Shepherd here just because it's discounted by Mare, but takes Furious Faefolk just to have more over-the-top threat potential.
And I like this from Chekhov. You know that the Hand of Flock is 2 followers. You know that there's not a whole lot that they can do with this. You're fine to block the Gnar with your spell shield. There's no attack buffs in hand, anything like that. So next turn, you can just try to end the game with Furious Faefolk plus Bandle Gunners for that 7 impact damage. And, line up a couple of safety blocks here. There's not a lot of reason to take all this damage. You know that there's a Pokey Stick coming out. Just play it safe, get in there. There's no way Chekhov could lose here as long as he doesn't get in his own head.
Yeah. There is no good weapons to try to put on Gnar, maybe to attack with just that augmented quick attack so it doesn't get traded down. Just gets the Pokey Stick, is trying to find something here.
Oh, and throwing it at the Nexus.
There's nothing that can answer the spell shield.
No, and I think the Pokey Stick to answer the spell shield was the best way to try and come back into this. Maybe find a Buster Shot and fight from there. But either way, I think Flock is just so far behind at this point, especially with that Furious Faefolk coming down, that maybe it doesn't end up mattering after all, especially when Chekhov has so many pings to clear out all of Flock's units.
Getting 2 1/1s off of the contraption, that's the one-way ticket to Tiltville. I do not blame Flock at all. In a hard-fought game number 3, here in the quarterfinals, and then it all comes down to the Yordle contraption giving you abysmal outs. Furious Faefolk grabbed off of the Mare. So much impact damage being threatened. This is going to be lethal, and Flock has to give it up. Wandering Shepherd going to make 1 more action. Dr. Chekhov now comes through with that lethal swing after developing 1 more threat.
I could hear you being like, here's the open attack, here it comes, and then just Chekhov pivots on us, as these players tend to do, try to keep us on our toes. But now that the Shepherd has been taken out, maybe Flock plays the weapon, just slams the pass button. Chekhov going through, a tune from the combat reel coming in, no blocks, and Dr. Chekhov keeps the Red Pup 4. There's no word for a 4P, but the dreams of Red Pup Games getting 4 in a row are still alive. Chekhov moving on to our semi-finals.
We tuned into that match at the pivotal moment. Both players had the heavy metal, the prize fight ping to answer the Tristanas, and the Yordles and Arms just wasn't enough. You forced the Vandal City deck to block down, but they always bounce back. We can take a look now at the bracket and see how everything played out. We've got Chekhov now against Drissoth, who is able to overcome Rattling Bones, and Nas, who we saw on the stream, versus Krios, went 2-up against Buttercup.
I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. We're getting down to the wire. One of these players will be representing the Americas at the World Championship. Historically, we haven't always done our best at the World Championship, Skarzik, I think is fair to say, for the Americas server, and I'm really hoping that we can send through the best of the best this year. And that Drissoth Chekhov side of the bracket is looking very spicy, but it's not our finals. It's just our top four. Nas and Krios also want to prove that they are one of the best to move on and represent Americas later this year. But for now, we are going to throw it to a break. And when we get back, we will have the top four. Welcome back, folks. We are heading into the final rounds of this Worlds Qualifier. We are just moments away from the top 4, which, again, unlike the seasonals, does not qualify you into a Worlds Qualifier, a last chance qualifier. That has changed a little bit. Now we're just sending the winner directly on to the World Championship. You can find all about it at playerinterra.com if you need a little bit more details on that. But we are going to take a look at what happened last round, remind everyone of how we got to this point. First, we saw Nas take out Fabio.
This was a really dynamic matchup where Fabio brought an inventive Seraphine Samira deck to the tournament, had a lot of removal, had a lot of interesting ideas going, but it didn't quite line up in game 1, slapped through in game number 2, but it was the fact that Samira Fizz was unbanned for Nas. It just ended up being too much burn and too much pressure.
And we had that super close game too, where even though it was a 3-game series, Nas was 1 damage off of lethal in the second game. And then we also popped into Flock versus Dr. Chekhov, where we came in the midst of a Bilge Gunner's Mirror, but it ultimately ended up going the way of Dr. Chekhov, even after a strong Yordles and Arms from Flock.
Dr. Chekhov picked the greedy option, went for Furious Fae, went all in on Impact, and ascended into the next part of the bracket. Overall, these players are just putting everything on the line to get that instant World Qualifier invite, the World Championship invite, and our top 4 are still going to walk away with some decent Riot points to continue their sort of ascendance throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, making it into the top 4 of a WCQ does grant more points than a traditional Runeterra Open, so many so that Drissoth is now a front runner for a Worlds Championship invite, given that he is currently rank 1 on ladder. So assuming that persists until the end of the season, a top 4 here does at the very least keep him very much at the forefront of the running for the Runeterra points. But we got a couple opens in between now and then. We'll deal with that when it comes to it. But for now, just reminding you that our 4 remaining players, we have Dr. Chekhov 42 of Team Red Pup Games, who have won the last 3 majors in the AM scene for LOR, up against Drissoth, and on the other side of the bracket, Krios versus Nas.
Krios and Nos have had to take down some big names and also some up-and-comers in order to get to this point, being in the top 8, nay, the top 4 of this World Qualifier shows that they do deserve to be counted amongst the best on this server. Drissoth, meanwhile, the player that's been yelling at everyone to just play really good decks, is maybe regretting giving out that advice, because this journey has been very difficult having to take down rattling bones.
And we will be following the remainder of Drissoth's journey. We're going to be going into the Drissoth-Chekhov matchup. And of course, whoever wins that, we will see again in the finals. And of course, if there is time left, we will pop in with Nas and Krios. But we're going to take a look at the deck list again. I know we've spectated both of these players before, but just to remind you what we're dealing with here, Dr. Chekhov, hopefully the only Swain Alawi player remaining in the tournament. Also on that Samira Jinx kind of new age discard aggro, and then the standard Bilgewater Bandle Gunners.
Yeah, this list has proven strong enough to make players not run Samira Fizz. If you're going to employ your Bilgewater elsewhere, then, combining this over with the Tristan is fantastic, and it opens up Samira, right? We've already seen throughout today's broadcast and just through the ladder data that she's incredibly versatile, can be paired with so many different champions, and players that want to explore that power and combine it with some other champions, work on some other ideas, can still, explore that while maintaining this great matchup. Notably, Dr. Chekhov only on the 1 puzzling signpost version, playing something that's going to be a little bit more aggressive and low to the ground.
Yeah, and in this case, that Jinx Samira, like you mentioned, not as much about opening up the Fizz as it is about opening up the Bilgewater Noxus region combination so that you can run that Alawi Swain.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if this is something that all of RPG was on, or if Chekhov was like, look, guys, you can theorize all you want, but I'm a Swain player at heart, and that's what's going to take me to the World Championship. I'm running that in today. All of our testing, throw it out the window. It's fine. Trust me on this one, and has pushed him all the way to a top 4 finish. Now we're going to take a look at Drissoth's deck list. We've also spectated Drissoth before. A little bit of familiarity here. Again, Bilgewater Bandle Gunners. You're not going to be able to get away from this deck. Samira Fizz, the classic, and Karma Set.
This is the Play Good Decks lineup. This is Drissoth's trademark. And this also presents a very devastating fork for the opponent, where maybe their lineup is not really equipped to deal with Karma Set, but they also don't want to deal with Samira Fizz either. And if you are playing the sort of very aggressive deck that can beat down versus Karma Set, you still have to kind of roll the dice versus Samira Fizz, just getting early tempo into Powder Pandemonium. It's incredibly devastating. We've seen Drissoth falter a little bit on Karma Set in the tail ends of some matches where we were able to drop in and spectate. So that might end up being the weak link, but I am fully convinced in the power of this Bilgewater Bandle City deck.
And if we do come down to a mirror of Bilgewater Bandle City decks, I gotta give the favor to Dr. Chekhov, only on 1 copy of Puzzling Signpost, which is mostly a useless card in the matchup, but also having that Eye of Naga Kaboros for the refill that is unavailable to Drissoth. You gotta find those small advantages where you can, and I mean, also a Proto-Poro in the main for Drissoth, just such a weak unit when it comes to fighting for board.
Yeah, because you're running the Proto-Poro, it's kind of how players would run Teemo in this deck, right? Having the dual region 1-drop to kind of kickstart your curve, get your Tristana powered up, play towards the Gunners, and Drissoth opting for the consistency and extra resource generation of just 3 Gnar, getting those Pokey Sticks. And I think when we evaluate Drissoth's take on Tristana, it is playing more towards what we've actually seen play out in practice, where the decks kind of become this grind fest where you're scraping the bottom of the barrel for resources, and rather than drawing into those outs, you're just going to trust that your Vandal Gunners is going to be sufficiently discounted and your Tristana is going to be sufficiently stacked because you are playing just a little bit more dual region early game.
And when we look at the head-to-head and talk about ban strategy, there's a couple of different ways that this can go, like you mentioned, Skarzig. You know, do you think you look at Karma Set and you're like, okay, that probably does really well into something like Alawi Swain. I can easily manage the Tentacle, I have these recalls. Then you look at it into something like Samira Jinx and you're like, that's way too fast for me, probably have to ban the Samira Jinx. But then, does Chekhov want to ban the Karma Set because they think that it'll take out their Alawi Swain? Or do they want to ban your Fizz Samira because you are Drissoth? You are the Samira Fizz player. Rank 1 on ladder, currently over 2,000 LP.
You ban Samira Fizz, you try to just come out on top in the Bilgewater mirror match. Maybe you've got 2 shots at taking out Karma Set with Samira Jinx if you just get on board so aggressively and Drissoth has to whiff on the proper removal, right? That's a matchup where, like, if you draw a bunch of stuns, it's not as good. You need the actual Mystic shots and Caustic Rifts and removals to come through and save you. But this just kind of leaves Alawi Swain out in the lurch, this oddball deck that doesn't seem to do particularly well into any of these 3 decks that Drissoth might leave unbanned and see if he can exploit it there.
Chekhov has been doing a good job of throwing the stats out the window and winning despite what they say with this Alawi Swain, though he's been running very hot on this deck. Hasn't really run into too many of the clunky hands that, you know, can be the hallmark of a Swain deck. He's shown a little bit of difficulty in getting that champion leveled, and I also don't think we've ever seen an Alawi level out of him. But no. The amount of pressure that Swain puts on, even on the level 1 side, has proven to be enough. The Leviathan combo, just the threat of the level up and the established combo has really kept players on the back foot.
I think what Chekhov might need to do is ban Karma Set, take the L versus Samira Fizz, and then 2-0 Tristana.
A tall task.
Yeah, I think that the Samira Jinx is kind of looking to be incredibly aggressive versus Yordles. You've got Flare and other challenger units that can really dismantle the Vandal Commandos and Mares before they start to snowball the game. We know that Alawi Swain has a bit of an edge there thanks to Fearsome and Overwhelm, or just removal like Heavy Metal that can kind of do a similar idea. And then the wild card matchup becomes the potential of the Tristana Gnar mirror match once more. You're putting the onus on what is a more proven high power deck to play in a mirror, rather than having to put everything on Alawi Swain, which is a deck that looks good, but can just completely betray you.
And so, I mean, Chekhov's lineup is kind of about that, right? Because we've seen Jinx Samira not work out for, I believe it was Floppy Mudkip we saw on the deck. You know, resolved an Augmented Experimenter, drew a bunch of Chaff, drew Chaff for the next 3 turns, and all of these 1/1s and 0/2s, a Jury Rig, a Flame Chompers, and Chekhov just hasn't run into that issue. Is it time for all of this clunkiness to finally catch up with him here in the top 4, or can he drag himself kicking and screaming across the finish line despite having these potentially clunky hands, as he has done so far all the way from the top 64 down to the top 4?
This is going to be Dr. Chekhov's hardest ban throughout this entire tournament, I guarantee you, because this isn't just a matchup table ban. This is a skill ban. This is a comfort pick ban. You know that Drissoth is the Samira Fizz of all time, and a player, one of the remaining Karma sets in the tournament, the only one if I'm not mistaken, has gotten this far with a deck that was, you know, scarring players psychologically and emotionally in the previous metagame, to the point where we saw some players actually maybe forego pressuring properly just because they start to see ghosts and jump at their own shadow and see threats that might not even be there.
Now, Chekhov has done a really good job of keeping a cool head throughout this tournament. I think if anyone's going to be immune to the psychological impact of Karma, it's going to be him. He's very confident in his Swain play. We've seen him do it in previous metas. Anytime there's a Swain deck anywhere within arm's reach of a meta, Chekhov's going to grab at it and you know, pour the contents out on the table, puzzle over it, toil over it, figure out the right combination of cards for the matchups. And it's not like Drissoth has brought anything wholly unexpected, right? None of these are as much of a wild card as the Alawi Swain is. So while Chekhov, I agree, I think he's going to have a really difficult time figuring out which deck to ban. This is probably at least something he's thought about already.
You're going into, a theory of, okay, well, what if my opponent brings these 3 decks? And we've seen it before, right? Players will intentionally just kind of fall over to one really horrible matchup in order to set up a 2-0 against the opponent's remaining deck. And that's got to be Chekhov's play here. When we actually look at Drissoth, these are just 3 solid decks. They have potential into most everything. The most lopsided one most likely would be Tristana Nar lining up into Karma Set, where you have a wide board, you've got Spell Shield, you've got very, very awkward stats that might be difficult for the P&Z damage removal to keep up with. And that's where, Chekhov is starting to find a pretty decent angle where Karma Set can come up empty.
I definitely think one of the exploitable points of Drissoth's lineup is sort of this, it's a greedy Karma Set list and a little bit too safe of a Bilgewater Tristana list where you're not running any Caustic Rifts or Rocket Barrages or any additional pings in your Karma Set. Instead, you're on like double formula with the triple place your bets, just an insane amount of draw power, and maybe at the price of the amount of units that you are running to get on board. And then when we look at the Bilgewater Tristana, you're seeing double puzzling Signpost. You're not seeing any copies of Eye of Naga Kaboros, and it overall, from a lineup perspective, you're kind of playing the middle of the line, but when we look at each individual deck, there are certainly some exploitable weaknesses.
Yeah, Drissoth is anticipating players to be more value-oriented and a little bit greedier in such a high-stakes, high-level tournament, and has adapted as such. I want to go even further down that road and come out on top. I want to one-up my opponent. And when we contrast that idea, again, I come back around to this Alawi Swain. It's a deck that, because it has been gifted a more proactive kit to hit the board with, it is more threatening than we realize. Samira Fizz now being locked in as the ban, and Tristana Nar being locked in as the ban.
This means, okay, Drissoth has dodged the matchup. I think one of the big things that's about to happen here is Drissoth needs to be able to pick up a win with Karma Set versus Alawi Swain. Does not bring it in on the first game, is going to be able to dodge this deck with it. And we've got Bilgewater Bandle Gunners up against Jinx Samira and a very aggressive opener on the side of Chekhov.
We've got the Grave Physician. We can discard the Reborn Grenadier. We can discard the Jury Rig. We can just simply play Samira here, and that pressures Drissoth to be unable to develop the Bandle Commando. We could see Chekhov pass to see if Drissoth does anything to try to bait the Samira plus the Challenger or Classic play, but no, opts for the aggressive line. 5 damage developed
Immediately, and I imagine this is going to be a Grandfather Fey out of Drissoth. It sort of does the same things in terms of getting that Owlcat, but no, actually, I would imagine going to sacrifice the Bandle Commando. I think 5 damage is
no
quite
way.
a lot
Drissoth is going to take this damage. He wants the Owlcat.
All right, Drissoth says, give me the smoke. Might end up eating a Mystic Shot for his troubles, but gonna go in for the open.
Oh my god.
And
Drissoth is saying, I know that this deck doesn't have over-the-top burn. I just have to keep with something that deals with Jinx, and I'll stabilize in the mid-game. I'll take all the damage in the world early as long as I can fight for value. Chekhov now has the Mystic Shot to punish this Bandle Commando. Drissoth might be driven into a corner from this early sequence.
And I'm really curious if Chekhov does fire off this Mystic Shot, can develop Smear after the fact, but it would really slow down your development of these Sump Dredgers, being able to really fight for the board, take it into the mid-game, and go from there. But the Mystic Shot will get committed, and, gonna get pulled back, actually.
The question becomes, Dr. Chekhov thinks that he can just bulldoze through Owlcats. Sump Dredger comes through. I think the Siren Song of getting a Jury Rig as a bonus on top of this is too big to ignore.
And Drissoth actually holds back the Mayor, going for Grandfather Fey instead to get a nice trade onto the Sump Dredger. Like this line a lot. Gonna be able to keep the board nice and clear. Bandle, ooh, vision on the side of Chekhov.
We've got Sump Dredger to discard the Jury Rig and 2 mana up for Rummage to discard Vision. This is going to be a big swing. Unfortunately, when you're up against Bandle City, it's not just about going wide or going tall. You need something that gives you the evasion, something like Overwhelm.
Yeah, and I
You
think
just
that's
don't have
why,
access to.
you know, talking about why this deck isn't as popular as some other variants, I think it is crowd favorite. Like, turn 4 crowd favorite gives you that big overwhelm threat that you are just lacking in a list like this.
You also would have, you know, in the past, Traven. It's just a solid development that attacks, gives you more fodder to enable your synergies, or maybe forces your opponent to trade 1 card down. Chekhov puts the Samira down, and now with Flare granting Challenger, we can actually start setting up some board control. Rather than punching through, we're going to start picking our fights.
And Vision Jury Rig still available with Rummage after Flare comes down. Mystic Shot also on the table, but Chekhov taking the time to think about it, understanding this is one of the hardest games of his tournament yet. Has to sequence properly, does manage to discard the Jury Rig before the Vision. That is something that you have control over, and still has the option to go in for the attack before Drissoth develops. This is all happening at burst speed.
And now we have Flare. We can put Challenger on the Sump Dredger or the Grave Physician. And
Or the
Drissoth,
Samira.
sitting on 2 mana, has the Prize Fight and a Pie Toss.
Ooh, the Jury Rig gonna come in for the challenge onto the Owlcat. Drissoth can take out Samira here, but that Sump Dredger is going to push a fair amount of damage, and right now Drissoth still poised to take 3. But double Mystic Shot plus Fair in the hand of Chekhov with a Jinx on backup could spell disaster for Drissoth very soon, who has not managed to touch the life total just yet, and no spells coming out of Drissoth. Going to let all of this resolve as is.
Let a little bit of damage through in order to establish the Bandle Commando in a more stable spot. And now, with a devastating Vision play from Dr. Chekhov, Drissoth is under so much pressure, is forced to block down. Vision is permanent, by the way. So these units are augmented now, and Samira's at D rank. All we need to do is cast 3 more spells this turn, and she will flip. Drissoth just a half step behind this devastating opener.
Actually, 4 spells need to be played because you need to go CBA all the way to S.
Right.
Which I only mentioned because, like, double Mystic Shot on the Gnar plus Flare does get you all the way to A rank, but unfortunately is just shy of being able to flip her. And these Mystic Shots are now a little awkward with the Jinx in hand, where do you pre-commit them onto the Nexus? Do you just keep cleaning up the board, push through that damage a little bit later on? But at the moment, things seem to be very in the favor of Dr. Chekhov.
I love this play. Just discard the Vision, get these things even bigger. Try to stay wide, try to stay active on the board. We still have Flare. We can, if you really want to, you can ping the Nexus, chump with the Samira. If they try to go wide, get another Flare. But no, it's just going to be Gnar going in solo, getting a Pokey Stick. Everything here survives that. Double Mystic is just eyeballing the Nexus, I would say. Double Jinx Draw also results in Get Excited. So now we have 8 damage right now in the hand.
Ooh, that is a lot, and Drissoth just continuing to draw too many 4-drops, and none of them named Tenor of Terror to try and get on board to match this. Double Tristana looking really awkward. Buster Shot still not active for Drissoth, while Chekhov picks up an Augmented Experimenter.
So now we can simply play Jinx, start discarding. Drissoth slow answers with the Buster Shot and the Perilous Pastry. Beautiful open attack from Chekhov saying, yes, I want you to trade this down. I want you to take the risk of trying to value trade with this Gnar.
And Drissoth really can't afford to take that much damage here. Actually, it looks like Sump Dredger is going to trade with the Gnar as well. Drissoth likely to just take these chump blocks.
If we put the Pokey Stick on the stack, you only get the Pokey Stick from level 1 Gnar. Now that this thing is grown up and is Mega Gnar, it's if you keep this alive, you're just trying to push through impact damage and overwhelm damage. But that's not really what Drissoth can focus on from this position. This is just all about trying to survive and hope that Vandal Gunners and Prize Fight or King's Court or something will stabilize you, but Dr. Chekhov has way too much burn in hand.
And losing the Mare means Drissoth can only get down 1 unit this turn, unable to run out the Cook plus the Tristana. You know, could play Tristana and try to clean up the board with Tristana's Buster Shot as well as this other Buster Shot, which does cost 2 if you have a Tristana in play. Instead, some mediocre weapons given the situation from Drissoth. Probably going to take the Scout. You really can't afford to take any blockers off the table at this point, but it continues to look rough. And now Chekhov, what do you want to do? Get down the Jinx, fire off those Mystic shots? I doubt it's Experimenter, but you never know with these players.
Stands for Jinx.
So it is going to be Jinx after all. Ideally, Dr. Chekhov would love to just float, I think, here.
Yeah, if you go for the Get Excited... If you go for the Get Excited, it does get really awkward with Prize Fight ping onto the Jinx, and all of a sudden you're out 2 Jinx as well as a fair amount of burn. It is just going to be Buster Shot instead.
I do like the idea here, now that it's been discounted. Get rid of Jinx. There's really no realistic way for Chekhov to flip her on the stack. That could have been the breathing room that Drissoth needed. He set up an early game idea trying to open up the Howlcat factory, but that had to be thrown to the wayside because of that vision play.
And Drissoth just continuing not to find units in this matchup, really struggling to get on board as he finds yet another Prize Fight, a card that has already been sitting in hand that he hasn't been able to get value from. Chekhov going to fire off the flare to get another one, and Samira has finally been dealt with. But how many flares came out first, Skarzig?
Yeah, that's like flare number 5. Samira has just been printing them. Drissoth now is on some incredibly awkward line of Vandal Gunners, double, triple Prize Fight, trying to steal this game with a lot of over-top damage. Tristana now at 4 HP, safe from Get Excited, safe from Augmented Experimenter. And
this
actually, I'm kind of seeing
with that Scout
a
weapon,
shimmering mirage
with that
of
Scout
Drissoth
weapon
fighting back into this game.
Now, the Scout attack has already been used, so the Scout weapon does not actually give Drissoth 2 attacks, if anyone had any illusions about that being aligned towards lethal. But it is a very good start to a comeback, and now I'm wondering if Drissoth is going to be tempted to just hit that pass button and stunt all development from Chekhov at the exchange of 8 damage.
I think you take the you take your damage here. You put your opponent down to 8, and then we just hope for Gunner's double Prize Fight if you can survive for your next attack token.
Yeah, because here Chekhov, I would imagine Chekhov's going to throw down the Jinx, maybe even throw a Mystic Shot at the Nexus, and then try to set up an Augmented Experimenter next turn. Otherwise, I don't think Chekhov's playing anything here.
Yeah,
in which case, that
Jinx,
damage was free.
Yeah, Jinx, Mystic. Shout out to the Rummage nerf now, too.
Shout out Burblefish for the Rummage nerf.
And yeah, it's going to be a Mystic Shot. Just a nice passive play. You called it, Boulevard. Not putting anything on the board, because
Chekhov's...
if you don't have anything developed, your opponent can't Prize Fight you to triple dip on the impact.
What is Chekhov doing here? Because you're not going to be able to get down Jinx and the other card next to... This is going to just be a Jinx Rummage angle.
And the thing about Jinx is Super Mega Death Rocket got nerfed. It only deals 3 damage now, but you're still a couple actions and 1 more slow speed play from actually closing.
Yeah, for Chekhov to get a rocket here, they would have to rummage in response and then also empty their hand with the 2 cards they drew, which is lethal if those 2 cards are Get Excited and literally any other card.
All right, we all know that when your opponent levels up a Jinx, their next top deck is always a Jinx. So we'll see it right here, live in 4K. Yikes.
Not the case. A bit of a whiff, and now Drissoth can just line up the Pokey Stick to get the kill onto the Jinx anyway, and then, you know, still not out of the wood. Actually, no, I think Drissoth might actually be out of the woods because Get Excited it rotated. It's just Jinx's Get Excited at this point.
And that's what we were hoping to see, was one of these cards to be the Get Excited. Instead, it's just going to be Reborn Grenadier coming through. We can pull Tristana to the side to try to hit for 3. And this is just asking Drissoth, do you have another blocker here or not? And Drissoth has Vandal City Mare.
Yeah, Drissoth finally drawing into those units, and Skarszik, I cannot believe that Drissoth was actually able to come back into this when it looked so doomed from that early vision pressure coming out of Dr. Chekhov, but the removal spells finally lining up with targets, and I think Drissoth now just debating which unit do I play here. You've got full information of Chekhov, you're trying to figure out what your best bet at lethal is here, and if you throw down the Bandle Gunners, Chekhov very likely to just not attack here, but once that scout weapon comes down onto Tristana, I don't think it's going to matter. I think we are just finally looking at the end of the game here for Drissoth.
We take the block. We have a beautiful open attack, double prize fight, and the upcycled rake. And Dr. Chekhov feeling a little bit defeated after seeing that great opener fizzle out at the 11th hour. We've got Super Mega Death Rocket now coming through, dealing only 3 damage. If this was 4, we had hope for a Mystic Shot top deck, but no longer.
Yeah, no, looking at the cards from Chekhov, it's just a matter of does Drissoth get baited into going for an open attack and potentially losing to a jury rig? The answer was yes, but it doesn't matter with double prize fight on backup. But Drissoth manages to claw back through game number 1, but now it's down to the Karma set, and I think Chekhov's looking to beat up on that Karma set, and Drissoth is looking to beat up on that Alawi Swain. So, with the game number 1 of the non-targetable decks, so to speak, going to Drissoth, that is a significant advantage in this matchup.
Karma set, we've seen it before, is a list that can pull off miracles if you give it the right moment. If you get enough removals with Samira Jinx, maybe you can't make it work. Alawi Swain can fight in this matchup, right? Drissoth has to hard mulligan for things like Concussive Palm in order to keep up with the massive stats of this deck. You can't just use your Shrimpy removal to get there. But once Set and Karma hit the board, we've got tons of showstoppers to stop Swain and Alawi and Leviathan. Great curve so far. You've got a 3-3, you've got Aftershock. These are the sorts of things you need for the matchup. And Set. Dr. Chekhov, meanwhile, has a beautiful tentacle-focused curve. Watchful Idol on 1, activating Swain, which is something that is very rare from this list. We haven't seen yet so far.
Yeah, Chekhov with a very strong tentacle line here, a second Voices if they want it. Drissoth, of course, has the Aftershock for the Sea's Voice, but no answer for the Alawi just yet. And with the Pirouette, you know, there's going to be a lot of questions about how much value Set can get early on.
This is the incredibly devastating curve that when you play against Alawi Swain, this happens to you and you go, wait, this deck is awesome. And Dr. Chekhov has been been avoiding showing us this line, has been kind of just making do with some of the other parts. But now finally, when you have a deck like this comprised of 2 disparate packages, you draw the half that synergizes with itself, and now you quadruple down on it. Alawi on curve with the attack token.
Oh, Stagehand actually going on the Tentacle rather than the Alawi. This means Chekhov has the option to get in big damage with Alawi, but would be trading a lot of the damage into the Stagehand, and Drissoth says, I don't think you want to do that. But still needs to find a tag out to eventually deal with that Tentacle, otherwise things are going to get really hairy.
Yeah, there was one in the opening hand, and Drissoth had to kick it. You can't just rely on purely tag out for your early game. Another Aftershock being offered up. That's kind of nice. Discounted now.
And actually going for the Experimenter rather than Set.
Riptide Sermon dealing 3 damage, growing this tentacle even further, pinging the Nexus. Swain's got to be leveled up at this point.
Yeah, we might actually just be looking at very close to lethal on the next turn here, Skarszik. That's going to be 12 attack plus Overwhelm on the Alawi. Concussive Palm off the top will save the damage, but will still level the Alawi, I imagine.
Dr. Chekhov might try to take a in-between play. This is where things get dicey, right? If you're open attack, you're like, okay, do you have Concussive Palm? Do you have Tag Out? If you develop, you're worried about Facebreaker, but it maybe lets you try to fish with this Tentacle Smash. But Dr. Chekhov is just going to go through with it. Say you can only stop one or the other. This Tentacle's still getting really big.
And Drissoth looks like they might actually be debating taking the damage. Actually just going to fire off a formula first, see if we can find anything else, and then line up the palm onto the Alawi. This stops the set development, but with a tentacle that big, you've got to be cognizant of tentacle smash. I don't think Drissoth was going to develop anyway. But it's going to be so hard for Drissoth to get on board from here on out because of that tentacle smash still being available for Chekhov.
The other problematic aspect as well, because Drissoth has been under so much pressure, can't really get these coins down, can't really place your bets in order to get these cards. Alawi is still massive. This tentacle is beyond the ability to actually be dealt with. We need tag out right now.
Double Aftershock onto the Alawi. The concern is that if Chekhov has the read that a second Aftershock is coming, can Tentacle Smash to level the Alawi and make things even more awkward for Drissoth? But, of course, that would open up the opportunity for Set to come down, so not going to do that. But now maybe it just is Set coming down, actually. There's only one mana on the side of Chekhov.
Opts for Leviathan. Sees now we're at round 7. Even though I have a lot of threat in play, my opponent is still at 18 HP. I have to start pivoting for something that's going to give me long-term value. Something that can maybe activate Swain's ability to stun, lock Drissoth out, and let me swing through. Alawi's going to go down. Once more, we are not going to see her level up Boulevard.
No, and I think Swain, as you had mentioned, is leveled. I believe, too, Forbidden Idols will do that, which we did see. Now Noxian Fervor as well, and Chekhov's going to have double Pirouette as well as the Swain. This could just be the end here, Skarzig.
Not enough defensive tools in hand. We have place your bets that can maybe get a tag out or another concussive palm to just barely hang on from this position. But Swain as a 4/7 with Fearsome and Overwhelm means that he is going to deal some damage to the Nexus and completely wipe Drizzoth board without a little bit of help.
Yeah, and the big issue
comes through.
One of the big issues is even if you find a tag out, what are you putting back? There's still 2 Pirouettes that are active for Chekhov to try and push through a Leviathan and a Tentacle. And now we're going to get Pirouette number 1 for 2 stuns.
Pirouette is a godlike card for Noxus. If you are running Noxus, you have to be on at least 2 copies of this thing, I swear to God. And now by double activating Swain's effect, this is a Leviathan, right? You're just activating it proactively on your turn. We have 3 mana left right now, and Drissoth has to go for place your bets. Draw 2 into the coin, refills now up to 4 to deny Pirouette number 1. Fully taps out. Set will level, but we have yet another Pirouette to come through.
Yeah, and I think this actually
is
does
that enough
give...
for Showstopper?
It is enough for Showstopper, and now we've got a little bit of something interesting on our hands. Chekhov, though, can still go for like a fast-speed Noxian Fervor here. But, I mean, priority's going to go back to Drissoth before Chekhov can get an attack in. That is a guarantee because Pirouette was a play from Chekhov. But, you know, if you pass here and you try to play the second Pirouette, you open up the possibility that Swain gets it with a Showstopper.
Showstopper. This is the part of the match where Swain starts to lose his iron grip on things. Once you get rid of this big threat, you get rid of the stuns. It's just continuous chip damage from a Leviathan. You're still at almost full HP. I think that Drissoth has finally weathered the storm, and Set has come through with this crashing elbow to smash through game number 2.
Possibly. There's still a lot of game left to be played, even if it is Drissoth's. Chekhov can line up a Tentacle Smash here to make sure that the set is completely removed, and then still force blocks out of Drissoth.
There is finally no mana for Drissoth. This is important to note. So Set's going to go down. No more Showstoppers. His Tentacle is absolutely ridiculous. And when we attack with both of these, it's going to force some blocks.
Yeah, and oh, no attacks from Chekhov. Not willing to
even the
line anything up to the Aftershock.
Just respecting, saying, I'm just going to try to draw this game out now without... You're not at 10 mana yet, right? No threat of karma, no set in play, no more coins in hand. You're down to deny. Dr. Chekhov still does have some play, Boulevard. You're right.
But the tag out from Drissoth is huge, though. Finally, a way to reset this Tentacle. Recalls versus this are so huge for those of you at home that don't know. The Tentacle is a 1/1, and when you put it back in hand, it's a 1/1.
So it will get reset, this 14-6 tentacle. I have Nakagaboros coming through just to draw a couple more cards, see some resources here. And Drissoth going to get a coin. This was a tech that you talked about, Boulevard. Just a little bit of early game, an elusive blocker. Also massive here in the late game when you've been forced and pressured into spending your coin before you can actually pop off with Karma. Having an additional source to generate them is massive.
And with Drissoth having 2 Karma in hand, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them come down here and try to bait out the Noxian Fervor or the Tentacle Smash. But Drissoth is just going to hit end round, says, I don't want to do anything with this Karma until she is completely online. And Chekhov's open attack is not impactful enough to push Drissoth over the edge. We're going to get to see Karma come down. Tentacle likely to go back to the hand after the fact, and maybe, just maybe, Drissoth has finally found the way to stabilize. Actually going to pump the Tentacle back before anything else. Get those coins in hand before you play out Karma.
I love this idea. Even if you replay the Tentacle and it attacks with the Sea's Voice, it's just a 2-2 with Overwhelm that you can very easily chump down. Leviathan is a little bit spooky, but we have a 3-4 to stop that. We're only taking 1 damage rather, and then Leviathan number 1, Leviathan number 2. If I'm Chekhov, I'm very tempted to play the second Leviathan here.
I'm not gonna lie, you might be onto something there, Skarzik. I want to see the second Leviathan come down, because we used to joke way back in the day about, like, whenever 3 of a card would show up, I'd always be like, oh yeah, you know, it's this. I made a joke 3 years ago about what I would call triple Leviathan on board, and I have never seen it happen, so I have never been able to make this joke. I don't think it's going to happen today, especially with Chekhov not developing one there. But this is the big turn for Chekhov. This is where you really have to put enough pressure on Drissoth's life total to try to finish things off with the Noxian Fervor, with the Leviathan burn, with the Pirouette. And knowing that Drissoth has coins and very likely a Karma, you can understand the hesitation coming out of the Doctor.
And it's also important to note, this is the first time I've actually seen this interaction potentially be presented. When you have a Tentacle in play and a Tentacle in hand, your spawns don't get doubled onto both Tentacles. The one that was in play first just greedily eats them all up.
It's funny because there was actually a lot of confusion when Tentacles were spoiled, because it specifically says it only spawns the largest Tentacle, and we thought there was a way to naturally get multiple Tentacles, and it was very confusing for the community. And it's like, no, if one ever gets bounced and then you replay it, you just put it on the biggest one, and we're like, oh, okay, that's not as exciting, but whatever.
And now Karma comes down. Drissoth is not tapped out, however. We now have doubled up Aftershock to answer Leviathan. I think that having the second one in play here would have been beautiful, but Tentacle Smash comes through besides.
And I imagine, oh yeah, gonna Mystic Shot still has the mana for the coins, so also still has the option to take out the Leviathan here before combat even. Complete disaster for Chekhov.
Karma survives. We have a Pirouette, no Ravenous Flock, of course. We have even Heavy Metal to answer this Karma, but she's going to get a lot of value here, despite the fact there's a second one still in hand, so Aftershock can still come through to answer Leviathan. And when you're Drissoth, this is all you care about. One Swain down, one Alawi down, Leviathan also done, and every threat that Dr. Chekhov can make from this position is going to take almost the entire turn.
Yeah, that said, Drissoth does need to find a bit of refuel here. You know, you've got the Karma, but the only thing actually left for it is a Mystic Shot, so you really need to get down this Augmented Clockling and find a formula or a place your bets to try to get back into it.
Oh my god,
set off the top.
This is exactly the setup you want to see. These 3 cards can carry the entire game. Clockling finds the place your bets. We now have resources, ladies and gents, for the Karma set engine. And all Dr. Chekhov can do is play Leviathan. I mean, you can go wide. You can go Mirai Warden, Alawi, etc., etc. But here, we've got to play Leviathan so we can draw Swain, reestablish our threats. And now that set has also shown up at just the right moment to start getting showstoppers down. Dr. Chekhov can no longer set up from this point.
No, this might even be a pirouette out of Dr. Chekhov to try and stop this set from cleaning up more of the board. You need to keep this Leviathan healthy. You need to keep this Sea's Voice alive. And I gotta commend Chekhov for how well he's been able to stay in this, but we'll see how all of that turns out once Chekhov goes for the Swain, the Karma comes down, and then the place your bets comes back in, especially since a coin is now already in the hand of Drissoth, meaning you're going to have 10 mana back after these coins resolve with the Karma.
And because Swain is also not in play with the Leviathan, we don't get stuns with this effect. Drissoth just going to use the effect right now.
Gets the showstopper!
Oh my lord, I wasn't even counting the amount of mana that was spent. Showstopper to answer Leviathan number 2, and it clears the Sea's voice with the Mystic Shot. Drissoth is doing a math seminar.
If Chekhov can come back into this one, he's the greatest player in the world, but things are looking so doomed for Alawi Swain right now, as Drissoth has the draw 4 time walk combo.
I think that the only line was the utmost greed of the double Leviathan, trying to set up some sort of completely bonkers 4-turn clock to burn Drissoth out. But now it's curtains.
Make
Place
It Rain
your
doesn't
bets in
even
hand.
hit the Nexus.
And here we go. Drissoth going to take 4 turns in a row.
Mystic Shot available for the double up. Karma available for the refuel. 8 mana on the side of Drissoth thanks to this, and Facebreaker available. Drissoth gonna fire it off and go for the stuns as well. That should make a showstopper. That'll get doubled up, and that should be Drissoth hard securing the victory at this point, overwriting the 1-2. It did so much work. GG's from Chekhov. Surrender. Drissoth is moving on to the finals. The RPG has been stopped. Red Pup Games has been eliminated from the tournament in the top 4 for the first time in nearly 6 months.
And Drissoth is the only player that we could say that had the ability to do it. He's been running the ladder on his own for such a long time, has been the mastermind behind, I think, the last several handfuls of tier 1 decks that we've all been terrorized by, is sitting, as you mentioned, Boulevard, at a gargantuan 2000 LP, and is now here to pick up what he is rightfully owed. Moves on to the finals versus Krios.
And I don't think we've actually had a chance to take a look at Krios' lineup just yet, so that will be a little bit of a surprise for us, Skarzig, on exactly what Drissoth is going to be going up against in the finals here. Obviously, we have some guesses. You assume that Tristana and Samira will be making an appearance in some capacity, as they have for every other player in the semifinals.
The last head-to-head, when we saw that band lineup, there was so much running on the line, and so now Krios is going to be the next player that has to calculate every single line and every possible matchup and permutation. Do not go anywhere, viewers. When we get back, we're going to crown our next qualifier for the World Championships. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome back to the America's Worlds Qualifier. I am Boulevard. Joining me has been Skarzik, and of course, all of you lovely people. But we have come to the end of the day. 64 players entered. Only 2 remain, Drissoth and Krios. But first, we're going to take a look at what happened last round to remind you how they all got here, just in case you're just tuning in for the finals. Chekhov, this is actually from the quarterfinals. We have Chekhov taking out Flock. We went a little bit further back than that, and have a couple of players that aren't even in the tournament anymore. Here we go, Drissoth versus Chekhov.
Advances to take on Drissoth. This was a titanic matchup, but Drissoth manages to take game 1 after a grind. The Samira Jinx just lost control of the board, and Vandal City did what it does best. And then the penultimate matchup here, Drissoth ended up getting to play Karma Set into Swain Alawi, a matchup that we knew would be very unwinnable if the matchup went too long. That's exactly what came to happen. Swain and Leviathan hit the board, but with the key deny here on the pirouette, Swain can't swing through, and Set gets a showstopper. The Leviathans just, there's no way for them to ever stick to the board, and after a clutch draw of Place Your Bets, Drissoth manages to take it all.
And that was one of the tensest matches I've ever had to cast, Skarzik. Even though it was a 2-0, don't let that fool you. This one was a nail-biter. And of course, Krios took out Nas, although I don't believe we have any replays from that one, as it was not on stream. So heading forward into this finals, we haven't actually gotten to highlight Krios just yet. We're unaware of what decks they are running, but this is the bracket, just in case you need a quick reminder on the high profile players these two had to take down to get to this stage.
Going up, Krios, went up against an unknown player, Buttercup. Took down Nos as well. These rising stars that are trying to make a name for themselves, only one can have the spotlight, and Krios has been that player. Now going up against the ridiculous final boss of Drissoth.
And Drissoth, I feel like a lot of people have been waiting for him to get this shot. He's been a very high ladder performer. His seasonal performances have not always been as up to snuff as you would expect from a player of his caliber, and it's nice to see that on one of the biggest stages possible, he is finally getting his shot. If he wins this, he will be advancing straight through to the World Championship later this year in December, but Krios is not going to make it easy. And by the way, we are finally going to get a chance to look at Krios' decks, because it is not exactly what you may have expected. We've got Annie Jin, Samira Jinx, and Shen Jarvan.
If you asked me to just pull 3 decks that you think would be part of the finals of the World Championship qualifier, I would not have selected any of these 3.
That's that's a good way to put it. Shen J4 was on my radar, but I thought it was one of those safer, you take this through the open rounds in Top Cut, you're probably gonna have to pivot off of it. But Krios has taken it all the way to the finals, and Annie Jin was pretty much completely off my radar.
I would love to just see a map, some sort of web of what Krios' matchups were looking like up through the bracket, because we look at this list and it's why don't we see Demacia Bilgewater? And I think that having this sort of barrier focused Ionia build, right? You can still fight on board very aggressively with the barrier, and then with your challengers and your threats with the Petrosite Broadwing, you're maybe dismantling a lot of these swarmier ideas. Samira Jinx, we've already seen an inkling of how powerful this deck can be, and perhaps Krios is just the chosen one that really can draw to get excited at the final hour.
And this is a big throwback lineup for me, Skarzik, rather. Sorry. When you and I have been here since day one, I know you recognize Shen Fiora. You remember discard aggro, right? These are just the facelifts on some of the more classic archetypes of Legends of Runeterra, and it's really cool to see that post-rotation, a lot of hallmark, established lineups are still up here competing with the big boys. And then, Annie Jin's thrown in there, but Annie Jin has been around for at least a year at this point.
It has been, the final true aggro deck remaining after the ashes have cleared, channeling that classic style of hitting the board very wide, very high damage and stat lines early on with a lot of overtop burn damage threat. This version has adapted the Witness, Mana Soul Student, Pirouette, going to be playing much more like a tempo deck. And I think that if the board state and the attack token lines up, the stage hand can be an absolutely backbreaking play in so many matchups. And we remember, right, stagehand was a 4-4 originally, and this is the reason why it's a 4-2 now. But even with that, you combine that with Sunhawk, with Pirouette, you're stripping away your opponent's blockers, and you can definitely push through way more damage than your opponent is comfortable dealing with. And when we compare this to, again, Drissoth's lineup, the only truly defensive deck that Drissoth has is Karma Set. And you talked about this already, Boulevard. This is a list that's designed to be just a smidgen more greedy. We only have Mystic Shot and Aftershock and High Note, but without Caustic Rift, if things get too out of control, it's going to be very difficult to keep up with that race.
And you know Krios is going to be hungrily eyeing that Karma Set as the weak point of Drissoth's lineup. Shen Jarvan can get on board a little bit too easily for Karma Set to, kind of float through the early game with these Mystic Shots and High Notes. And then, of course, two hyper-aggressive decks in Annie Jin and Jinx Samira are going to make fish food out of this. And, we saw Drissoth beat Jinx Samira earlier with the Karma Set, but it was not, or no, actually, we never even saw that matchup. Chekhov said, I know this is coming down to Alawi Swain versus Karma Set. I'm going to save that guaranteed win for game 3 should we get there. And ultimately, I got to say, from a lineup perspective, Drissoth is very heavily on the back foot coming into this.
Yeah, when we analyze Samira Fizz, this is a matchup that, how do you beat this aggressive deck? I have to be even more aggressive, and this is what the deck fears. Something that's just hitting it blow for blow. And because Annie Jin specifically has a lot of stuns, you can get around some of these wider swings or some of these more specific developments in the early mid game where Drissoth is trying to pull ahead. It is going to be what I like to call it. It's a knife fight. It's just going to be swinging, open attacks, no blocks. Powder Pandemonium is going to be the key factor there. And if I'm looking for a ban, right? If I'm Krios and I'm going into this lineup but I'm looking for a ban, I think that Tristan and Nar is probably safe because of all the pings, potential for stuns, but maybe Krios is finally the player that respects Drissoth's Samira Fizz.
Maybe, but I gotta say, baseline, it does seem like that Tristana Nar is gonna be the ban. Like you mentioned, Fizz Samira is something that you are capable of out-aggroing with the slightly faster Jinx Samira. And Annie Jin is a little bit of a question, right? This is a deck that historically hasn't had the performance of a lockdown tight aggro deck like Pirate aggro was for so long. Annie Jin always kind of felt like the third deck even in those lineups, and I think what kind of brought this back to people's minds this meta was when Samira released and Samira Leona was going on. To me, that deck very much felt like what Annie Jin always wanted to be, that stun-based aggro deck. And since Leona took quite a few nerfs, players have looked back at Annie Jin like, how bad was it? How much did we lose to rotation? And it wasn't nothing, right? They lost Legion Rearguard, they lost Boom Crew Rookie, they lost Arachnoid Sentry, they lost Decimate, but they were kind of phasing that one out anyway. And they really didn't gain too much from it. Something people have been asking about for a while is, Jin was the first Runeterra champion. Anything with a skill you can play in the Jin deck. Since his release, I think like 6 or 7 units have come out with skills that sort of get an addition into this deck. But Skarsig, you mentioned it earlier in the day. Pirouette might have just been enough to revive this aggro archetype.
We get a ping, we get a stun, we try to swing through. This deck is also running triple Mana Soul Student, a card that got very quickly phased out of the base shell of Annie Jin when it was first being concocted, and slowly but surely it's crept up. 1 copy here, 2 copies there, now all in on 3 Mana Soul Student. And I think that in a slower matchup where your opponent is trying to play pure defense, pure blocks, Mana Soul Student, you just set it up on the board and it just becomes this ping engine against the opponent. We'll have to see if it does play out that way, because Annie Jin is a deck we have yet to see today, along with Shen J4.
And I'm curious where Drissoth is going to ban, right? Because we didn't actually get to see him play Karmaset into Jinx Samira, so that's definitely a matchup that you gotta know he's gonna be worried about. And you know that Drissoth is thinking the same thing we are. Krios is looking to 2-0 my Karmaset. Which of these decks can I ban to try and sneak out my win here? I think the Shen Jarvan has to stay open. I think the two aggro decks are just, like you mentioned, it's a knife fight. But Karmaset feels like I gave you some steel and a forge and said good luck while your opponent already has a knife.
And while Krios is trying to 2-0 Karmaset, Drissoth would very much like to 2-0 the Shen, right? Because Karmaset can just outvalue it. You've got your stuns. You don't really care about this deck with the stuns and recalls. Taking it just a quick look closer, there's 2 deny in Shen Jarvan, which is pretty classic, right, for Ionia Demacia, having a little bit of a way to maybe sidestep your opponent's like key removal or key stabilization piece while just forwarding your own win condition. With Sacred Protector as the top end, I just don't see this deck being threatening enough. It's just big stats, and maybe we might get there. Because we even saw like Alawi Swain, another deck that's just kind of big stats, can be difficult for Karmaset to deal with if they don't draw properly. Overall, this is another very tough decision to say the least.
That's for sure. And I gotta say, I think level 2 set or even level 1 set can be very difficult for Demacia decks to deal with. It's not uncommon to even see 1 set thrown into the Shen Jarvan, just respecting his place in the meta kind of as the new Vi is how a lot of players are seeing him, and just going for that other champion. But Shen Jarvan lost Concerted Strike. Their ability to deal with big units is gone, and while they're not going to see too many big units out of any of the decks Drissoth has presented, a 4-5 or a 5-6 is big enough for a single combat to not get the job done more often than not.
And by not bringing the set, I think Krios just says, I want to very consistently hit my curve. I want Shen on 4 with this barrier. I want to open attack with Jarvan on 6 to pull your big threat to the side. And maybe, this Shen Jarvan, when you take a look at the list, it has that kind of standard heavier curve that we've come to know and love. But there are shades of aggression, shades of tempo here, to use a muddy term. But I think that if you underestimate this deck and think that it's just going to be playing like a dirtily mid-rangey game, maybe trying to outscale you, it can develop some pretty aggressive lines that you might not have mulliganed correctly for.
I 100% agree, and when we look at some of the stats on these units, like blocking Badger Bear is a meat shield. Screeching Dragon has even returned to the fold. When was the last time you saw a Screeching Dragon, Skarzig?
Oh my god, it has been a minute. Screeching Dragon has, fallen to the bottom of good 5-drops. I think the last time I actually saw it in a deck was in a permutation of Sivir Akshan.
That sounds right to me. I mean, you look at it, and then you look at set, and you're like, it's really not comparable here. But that is, of course, not the only matchup we're going to have to run into. Is there any chance, looking at this deck list from Drissoth, that you actually can find the win against this Annie Jhin or this Jinx Samira? And what would that look like even?
Samira Fizz versus Annie Jhin, I think would be Drissoth just drawing all the burn. Maybe open up with like double Jagged Butchers where 3/3s can kind of do a good job of holding down the early-ish game. And then you just maybe want to cycle stylish shots on the back of a Father Fury is maybe the only way I could see it happening. We know that Annie Jhin can't stop Samira, so maybe Drissoth plays Samira on turn 2 and just pops off.
And we finally see the bans coming in. Jinx Samira banned, Bilge Water, Bandle Gunners banned, and Skarzig, I gotta say, I think that's about what we expected. But we're heading into game number 1. Drissoth has dodged the Annie Jhin 4 now with the Karma set, but is going to have to play against Shen Jarvan. Krios versus Drissoth, grand finals, folks, of the first World Championship qualifier.
Krios on this devastating mid-range deck. A lot of strong stats on curve. He's already counting. Has a 3, a 4, a 5. Drissoth, meanwhile, can win the late game, but has to get there. Classically, this matchup breaks down to the mid-range deck being forced to rally somewhere in the mid-game to find that damage output, but that is no longer off the table. This is going to just be a classic numbers game up against Drissoth's draw quality.
And usually Drissoth's 3-3s and 3-4s do a very good job of beating up on the meta, or at least staying parity with it. But here against 4-4s and 3-5s and Jarvan, it's going to be incredibly difficult. But with Krios not having any spells, at least Drissoth currently has the option to, safely find a set. Karma might even have to come down earlier than you would like as a blocker. But once this Screeching Dragon Shen combo is established, it's going to get rough.
That is, it's Lulu Flame Chompers, but bigger. It just rules the roost, completely walls you out of developing in the game. And this is probably exactly the sort of curve that has brought Krios to the finals. You get Shen Screeching Dragon up, and any other board-based deck in the game just is no longer allowed to play. Meanwhile, Drissoth does stun the Shen, doesn't want the barrier to come through on this Fleet Feather tracker, is chipping away at this board, lines up Mystic Shot to leave Shen solo. Meanwhile, the one of Stagehand technology also looking very nice for the mid-late game.
Drissoth currently debating, am I willing to trade a Mystic Shot for a Form Up? Do I think I can get them to commit this mana elsewhere? Is single combat something I have to worry about? Or maybe even, maybe I play the Mystic Shot later and hope to bait Krios into using a higher priority protection spell onto this Badger Bear, like Riposte or Spirit's Refuge.
And Drissoth takes the hit, says, if I'm not going to clear this Badger Bear, there's no reason for me to give it this much value. Now the attack token goes back over to Drissoth, and we can kind of reestablish, what's going on. The luxury for Drissoth is the fact that Krios has to hit the Nexus to win the game. There's no burn, there's no elusive. It's going to be purely board dominance, and this is exactly where Karmaset wants to be.
Well, things are looking a little rough for Drissoth at the moment, though. We know Jarvan can come down on the open attack and pull this unit out of the way, and if that happens, then we are looking at 12 damage pumped into the Nexus, as well as 4 wide against a clear board from Drissoth. Stagehand is so hard to get good value against Shen Jarvan when they have the attacks on evens.
With Jarvan in hand, no set, right? If this was a set, this next attack would look way less beautiful. But now that you've got your champion on curve, here comes Jarvan to pull this 3-3, and we're still getting 9 damage on the Nexus. Drissoth bleeding out here. There's double Mystic Shot, maybe if you want to try to take out the Jarvan.
And this is the issue that we were anticipating, and this is the issue that you really run into in a matchup like this. If Demacia just curves out and slams big stats on board, your triple Mystic Shot, triple High Note deck is not very well equipped to deal with that.
We needed one more recall, one more stun here to really take the sting out of this mid-game swing to carry us in a more even fashion to the late game. Set just comes down on curve, no response so far, but we've seen Drissoth before be on the edge of demise and try to claw back. Set now coming in to scoop up Jarvan. Krios has the one of Prismatic Barrier in hand to try to respond to this.
And this is the best value Drissoth could really hope to get out of Mystic Shots and High Notes, is popping a barrier, but the mana commitment from Krios, who doesn't even go for it, says, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I'm just going to run out a couple of units here. I hope you don't mind. And they can go as wide as 5 here with the Brightsteel Protector and the Green Glade Caretaker, and putting Shen back into play with Prismatic Barrier backup still to protect against a High Note, where Drissoth probably has to try and play Karma as a blocker.
Normally we see these decks have way more spells, but Krios is on 23 units, is going all in on the just overall strength of Demacia's curve. And look at this Aftershock. This is now a 4-1, still surviving, trying to set something up. And look at this, 3 rounds away from hitting 10 mana, hitting Enlightened. And as the Karmaset player, this is an eternity.
Yeah, luckily for Drissoth, we are going into Krios' last attack turn pre-Karma level. So if Drissoth can weather this storm and then play Karma on 9, they will have things like double Mystic Shot, double High Note available for the turn 10 open attack. And it looks like Drissoth has actually found a way to activate a Showstopper. Not going to level the Shen the set just yet. Maybe Mystic Shot needs to be committed as well.
And by putting down the high note, we get 2 damage to one, 1 damage to another, sequence the spells beautifully, which Drissoth has been doing this entire broadcast.
Absolutely, and if Krios gets baited into the Prismatic Barrier here and the Mystic Shot does level set and give this showstopper, then this could be the big swing that Drissoth needed.
And the Mystic Shot to counter the barrier. That is the one Prismatic
Set
Barrier
doesn't
in
level.
the deck.
Set does not level.
So no showstopper this turn. 7 mana left to hit that big 40. And now we've got Krios on the attack. No Jarvan to open with.
No, and Stage Hand from Drissoth.
We've got Deny for this stun, but
Yeah,
Drissoth
Krios-
does still get to keep a attacker here. Drissoth would
Curious
keep also a blocker.
if Drissoth would deny the deny.
Against this deck, right, there's no Concerted Strike, there's no Rally. I think that denying a deny is exactly what you want to see. That's also going to level your set. Ideally, Drissoth would like nothing else to happen and maybe try to play Karma here.
No, and it looks like this is going to be good enough. The question now for Krios, blocking Badger Bear or Bright Steel Protector. Either way, you're likely only going to attack with your barriered up unit, or actually, I think you're perfectly fine to jam something into the set to prevent that level up, because it will be happening on the following turn. In fact, I think it's going to happen as soon as this Mystic Shot is committed. I believe set is at 39 out of 40 currently. I am so good at math.
And so with set leveling up, it becomes the Shen Screeching Dragon board control monstrosity all in one. I don't take damage or die when I'm attacking, and that's exactly what we want to see. Krios puts the barrier on the combat cook and is going to swing in.
And Drissoth has the Mystic Shot to pop the barrier, but will still have to trade off set and the Stage Hand. Krios going to get a little bit of damage in on the Nexus, and Drissoth is very quickly falling into a stage where they can only take one more hit. And we know Karma's going to get to come out, get that turn 10 flip into Krios' next attack turn, but Krios is probably still going to be 4 wide going into their next attack.
So it's Stage Hand, Chump Block the barrier, Mystic Shot the 3-2, take 2 damage here and go down to 3, and Set has to claw back. 2 cards versus 2, but when you go into a top deck war versus Karma Set, I think your fate is already sealed.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, Krios is going to be 5 wide going into their attack on the Karma turn, and Drissoth currently has no other cards available, needs to draw a Place Your Bets or a Formula. Smooth Mixologist is not bad. We're going to get to take out Shen here. Oh, but the Shen boat from Krios.
Sacred Protector draws Shen to your hand, and whenever a unit gains barrier, it also gains double attack. Still very devastating here. Drissoth has Smooth Mixologist. Look at the way these numbers line up, Boulevard. We have mana for Karma. We've got a coin now in the hand. We're healing.
Yeah, and this is
feeling
actually, this is not going to be lethal on the open attack from Krios either. It's only going to be 2. Drissoth, the question then becomes, a Hextech Anomaly?
Hextech Anomaly?
Into Scrap Shot?
Drissoth is the protagonist of this tournament. Another Karma generating another wild spell.
Oh, it turns
flips
around
again. It's a Reckoning, but it still actually kind of slaps.
Yeah, and it goes onto the Protector. Reckoning can come out and clear half of the board for Krios.
And there's no mana to play the Shen that was just drawn. And because Drissoth has 2 5-attack units, this single combat won't prevent the Reckoning from resolving. Now, we got to calm down, Boulevard. Smooth Mixologist does go down to the Reckoning. Is there still going to be enough blocking potential from here?
Drissoth will live at 1, assuming single combat takes out one of these other champions. But High Note is found as well.
Very, very enticing to take Smooth Mixologist, but you just don't have that extra action to develop it to get another coin on this stack for doubling. If we double the High Note, we're dealing 4 to 1 and 2 to another.
Beautifully put, the double on the... Yeah, okay, we're lining up the attacks for Krios. What does Screeching Dragon pull here? Probably Karma or Set, and Krios thinks about Set, pulls Karma, might change their mind still. The fact remains that Drissoth with this High Note should be able to take out 1 unit and pop the barrier onto the Badger Bear so that it no longer has double strike, but, you know, Drissoth definitely going to be thinking about not just form up to push through lethal in that case, but also a riposte or Spirit's Refuge to give double strike somewhere else.
Fortunately, the Prismatic Barrier was already used. We don't have to play against that possibility, but Drissoth has to make a big bet versus one specific card. Once you survive this turn, you've got your second Karma in hand, and even with double attack on the 3-1, it needs to be specifically riposte here to be lethal.
Yeah, and okay, no, the high note is 1 mana, so when Drissoth plays the second Karma, he is actually safe against single combat, but the high note's going to get used here. No, gonna think about it for a moment. Gonna do a coin first.
All right, going for some doubling, getting some extra mana just to make absolutely sure. Here comes the high note. Because this is doubled by Karma, this does cover riposte on that empty slot.
Drissoth
Karma's
looking
inside
to
of
make the
ages.
showstopper.
What?
Jury rig.
What? He got some sort of cosmic flash. He glimpsed into the future and said, I don't need to play a second Karma. The 4 spells I'm about to get are godlike.
Yeah, and Jury Rig completely flips this on its head. Does still have to commit some things to try and save the set or develop the showstopper. Gruesome Theater has no impactful targets on Krios' side, although I believe you could Gruesome Theater your own set.
It's 3 or less health that is available. And
yeah, I like this, the high note
saying,
play around the single combat, and if that comes out to take out the set, Drissoth has the save.
And just recognizing that in the Ionia card pool, there will be enough things that I can maybe even save this Karma. The value of having 4 shots at saving 1 Karma rather than just letting it go through and trying to play a second Karma versus whatever your opponent's final card might be. Drissoth wins out on his gamble. Set lives. We've got a lot of resources in hand. We can take over the board from here with Set, and it's only a matter of time before he gets a showstopper, is going to try to bounce the Clockling and draw 1 more card.
Yeah, and I think Ghost is going to activate this. Thank you, spectators. We know how to read Ice-T, okay? We can figure out some of this stuff on our own. I do appreciate it, though. But also, Kinku's Call in the hand of Drissoth is going to be a little bit of draw power while also getting back on board.
And so the single combat is used. Doesn't want to stop the Clockling. Has to take out Set. But we've got Ghost to get a showstopper before it's too late.
Yeah, and that is going to clear the board for Krios. Shen is back down, and now things are so tense on both sides. Krios does have the Sandworm Amulet. It is augmented, so currently Shen can just go over this augmented Clockling. Never mind, we're going to lose the weapon here. And
I like the idea there, because if you don't equip the weapon on there, the showstopper's 1 damage would clear it. And so by doing this, you save the Badger Bear. You have an elusive blocker versus the Clockling. And now we've got Shen and the top decks of Destiny against the world. But Drissoth has a Hextech Anomaly.
A Wings of the Cryo Phoenix. This will deal 3 to all units and then heal your Nexus for 3 because you are enlightened. But Drissoth, pretty likely just to take a couple of draws from here on out. A little awkward that they're not going to be able to play out both units. And it does line things up that potentially... Oh no, Wings actually going to be played here to make sure that our Riposte top deck is not lethal for Krios.
Just completely tap down, keep the board under control. A solo Shen is very easy to deal with, but Drissoth takes another gamble. Clockling into second augmented Clockling, reduced by 1. We've got another attacker, another blocker, another draw.
As long as Drissoth remembers not to attack into this blocking Badger Bear, because we've seen players forget about that with Sharpsight being gone from the meta. Skips the predict into set. Drissoth, how do you do it?
He's playing out of his mind, Boulevard. Utter devastation. Just wipe everything.
Top deck came through. Drissoth needed to find a playable unit off the first Clockling and did it. This was the one out Krios had, but because of the second Clockling, it's off the table, and now things continuing to snowball out of control for Krios. Set is going to touch down after the Clockling, and Krios is not going to have anything left very, very soon, Skarzig.
With no high note, with no Karma, the high note's not as good. Maybe Pit Professional is another blocker, but no, finds the tag out. Was that another skip?
I think tag out was an option, and I imagine Drissoth is going to eventually use this proactively on set to get a second showstopper.
Eclectic Collection. It's not that good, but I'm just the options here are just buck wild.
I understand you are never going to get to say those words with excitement again because you're never gonna see it again. So take the opportunities where you can get them.
Krios cannot fight back onto the board from here. Set is just going to continuously try to pull units, keep that pressure up. The one riposte in the deck now used.
Yeah, and
now we
Kinku's
got Kinko's call. Draw one.
Likely just gonna, sandbag the unit until the next turn. Karma off the top, and that could be big with whatever the anomaly gives us next. Showstopper! Drissoth has done it in game number 1. Krios scoops it up. We are moving on to a knife fight, as you put it, Skarzig, between Fizz Samira and two very, I guess one aggressive deck and Chen Jarvan.
This was a completely ridiculous matchup. The Drissoth was down to the wire, scraping the bottom of the barrel, taking enormous gambles with the Insight of Ages, with the Clockling, to find some additional resources to take over the game. Realized I cannot play this thing as a safe, sane player because Krios is one devastating top deck away from victory.
And now you have the rank 1 player on the America Shard, over 2,000 LP for potentially one, if not the first, one of the first times in history of the America's Ladder, on his most comfortable deck that you have to 2-0.
And now is floating. You got to remember as well, Drissoth is comfortable, was one of the original explorers of being able to play this deck very, very slow and methodically. You don't just have to curve out and swarm. Take the 3 damage. We've got Samira coming through. Maybe we can ping the Nexus with something. Get the Jagged Butcher with Flare to take out the Broadwing.
And that said, there are no blocking Badger Bears yet available for Krios, which has long been one of the banes of this deck. In the early days of Samira, we were right there on the forefront of it at the Glory and Navori Brawl. We got to see how much damage blocking Badger Bear can do to this list, not even just for the elusives that are put out, but just the stat check that it does on turn number 3.
And because of Flare, we now have the 3-3 going for the full swing. Father Fury gifts Drissoth with an all-out, and Krios can't take the risk. Now
another
with Broadwing
player developed.
Yeah, Broadwing does have challengers, so we can challenge the Samira, and this is how the deck gets you. You overreact. You have to try to take Samira down, and while you're doing that to answer a 2-drop, dropping all of your resources into it, Drissoth, meanwhile, activating Plunder. Samira going to rank B, going to A. One more card to level up and go to S.
And Drissoth, if they want to get cheeky, can actually let the Samira survive with an all-out thanks to the level-up buff plus the all-out, and that is going to be the line. There's no form-up for Krios. This Samira is leveled, and honestly, Skarzig, the one thing we've been missing from this top cut is a Samira level 2 rally to really start to take over a game.
Samira has been content to just generate challenger units to fight for the board, or flares to ping the Nexus and try to go for that slow grind. But now we have the threat of rallies with multiple elusive units and Swindle in the deck, giving you even more options, giving you even more plunder procs for monkey business. Here comes Father Fury with an Elixir of Wrath.
Oh, man.
He's picking these cards, Boulevard.
And Krios can't catch a break, has not seen a single spell this game, single combat, form up, deny even to give you some semblance of safety against a future Powder Pandemonium. Krios cannot find these answers, and the mid-range curve-out style that Demacia is known for might have looked good against Karma's set, but here, under all of these elusive threats, and actually developing the Screeching Dragon rather than a blocking Badger Bear, means Krios is going down to just 5 here, and that's before Elixir of Wrath comes out.
Drissoth has the hand read, knows that there is no single combat, has prize fight,
and Drissoth's gonna rally!
He's just going to bulldoze through with triple Father Fury. 3 elusive attackers swinging through, getting multiple spells. Here comes Flare. We've got the Rowley. Krios is tapped down. We've got the Reed. No form up, no single combat. No way to stop this. Here it comes. Swindle, you had the Badger Bear. Why didn't you play it? Drissoth sees it and takes down the World Championship qualifiers.
Drissoth is moving on to the World Championship. Folks, one thing you love to see is when your rank 1 player is able to take it down. And Skarszik, I don't know if that is something we have ever seen on the America Shard. Dominant on ladder, dominant in tournament. Today is Drissoth's day, and no one can take that away from him. A commanding 2-0 after not even needing to use the Elixir of Wrath. Drissoth, like you said, picking these cards and showing us why Samira is his wheelhouse.
You left that deck unbanned. You brought a lineup that had decent matchups into it, and maybe Krios was finding those wins up through the open rounds, up through the top 64 to get to this point. But there are 2 Samira Fizz decks. There's everyone else, and then there's Drissoth playing it, and you cannot build a counter to that lineup.
No, I mean, this used to be a Burblefish deck. I know it's not anymore, but that is something that Drissoth has been experimenting with since the card was printed back in the TF Fizz days a couple of years ago. It's what he became known for. There are so many clips of this player on these styles of decks, these low-to-the-ground, combo-oriented, aggressive things, on top of the fact that he can flex into Karma's set. The breadth of options that Drissoth has left on the table for himself with this lineup, and this is exactly what we expected to be a tournament winning lineup, right? These are all decks that we knew were coming in, and it just takes a different level of pilot to take it all the way.
And speaking of which, the Karma set. Drissoth, every time we saw him play that deck on stream, he had his back against the wall and managed to just hang on by a single fingernail.
He made it look like Seraphine
card.
With how the comeback potential from these Piltover and Zon decks is... The devs are going to be hearing about this one for a while, where they show him, he should have lost this game. What are you talking about? He's scraping the bottom of the barrel. He's breaking through the bottom of the barrel with a shovel and digging another 6 feet. What do you mean scraping it? He should have been out of options, but no, everything comes together, and we have our champion. Drissoth with Floppy Mudkip will be going to the World Championship later this year.
And again, a player that has demonstrated time and time again that they are worthy of those accolades, are worthy to play amongst the best in the world. And in his own way, Drissoth also improving the overall quality of the tournament scene by climbing up to the mountaintop and screaming, "Play good decks."
And he didn't get in his own head today. He did just play good decks, and you'll love to see when it works out for him, especially someone like Drissoth who's constantly helping others up their game. You always love to see someone like that, a pillar of the community, come in and do well. Of course, kudos to Krios as well. Don't want to shy over that, because 15 Runeterra points for second place is very likely to get you into the World Championship as well. You're going to need another strong finish in a Runeterra Open or high ladder placement to make that a reality. But with Krios getting as far as they did today, the names that they had to take down, they should be able to do it. But we are going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have an interview with our new champion, Drissoth. I hope you had a chance to run to the bathroom and you are back in your seat now because we are here with our new champion. But first, we're going to take a look at what happened in the previous round in case you blinked and you missed it because it was a rather quick one. Here we have Drissoth very much on the back foot in one of the first games.
This first Jarvan coming down, turn 6 with the attack token, everything lined up beautifully for Krios, and Drissoth was at his mercy, right? One more Jarvan top deck for a beautiful open attack would have spelt doom, but Karma comes through with the Hextech Anomaly, offering up a plethora of powerful options, and he barely manages to hang on from here.
And the discipline displayed in this game, that Reckoning, I think you and I both agreed we would have shipped that Reckoning every day of the week, but Drissoth holds it back and finds another line with the Karma spell and is able to eventually bring it down. This as well, I was screaming about the Riposte top deck if we didn't find a playable card off the first Clockling, but Drissoth nails it out, finds the set, and is able to reestablish board control. And here we get to see eventually gets the Karma set reestablished in the surrender from Krios in game 1.
Yeah, 17-6, and you can see that's the weakness. If you lose control of the board and you're on a top deck war, you cannot win. Meanwhile, in game number 2, Drissoth levels Samira, the first time we'd actually seen it on today's broadcast, if I'm not mistaken.
Definitely
and
the first
comes
rally.
Through for a rally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that the read from Drissoth just saying, you know what, there's no form up. Form up's not real, it can't hurt me. Single combat's not real, it can't hurt me. This Samira's taken me to the moon, it's taken me to the World Championship, and was 100% right on that call.
I mean, Samira's
Isn't that right,
champion.
Drissoth?
I mean, a great champion piloted by a fantastic player. Drissoth, how are you feeling? Let the people know.
Okay. I saw my cam go blank, but
yeah,
I was not feeling great at the start of today. I was feeling kind of shaky. I mean, I think like all the competitors kind of had the same feeling of like every third deck just seems like mediocre. I mean, like Samira's busted, Tristana's busted. Not hard to figure that one out. And then you're just sitting here with like
was your third deck.
Yeah.
So. It was the third deck. Was that really the best? Was that just something that you supplemented your lineup with? Was it something you were comfortable on, or do you just feel like it was just the best third deck?
So it was the third deck that I found the least offensive by a considerable margin. I played it in like the open rounds. It's pretty good. It has some successful stuff. There are some specific problems. If people play like Demacia with Fizz, you have some serious problems. I didn't see a whole lot about that. Most of the time that I saw Demacia, they were on like Jinx Samira, and that's like a much more tolerable matchup. And most of the times that I saw like Fizz Samira, they weren't on multiple Demacia decks. So it was fine. It's what I played in the open rounds. I actually thought that the best lineup was Demacia Tristana, Fizz Samira, and then Nasus Vaults of Helia.
Oh, man.
But
so the Nasus was going to just be finding good matchups. Did you experiment with that at all, and it just ended up not coming through for you, and you just went with Karma set?
So the deck beats a lot of the stuff that I was expecting to see. So I thought there was going to be a good amount of aggro. I thought there was going to be a good amount of echo. Basically, there's like people out in the community that basically like always play aggro lineups, and they can create an aggro lineup. So you see this with like Jinx Samira pretty commonly. And in those types of lineups, Nasus is really good. The problem is Nasus is atrocious into both Karma and Fizz Samira. So if anybody shows up with those two decks in their lineup, you're just dead in the water. It's real bad.
Now, Drissoth, I'm looking at my my Discord DMs here, and I have to ask you a question because Mo came into me and said, "Oh yeah, Drissoth is part of my team. We made this to take down RPG. Guess we've done a good job." And I got to say, Mo's trying to take credit for your victory is what it sounds like to me.
That is what that sounds like to me. So,
do you offer Mo a lot of credit with helping you test and sculpt this lineup?
So it's kind of weird. Mo is part of a team that I work with. No doubt about that there. The problem is I'm like kind of insufferable to work with because I'm basically your like crazy-ist uncle when it comes to decks. Not people, but like I'll just like sit there and be like, this deck is trash and unplayable and I will refuse to play it. And you're like, I've been winning on ladder. And I'm like, deck's bad. I will not play that.
It's funny because I think yesterday on Twitter I saw Mo saying that about Bilgewater Tristana. He was like, this deck is overrated. I can't believe that I got baited into playing this.
And, the bait giveth, the bait taketh away. But speaking of getting baited, you had the line I really wanted to ask you about, Drissoth, was when you had your karma pulled by that Screeching Dragon.
Yes.
You have the second karma in hand. You can let combat resolve. You can develop just the second karma and just play from there, maybe a safe spot. But you went for the Insight of Ages. Can we talk a little bit about that line?
Yeah, so generally, there were two things that informed my decision. First of all, I expected to keep Set. It turns out I didn't keep Set, but I was expecting that Set was going to make it out of the combat alive. The other thing is, like, if you cast a doubled karma spell inside of Ages, it's the actual card name, you get a lot of just random stuff. And random stuff is pretty good at stalling the game. It's not very good at winning the game, but it's pretty good at just kind of like getting you a few more turns. The other thing is I'm putting 2 karmas into my deck, and a lot of the just random hits draw a card. I mean, you're not always going to hit like Place Your Bets or something where it's just like an incredible draw card, but you hit like, I don't even remember what the card name was, the one that summons like Keeper of Masks.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I don't know what this
Kinko's
card
Call.
is. But it draws you some cards. It keeps the cards flowing. You're going to eventually find a karma again. And I basically felt that I could be guaranteed to keep Set, or at bare minimum, if Set dies, I can get a showstopper, or I can sacrifice Set and have a second karma with nothing to do with it. Because I didn't have any card draw in my hand.
It's true.
So,
Drissoth, I did want to ask, we saw you play some Nail-Biter series there in the finals and the top 4, playing this, having, like, staring down Jinx Samira on the other side with Karma Set in your lineup. How many points throughout the day were you like, okay, this is it, I'm getting eliminated right here, right now?
there were 2 games that I can distinctly remember that about. One of them was the finals of Karma versus Shen, where I was just like, I think there was like 7 or 8 turns where I just could not beat a J4. Like, I beat the first J4 and I'm just like, they draw J4, I die. There's no way out. I don't have a choice. And then the other one was top 8. I don't remember which round it was, but it was against Rattling Bones, where it was a very similar experience. He's on Echo, and he, for 5 or 6 turns, I'd have to like look at the VOD to make sure how many turns it was, but like, just turn after turn, it's predict, and I lose to Jinx. I cannot beat Jinx off the top. I can beat Echo, but not Jinx. And I think 7 turns in a row he missed. It was definitely more than 4. I think it was 5 or 6. It feels like 7, but he didn't find it, and I progressed. So, although Bones does have the accolade of he is the only person to take a game off of me today.
Oh, that is true,
is
yeah. I mean,
impressive.
Chekhov kind of gave up the free win with the Jinx Samira in the last one. He's like, whatever, we'll play the Alawi Swain versus Karma. I know that's what this is going to come down to anyway. But yeah, I mean, that is incredible then that you took 1 game loss in your entire rip through the top 64, coming from a player who, I know you bubbled out at the LCQ,
Yes.
definitely in the first year. I think in the second year as well, you were just 1 win off of qualifying. Now you are finally pushed through. Is there any shout outs you want to give to the people that kind of helped you get here before we let you go?
I mean, the group that I work with, I'd definitely give them a shout out. We mentioned Mo earlier, but it's also What Am I, Shoutox, Henneke. So,
Do you guys have a team name? Mo didn't mention a team name or other teammates. It was just like, it's me and Drissoth against the world. I did the deck building.
Mo decided to make a anti-RPG name, and it is Cyan Elephant Games.
Cyan
I do not like that
Elephant.
name, and there's a non-zero chance that it will not be that name.
You won the Worlds invite. You get to name
I
the
did.
team. Them's the rules.
Yeah, I also get 18 Worlds points to qualify for me for Worlds again.
I don't know why they did that, but you do have those as well on top of what you're likely to get for staying in the top ladder until the end of the season. But Drissoth, thank you so much for coming in and talking with us. And again, congratulations and good luck later this year at the World Championship.
Thanks. I'll definitely be playing. So.
I mean, what a great interview. Couldn't have happened to a better person. We know that Drissoth has been grinding for such a long time, and you can just tell he's elated, but also still very calm and very, still analyzing. What could I have done better? How could I have built this matchup better? Was there something else I could have done? He's already in that world challenger mindset, and you love to see it.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Drissoth. He's not monotone, but his tone does not change despite the emotion, as we can see here. He should be elated doing backflips in his room, but instead he's just talking like it's another day in the office here, despite this being a monumental accomplishment. But not only does that open up some Worlds points to other players who were worried about rank 1 definitely stealing a Worlds invite, he has now gotten it in a different way, so that is one more competitor eliminated from the list of those top 10 Worlds point earners. So everybody else is a little bit more of a shot. But Skarzig, is there anything you want to say before we let the people go now that we have crowned our champion?
I mean, this was a fantastic tournament. Every single game, every single best of 3 that we saw on the broadcast was just back and forth, very evenly matched. Players were super smart with their bans. I think that's what really stuck out to me, Boulevard, was that players were just banning correctly and forcing these very good best of 3s onto the broadcast. And I also, of course, want to give a shout out to our viewers for sticking through us for today's journey, because we wouldn't be here without y'all at home.
Again, thank you guys so much. And again, thank you to our production team, spearheaded primarily by Sparkling Iced Tea, but there are a couple of names out there as well. Greg, Benjamin's, Croc, and I'm really worried I'm forgetting anybody else, which is why I always just say shout out to Boulevard and nobody else. Then I know I'm not forgetting anybody. There's one shout out I got to give. I did it. But again, thank you to our amazing production crew, and of course, you, the viewers at home, and of course, Skarzig. I had one chance to get the right side. I thought I'd get it on. Flipped a coin and I lost, but thank you all so much for watching. We will see you next time at the Runeterra Open next month, our first Eternal format. Until then, good luck in your tournaments.